Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter took the Malfoy path to power and victory. Here is short summary. When Harry's first magical friend is Draconica Malfoy, everything changes. Drawn into Slytherin's world of ambition and power, Harry trades innocence for influence, and rises not as a hero, but as a legend in green and silver. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It was the Friday after the Halloween, and the second year Gryffindors and Slytherins were working on swelling solution during their potions hours. Harry, like they usually did, was working with Neville. The scion of House Longbottom was good at preparing the ingredients, but seemed to be unable to mix them in the potion properly for some reason. The young Potter turned to partner to pick the next ingredient for their potion, and when turned back to his cauldron, he saw that their solution had changed color for some reason and started boiling away, while the cauldron was shaking slightly. Not a good sign. Not good at all. Protega! Harry shouted, while pushing Neville out of his seat. Just in time as their not yet finished potion exploded out of the cauldron, strangely enough, only towards the green-eyed boy, and he was not standing over it. Normally, the shielding spell Harry used was very bad at blocking physical attacks, but since the potions are magical substances, it worked pretty well to prevent him being covered in God knows what from head to toe. Potter. Of course, the potions professor was there, ready to make the lives of the Gryffindor students more difficult than it was. 20 points from Gryffindor for being unable to brew the simplest swelling solu. Quote. Professor Snape couldn't finish the sentence as 6 cauldrons with potions in different states of readiness rose into the air and aimed themselves at the young Potter, before splashing their contents towards the boy. Since Protega couldn't block attacks from all sides simultaneously, Harry had to duck under the desk while still having the shield active to avoid the liquids and not so liquids that were flying towards him. While he somehow managed to avoid being hit, the mixture of potions that now was on top of his work table proved to be quite acidic, as it started eating through the aged desk at an alarming pace. And Snape was surprised by what was happening in his classroom, even though his face didn't show this, and didn't even think of vanishing the dangerous mixture. Or maybe he did think, but decided against it. Anyway, by the time Harry, who was trying to avoid the growing puddles of potion mixtures on the floor, had realized that the hissing sound above his head was due to the acidic mixture eating through the desk, it was already late. The first drops already landed on his right shoulder, eating through the fabric of his robes in a second. Ah! The green-eyed boy screamed as his body was attacked by the acid. Instinctively rolling backwards to avoid the danger, Harry actually got hit in 4 more places. Thankfully, all of those were on his chest and stomach, where he could deal with the burns to come himself, if the worst come about. And since the professor was yet to do anything to help him. But, as only so much of the acid landed on him, it ended quickly and saved Harry from doing a risky move of trying to wash it away with water or neutralizing it with some basic substances. It still left some nasty chemical burns, though. Hopefully, Madame Pomfrey would be able to heal him really quickly. Unfortunately, as the young Potter was concerned about his own health, he forgot that the acidic mixture was eating through the desk. And it had destroyed enough of it for it to break into 2, and one of these 2 pieces hit him on his head as it collapsed, knocking the young Gryffindor out. As the whole event come to an end, Professor Snape decided that it was time for him to act. And no matter how much he would love to take more points from the boy for trying to get even more attention to his person by this, it was obvious that it wasn't done by the boy. And since he didn't do anything to help the boy in the first place, he had already dug his metaphorical grave. Albus Dumbledore was a very powerful political figure, but there was a limit of what he could do, and the greasy-haired professor had ignored his duties to the school and its students enough as it is. Longbottom. Snape ordered. Take Potter to the hospital wing. While Neville busied himself with the task, the potions professor continued. Is there anyone else who need medical attention? Tracy raised her hand. Her cauldron was one of those used in the attack, and once it had splashed its contents away, it fell down on her foot. You can go to the infirmary too. Nodding, the girl quickly collected her things and limped out of the classroom. Class dismissed. Next week you all will be redoing the swelling solution. Be prepared, as I won't tolerate any dunderheads in my classroom. That done, Snape headed to his office to flow to the headmaster. Albus, we have a problem. Severus Snape as he entered the headmaster's office via the inter-school flow connection. A student was attacked during my double with the second years today. Dumbledore looked up from whatever paperwork he was doing. Severus, my boy, you sound like someone tried to assassinate your student. Surely, the children can be handful at times, and often hurt each other over simple things, but I don't think that they would do that with the intent to kill. The ancient headmaster replied. You don't understand. It was rare for Severus to raise his voice. And he was now shouting at the only man that had saved him from Azkaban years ago. Someone tried to kill a student in my classroom. Normally incomplete swelling solution isn't that dangerous, but when many such potions with various mistakes mixed together. They created a strong acid, Albus. Madame Pomfrey will inform you of the exact amount of the damage done later, but I can tell that there will be chemical burns, 3rd degree. You as well as I should know that those aren't easy to heal even with magic. Potions professor took a deep breath to calm down a bit. What is worse, I do not know who was behind the attack. I scanned the minds of everyone in the room, and none of them had done this. Dumbledore merely nodded. He would have to look into what had happened and try to keep it all under the rug. Though with Lady Longbottom becoming a more active member of the Board of Governors it wouldn't be that easy. Just one question. Severus, who was attacked? Snape answered only after a couple of seconds. Harry Potter. It took Madame Pomfrey about an hour to finish with the burns Harry had received, but even if his body no longer showed visible signs of what happened in the potions today, the young Potter still felt pain in places where the acidic mixture came in contact with his skin. As such, the Medi-Witch decided that he had to spend the night in the hospital wing, in case something happened to him. It was about midnight, when Harry was woken up by a squeaky voice that unmistakably belonged to a house elf. Opening his eyes, the green-eyed wizard found himself face to face with Dobby. It must have been Dobby, as Harry knew only him and a couple of house elves here, at Hogwarts, and those wore much better clothes, with school crest on them. Harry Potter came back to Hogwarts. The house elf whispered miserably. Harry Potter lied to Dobby and returned to school. Why didn't Harry Potter heed Dobby's warning? Why didn't Harry Potter return home, when he couldn't go through the barrier? The young Gryffindor raised an eyebrow. This elf was obviously crazy as he tampered with the barrier at platform 9 3/4. Why didn't Harry Potter leave school when blue bludgers attacked him? Why didn't Harry Potter heed the warning and return home? Dobby be forced to use potions on. So it was you, Harry hissed. The house elf took a step back, despite being used to threats on his life. It was you who tried to kill me. If only. Dobby not be trying to kill great Harry Potter. The house elf said, while using his hands to protect himself. Heavily bandaged hands, as the young Gryffindor noted absent-mindedly. Dobby be thinking that if he showed great Harry Potter how dangerous it is at Hogwarts, Harry Potter would leave before the monster from the Chamber of Secrets gets to him. This cooled the green-eyed youth a bit. Only a bit. He was still angry as hell that the house elf almost killed him with the potions incident. Harry was about to yell at the elf, but he suddenly heard some people approaching the hospital wing, while whispering lowly. Dobby had heard them as well and, not wanting to be discovered, disappeared. Next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the ward, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. Harry lay quite still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. What happened? Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. Another attack, the ancient headmaster said. Minerva found him on the stairs. I found a bunch of grapes next to him, said Professor McGonagall. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Mr. Potter. Careful not to alert adults about him being awake, the green-eyed Gryffindor raised himself, trying to see who was attacked. It was Colin Creevey. The boy's eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Petrified? Asked Madame Pomfrey in a whisper. Yes, replied Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera instead. Good gracious, said Madame Pomfrey, rather loudly, as a jet of purplish steam had hissed out of the camera. Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, all melted, she said wonderingly. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, Dumbledore said after a moment of silence, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But, Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, the ancient man said, his eyes on Colin. The question is, how? The following morning Madame Pomfrey deemed Harry to be healthy enough to leave her care, though, she recommended that he didn't do anything straining with his right arm, his right shoulder had the most severe chemical burns, for another day or 2. When he was leaving the hospital wing, the young Potter noticed that there now was a screen around Colin's bed, preventing anyone from seeing the petrified boy. Stopping next to the screen, Harry silently wished for the mandrakes to be ready soon, so that his housemate would be revived as soon as possible. Then the green-eyed youth headed to the Great Hall for some late breakfast. After that, he had to have a serious talk with a certain blonde witch about house elves and what they did in their free time. By the time he had reached the library, Harry had heard so many different versions of what happened to Colin Creevey, that it seemed that each student thought up at least 2 of those. And one was just as ridiculous as the other. Just like he hoped, Draconica was in the library, in the far corner of the reading room with some tome in front of her. Good morning. He greeted her awkwardly as he sat across the table from her. Good morning, Potter. The blonde witch replied, not looking away from her book. It is nice to know that you've already recovered from the incident yesterday. About the incident. Draconica raised her elegant eyebrow. Potter knew who was behind the attack yesterday. Professor Snape questioned almost every Slytherin in the second year and the higher years who were capable of using disillusionment charm, sometimes even using legilimency, to find out who did that. Even though the man hated Potter, he took a great offense at someone trying to kill his student, no matter who this student was. Your family does own a house elf named Dobby, right? Draconica raised her eyebrow further. What a Malfoy elf had to do with this? Yes, that would be correct. She replied, still barely looking away from the book she was reading. House elves can't go against their master's direct orders, right? Please, order him to stop trying to save me, he might succeed in killing me instead. So Dobby was behind the potions incident. The blonde witch surmised. And behind the strange behavior of the Bludgers during that Quidditch match as well, most likely. I will have words with him, she said. But not now, later today. Harry nodded. Thank you. And with that he left, knowing well by now that his friend didn't want to be seen friendly with him when they weren't working together during DS meetings or other similar occasions. It was the beginning of the dinner on the following day, when a very distressed Professor Sprout ran into the Great Hall, heading straight to the headmaster. Harry couldn't make out what was said, but judging by Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall quickly following the herbology professor out of the Great Hall not a minute later, both with a concealed fear on their faces, something bad had happened. Thanks to the rumor mill of the Hogwarts institution, by the curfew entire school knew that there was the second attack. A 6th-year Muggle-born Hufflepuff student named Thomas White was found petrified in the eastern wing of the castle on the 3rd floor, not far from boys' toilets. What was surprising, the boy was found in the position like he was staring out of the window when he was petrified. While the petrification of Colin had disturbed many, what happened to Thomas caused panic. Professors tried to assure their students, with various degrees of success, that the attacker would be caught soon and the victims would be revived, but it wasn't working as well as one could have hoped. And of course, the news that something sinister was happening at Hogwarts couldn't be contained within the walls of the castle, so the arrival of Lady Longbottom, accompanied by several other members of the Board of Governors, during the dinner on Monday was kind of expected. Well, some might have expected them earlier. The group headed straight to the professor's table and demanded explanations from Dumbledore why this was happening. The old man proved to be quite slippery, as didn't answer right away and led his guests to his office instead. No one knew what was said there, but the members of the Board of Governors left the castle 2 hours later, and while the prefect patrols were now reinforced, nothing else seemed to have been done about the situation with the mysterious attacks. A week had passed since the attack on Thomas White, and there were no new victim to whatever was hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. The school population started relaxing a bit, though, no student ever walked anywhere alone now. The Golden Trio was heading to the Great Hall for some lunch, when they saw a pretty large group of people gathered around the notice board, reading a piece of parchment pinned to it with interest. "What's happening?" Neville asked, as they approached the group. Seamus Finnegan, they classmates, was the one to answer. "They're starting a dueling club," said Seamus. "First meeting tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons. They might come in handy one of these days." Ronald Weasley, who also was there, turned away from the parchment to look at Seamus. "You think the Slytherin's monster can duel?" he asked. And it was possibly one of the cleverest things he had said in a while, as he usually was talking either about professors being unfair, assigning ridiculously long essay for homework, or about food or about games like chess. "It still can be useful, right?" Seamus replied. Many nodded in agreement with him. "I hope Professor Flitwick will be teaching us," a third-year Oriental girl from Ravenclaw said. "He was a dueling champion in the past, after all. I'm sure he has things he can teach us." Everyone from the House of Blue and Bronze, as well as anyone else who knew about Flitwick's past, agreed with her. Hoping that the girl was right and the club would be led by their charms professor, Harry decided that he will go. It actually took Draconica several days to realize the implications of what Harry told her. Malfoy house elves knew something about what was going on in Hogwarts this year. And since Dobby started trying to save the young Potter back in June, the blonde witch managed to get this much out of the elf. It appeared that the preparations for the attacks started at about the same time. Also, in June there weren't many visitors to the manor, and none of those were dark enough to propose releasing an unknown horror into the school full of children, and her father barely left his study at all, so, most likely, he was the one who initiated the whole thing. But her father wasn't stupid enough to unleash a monster that was supposed to be in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, when there was a chance, no matter how small, that it could hurt his own children. In other words, whatever was causing the attacks, it wasn't something her father understood completely. This wasn't good. Not at all. But she wasn't going to tell anybody about this. Yet. First, she wouldn't hurt her own family. And this information was useless anyway. It neither answered who or what was behind the attacks, nor how they were made, nor how to stop them. Harry, Neville and Hermione, along with their yearmates and many other students, entered the Great Hall for the first meeting of the dueling club. It was still not known who will be leading the club, but almost entire school hoped that it would be Professor Flitwick. Unfortunately, these hopes were crushed when one Gilderoy Lockhart walked onto the stage in robes of deep plum, accompanied by Severus Snape, who, unlike the Dada professor, didn't look like he enjoyed being here too much. "I think we can leave now. I doubt we will learn anything useful from him," Neville said, nodding towards Lockhart. "That might be true," the green-eyed wizard replied. "But they say Snape is pretty good with his wand. We might still learn something today." "Professor Snape, Harry," Hermione corrected him, but the raven-haired boy ignored her. Meanwhile, the current Dada professor was attracting attention to himself. Gather round. Gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me?" "Excellent," Lockhart said as he waved his arm for silence. "Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Lockhart continued talking, while flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. The look on Snape's face, though, was broadcasting man's desire to hurt the blonde buffoon in front of him. Please note the way we are standing and how we are holding our wands. This is one of the officially accepted combative stances. The Hogwarts potions master said, when he and Lockhart raised their wands like swords in front of them. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. Lockhart said to the silent crowd that was observing two duelers. Once again, the look on Snape's face was making it obvious that Lockhart was not walking away unharmed if it could be helped. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. The potions master said in a flat tone that didn't betray his animosity towards the man in front of him, while a beam of light raced towards Lockhart. The spell hit the Dada professor on his chest and, ripping the wand out of his hands, sent him flying backwards and off the stage, where he smashed into the wall, and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. This caused some students, mostly Slytherin ones, to cheer. Well, there you have it, Lockhart said as he tottered back onto the platform. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Quote. A murderous look from the Hogwarts potions master caused Lockhart not to finish this phrase. Instead, the blonde man said, enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me. Hermione got herself paired with Neville, while Harry's partner happened to be Sue Lee from Ravenclaw. Despite her normally shy attitude, the petite Oriental girl was very skilled with her wand, and was going to be quite a good fighter in the future. Lockhart counted to 3, and students started practicing the disarming charm. Those who knew it already, meaning older years and the DS members, were doing it perfectly well, while everyone else seemed to have some problems. And Ron Weasley, who was still using a cracked wand, seemed to have more problems than anyone else, if an ashen-faced and almost unresponsive Seamus was of any indication. Seeing the results of the first round of practices, the blonde Dada professor decided that having the students learn the disarming charm might not have been the best idea. I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells, he said. But I would need a volunteer pair. Snape's eyes suddenly had a gleam Harry didn't like. How about Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy? The potions master suggested. Lockhart smiled. What an excellent idea, he said, while gesturing the two named students onto the stage. When both were there, the Dada professor made the young Gryffindor look at him, while Snape was whispering something into Basilius's ear, making the boy smirk. Now, Harry, when he points his wand at you, I want you to do this. The blonde man said, before raising his wand and attempting a complicated sword-wiggling action. And dropped his wand. Whoops. My wand is a little overexcited. Scared, Potter? The still smirking young Malfoy asked so that only Harry could hear him. As if, was what the Gryffindor, golden boy, replied, just as loudly as his opponent. After all, it was not like Basilius could start throwing any powerful spells right now. 3. Lockhart started counting. 2, 1, go. Harry immediately threw up a Protega shield in front of him. Serpensortia. The young Malfoy shouted, as a dark brown viper of about 18 inches in length appeared at the tip of his wand, before falling on the floor between him and Potter. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, trying to get as far away from the venomous snake as possible. Don't move, Potter, the potions master said lazily, as if he hoped that the snake would bite the Gryffindor boy before he would vanish it. I'll get rid of it. Meanwhile, using this distraction to his advantage, Basilius attacked his opponent. Rictum Sempra. The silvery light splashed harmlessly against Harry's shield that was still up. Seeing this, the young Malfoy tried again. Tarantalagra. The result was the same. Potter's shield successfully blocked the spell. Loud screaming, coming from the crowd, caused both duelers to look there. Apparently, Lockhart tried to vanish the snake, so right now it was only angrier and was slithering towards the nearest human being, Justin Finch Fletchley. Petrificus totalis, Harry shouted, dropping his shield to save a Hufflepuff boy. The spell hit the snake on its back, paralyzing it. Catching his opponent moving with his peripheral sight, the green-eyed wizard quickly moved to the side, barely avoiding being hit by Malfoy's disarming charm. Regaining a solid footing, Harry counterattacked with his own one. Basilius wasn't fast enough to avoid the spell, and lost his wand, while being sent flying backwards and almost off the stage. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Lockhart decided that he should finish the first meeting of the dueling club before anyone, or, worse, his reputation got hurt. "All right, everyone," he said loudly. "I know that you all liked our little club." Quote. Many were of a different opinion about the club, though it was almost useless, especially for the upper years. Quote. But it is quite late already, and you all have lessons tomorrow, so I shouldn't keep you from preparing for the next day. See you in my dueling club. Snape once again had a face like he wanted to murder the blonde buffoon. In just 1 week, students started walking out of the Great Hall, heading back to their dormitories, discussing the events of the evening. "I'm not going there the next week," Harry said as the Golden Trio and their housemates were returning to the Gryffindor Tower. Neville and Hermione nodded in agreement. They could have spent this time with more use were they doing self-study. November ticked away, as did the first 2 weeks of December, and right now the magnificent Hogwarts castle was buried under the thick blanket of snow. There were no attacks after the one on Thomas White, but everyone was still tense, expecting that the Slytherin's heir will reappear at any moment, unleashing the beast from the Chamber of Secrets onto those of impure blood. The patrols in the corridors, especially during the curfew, were still reinforced, and the students were still recommended not to go anywhere alone, if they could help it. At the same time, there also was only one more meetings of the dueling club. Apparently, Lockhart understood that he couldn't run it, and decided to quit with the idea. Not like there was much he could teach to the students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, especially the older ones. The end of semester exams were mostly finished by now, and Harry was pleased to know that he and his friends, Draconica and Susan and Hannah included, all did well, even in Dada, where their professor tried to make a test that was a cross between the one they had on their first lesson and what it actually should have been. Even if the Slytherin's heir was not heard for over 5 weeks, not many wanted to stay at Hogwarts for holidays, and almost all seats on the Hogwarts Express were booked by the students who wanted to spend Christmas at home. Hermione was going. She and her parents were going to be skiing in the Swiss Alps, as was Neville, who was promised some rare plant for his greenhouse for Christmas. The Gryffindor Chaser trio was leaving Hogwarts for holidays as well, though Harry suspected that they were trying to avoid the repeat of all-day-long Quidditch trainings with Oliver Wood. He too decided to go home for the holidays this year they had the previous year. In the end, Harry and the Weasley lot were the only Gryffindors that were going to stay at the castle for Christmas, and Percy was saying that he wasn't going home only because it was his duty as a prefect to help professors in these troubled times. Malfoys were staying, and, thus, Crabbe and Goyle too, as were some 6th and 7th year Ravenclaws and a single 5th year Hufflepuff, but that was all. No matter how tense and uneasy the Hogwarts population was, like they were expecting the Slytherin's heir to attack that day, the Christmas dinner was really enjoyable. The Hogwarts stuff made the Great Hall look magnificent. There was a dozen of frost-covered Christmas trees there, with the living fairies playing on their branches. Thick streams of holly and mistletoe were crisscrossing under the ceiling. And Dumbledore made enchanted snow, warm and dry, falling, powdering the floor in hall, making it look like some majestic magic glade. Of course, the house elves that were working in the kitchens outdid themselves, preparing the feast, and everyone found it to be so delicious that they couldn't deny themselves a helping or 2, or 5, like a certain red-haired second-year Gryffindor did. The next morning Harry allowed himself to sleep in, and descended to the Gryffindor common room only 11:30 in the morning. Percy Weasley was there, sitting next to the fireplace, reading some tome on runes, while trying to keep an eye on the twins, who were obviously planning their next prank in the far corner of the room. Like the previous year, there was a small stack of wrapped gifts, addressed to Harry, waiting for him under the Christmas tree. Picking them up, the green-eyed wizard sat in the nearest armchair and started opening them. Hagrid had sent him a large tin of treacle fudge, which the young Potter decided to soften by the fire before eating. A box of chocolates in a green and silver box was from Draconica. He had sent her a similar one, plus a normal spellbook for Dada's second and third years. Several vials of quite expansive herbal extracts arrived from the Longbottom greenhouses, and Harry had sent several advanced herbology and botanic books to Neville. The Gryffindor Chaser trio sent him a collective gift in the form of the current team's magical photo with their autographs, their lipsticks, imprints on the back of the card. The girls were such teases. And more sweets. Oliver Wood gifted him a snitch that was magically turned into a small store space that only the rightful owner could access. Apparently, the Gryffindor keeper was as good with charms as he was at keeping the rings safe, even if he mentioned somewhere in the instruction that security charms would need a recharge every couple of months. Finally, there was a postcard with the views of Alps, a book about wizarding geography, and some Swiss chocolate from Hermione. Hundreds miles away, a certain bushy-haired witch too was going over her presents. Her parents got her some book money, as they couldn't go into the magical districts themselves, some sugarless sweets, and some books that would allow her not to fall too far behind her peers in the mundane knowledge. Plus, the trip itself was a gift too. If only the walls of the rented cottage were thicker, or her parents were not as loud the previous night, this would have been the ideal Christmas for Hermione. Neville had sent her a tome on the common charms, with a good deal of theory, including arithmancy, on the spells discussed. From Harry she got a book of fairy tales of the magical world and some Honeyduke sweets. Padma Patil. Hermione became good friends with the Ravenclaw girl during the DS meetings, gifted her some body oils from India with a postcard wishing her a Merry Christmas. Another postcard was sent by Draconica, and even if there was nothing more to this gift, Hermione was still happy that her Slytherin associate felicitated her. Theodore Nott was pleased with how the things were going for him. First and foremost, no matter how he disliked Dumbledore's pro-Muggle politics, he had to admit that the ancient headmaster made the holiday feasts at Hogwarts fantastic and enjoyable for everyone. His father had gifted him several rather useful items that were borderline dark, and the young Nott couldn't wait to test them back at the castle. Maybe with those he could finally find enough power to overthrow that Malfoy brat. The disappearance of the Slytherin's heir brought him back some supporters, but that was still not enough. He needed more to be sure that his positions as the leader of the Slytherin house would be unshakable. Oh well, Basilius would get what was coming for him soon enough. Tom Marvolo Riddle, just Tom, forced himself to continue playing that supportive kind of older brother to the girl who was writing in his diary, comforting her from not being noticed by her crush, Harry Potter, the wonder boy that somehow destroyed the real him about 11 years ago. He wanted to know how mere toddler managed to defeat the greatest Dark Lord in the recent history, him, but being what he was right now, that had to wait. Instead, Tom was plotting the next batch of attacks on the Mudbloods and Blood Traitors. He was quiet for far too long, as it was. But the old fool knew that he was out there, so it couldn't hurt to be extra careful. He already had the list of desired victims in his mind, and only had to wait for the school break to end, so that he could continue purging Hogwarts from the taint of the dirty blood. The girl that he was possessing didn't need to know about his plans, of course. The first day of the spring semester passed quietly and without accidents. Aside from Snape being his usual self, of course. Unfortunately, when it comes to the life of one Harry Potter, good things never last long. Tuesday started like it was to be another peaceful day, but it all changed a little after 3 in the afternoon, when the third attack happened. The scion of House Potter was in the library, doing some research for potions in hopes of avoiding displeasing Professor Snape with his inadequate brewing skills, when a loud scream was heard. And judging by the sound, it was coming from another floor. Even though it was a clear sign that something was wrong, Harry couldn't help but get interested. So, collecting his things, he left the library and headed to where the scream came from. As the young Gryffindor descended onto the third floor, He saw a large group of students, mostly Hufflepuffs, surrounding something in a tight right that didn't allow the green-eyed wizard to see what caused this. But the whispers, that could be spelled out over the noise of the agitated public, indicated that there was another attack, a double one this time. Justin Finch Fletchley was petrified, and nearly headless Nick was damaged. Not a minute later, the headmaster with the escort of various professors arrived to the corridor and had the students to return to their dorms. As the crowd was dissipating, Harry saw that Justin was indeed petrified, while Sir Nicholas, instead of his normal pearly white appearance of a ghost, looked to be black and smoky and was floating motionless and horizontally about 6 inches off the floor. But knowing that he should follow the order, lest he wished to be punished severely for disobeying in the current situation, the young Potter turned around and headed back to the Gryffindor Tower. An hour later, rather disturbed, Professor McGonagall entered the common room of her house. Almost instantly, all conversations in the room about what happened to Justin and nearly headless Nick ceased, as the entire house looked at their head, waiting for what she had to say, but the Transfiguration Professor herself wasn't sure where she should start. As you all know, today another attack on a Hogwarts student happened. Professor McGonagall said finally. We all had hoped that after the incident with Thomas White the attacks would stop, but, unfortunately, this not the case. As such, the enforced curfew is back, until the one behind the attacks is rendered innocuous. Also, no one is to go anywhere outside the dormitory alone. In such troubled times we should stick close to each other. Is that clear? She asked. Yes, ma'am. The students of the House Gryffindor chorused. The Scott Witch nodded. I would also like to ask, does anyone has any information about how the attacks are made? We would be very thankful for any help you can provide us. She said. Everyone remained quiet as no one knew anything about these mysterious cases of petrification. Very well. Before I return to the staff meeting, I will try to answer so questions you may have. Do you know what is attacking students? A fourth-year girl Harry didn't know asked. McGonagall made a wry face. Even if she had expected his question, she didn't want to answer it, especially since there wasn't much she could say. Unfortunately, at this moment we do not know that, but the evidence is pointing to the attacker not being a human. Harry had to force himself not to snort. That, if you were to believe the legend about the Chamber of Secrets, was obvious from the beginning. It also seems that whatever creature is doing this, it is not capable of human level of intelligence, thus there must be someone who controls it, someone who calls himself the heir of Slytherin. Somewhere in the depth of the room Ginny Weasley, currently possessed by Tom, who wanted to see what the Hogwarts staff was doing firsthand, flinched. McGonagall noticed the flinch, but, thankfully for Tom, couldn't tell that the girl was possessed. Don't worry, Ms. Weasley, we're doing everything in our power to protect you, and I promise that the one behind the attacks will be caught and dealt with soon. Ginny nodded. Fat chance there, woman. Tom thought. But, they are suspecting that I control the beast. Of course they don't know what the beast is and that it's me behind the attacks, but still. I need to be more careful, not to blow my disguise. Having heard everything he wanted, he was sure that there would be wild guesses about how the attacks were made, but they would never guess correctly, not before he was a living wizard again, when no one will be able to stop him. Tom cancelled the possession, not forgetting to create a set of memories for Ginny. It would not do if he was caught because his host had a missing memory. Do you know what kind of a beast is doing this? A fifth-year boy asked. Like I said before, we do not know what is petrifying the students, but because of Salazar Slytherin's affinity for snakes, we believe that this is some kind of a serpent. Unfortunately, there are no species of the magical snakes that can petrify that can live in Scotland. The Transfiguration Professor replied. Any other questions? First-year girl, Helen was her name, raised her hand. When will everyone be cured? She asked in a bit shaky voice. As the key ingredient for restorative draft is extract of mature mandrake, we will have to wait for another 2-3 months, but I promise that we will cure everyone who was petrified. Professor McGonagall replied. Many students, mostly the first years, sighed in relief as didn't want to lose their friends. There were several more questions that the Transfiguration Professor answered to the best of her ability, before she headed out of the tower to rejoin her colleagues for the staff meeting. Despite everything the Hogwarts staff was doing to protect their students, Wednesday ended with another tragedy. Tracy Davis and Slytherin's seventh-year John Freeman. While a son of a squib mother and muggle-born father, he was tolerated by the house, as he was both physically and magically strong, and, though not the brightest student, had good work ethics that allowed him to earn quite some points for Slytherin, were found petrified on the second floor on their way to the library. This caused even more panic and distress among the students. The Slytherin's heir was now targeting even his own house, and whatever he was using to accomplish the cleansing was capable of damaging even a ghost. Truly, magic at its darkest. Taking into the account the danger that was now lurking in the castle, Harry decided that it would be a good idea to stop centralized meetings of the DS, and let each house hold their own get-teach-ins in the common rooms for the time being. The idea wasn't liked much by the members of the Defense Study Group, but everyone understood that this was done in hopes of protecting them. Common rooms were the safest places right now. Unfortunately, it seemed that the scion of House Potter was worrying about the safety of his classmates more than the staff did. Other than teachers or rarely prefects escorting their students to and from their classes, nothing appeared to have been done to ensure that no new attacks happen. And the Board of Governors was suspiciously quiet. It was 2 days since the attacks resumed, and no one had appeared to even ask simple, how can this be happening? Yet, most likely, though, they were somehow kept in the dark about the tragedies happening at Hogwarts, which meant that either the heir was trying to keep the investigation into the attack as weak as possible, or the staff didn't want the world to know that they were incapable of keeping children safe. Either way, this was not good. Thursday evening, though, passed without anyone joining those already petrified, but everyone was as tensed as they were the day before, and didn't dare to breathe even a single sigh of relief, not to jinx the situation. The situation was so bad, that even Potions Master Snape wasn't picking on the Gryffindors and, for once, appeared to be a fair professor. Lockhart, though, tried to use situation to get more popularity, telling every soul that was willing to listen that he already knew who was behind the attacks, and that he was just waiting for the right moment to catch the perpetrator red-handed. Surprisingly enough, there was a couple of students that still believed every word the blonde Pounce was saying. Right after the Dada lesson finished, Harry was approached by 2 Slytherin witches. While he and Draconica were friends, even if they still tried to keep this as private as possible, Daphne truly was nothing more than an associate for the scion of the House Potter. Can I help you, ladies? The green-eyed wizard asked. Both girls nodded, almost simultaneously. Potter. Daphne, the dark-haired witch, began. I know that you are not like the rest of the headstrong Gryffindors that would rush to destroy the danger in front of them without thinking, but if you decide to go after the monster from the chamber, we are willing to help you. She finished a bit too fast for Harry to understand properly. What Daphne wants to say is that we are willing to give you a limited assistance, should you decide to protect the school yourself. After all, if the situation with the attacks is not resolved soon, Hogwarts will be closed, and we all will have to continue our education elsewhere. Plus we want the one behind the attacks to pay for what happened to Tracy. Draconica said. Thank you. The young Potter replied unsure. He hoped that the situation would be resolved by the proper authorities, as he sure as hell didn't want to face the monster from the Chamber of Secrets or its master. Well, our escort is here. The blonde witch said, nodding towards the head boy and a female Slytherin prefect standing by the door. Good luck with having Lockhart protecting you, she added, before she and Daphne joined the rest of her housemates, all of whom were eager to return to the common room. Harry just sighed. Harry sighed yet another time, as he glared at the empty parchment, hoping that the potions essay would write itself. He had had a row with Ronald Weasley earlier this afternoon, the redhead though that he was a dark wizard and will kill them all just because he had a civil conversation with the Slytherin witches, and now he was in no mood to do his homework. Suddenly he heard a yelp full of pain and turned right in time to see Parvati faint and fall down onto the table she was leaning over while looking through her notes. Since almost everyone in the common room was either first or second year, the general reaction to what happened to the Indian witch was to scream and hope that someone else would resolve the situation. Harry, though, knew how to keep his head working under any circumstances. Enervate. The spell was enough to revive Parvati, who tried to sit up, almost falling back onto the table in process, all the while clutching her head as if she had a mother of all headaches. What happened, Parvati? The young Potter asked. The girl only Ned in pain in response. We need to get her to the hospital wing. Can someone call Professor McGonagall here? Just some 5 minutes later, agitated Transfiguration Professor entered the Gryffindor common room, immediately heading to the armchair where Parvati currently was. What happened here? The Scott Witch asked. Neville was the first one to reply. Parvati suddenly screamed and fainted. The scion of the House Longbottom said. It appears that she had had a very powerful traumatic shock for a reason unknown. Harry continued. And as she fainted, she fell onto the table, and had her stomach bruised. I revived her, but she is barely able to speak as she is in pain, and I'm not sure how to help her as I'm afraid to make the things worse. We need to bring her to the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall nodded. Very well, she said, using her wand to gently lift the Indian girl into the air. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, I want you to come with me so that we can explain the situation to Madame Pomfrey. Yes, ma'am. Both boys replied, and followed the Transfiguration Professor as she levitated Parvati towards the hospital wing. Once, Poppy, with the help of powerful medical potions, made the pain Parvati felt go away, and healed the bruise the girl had. Professor McGonagall decided to question the girl, hoping to get at least some insight into what had happened. Unfortunately for her, all that the Indian witch remembered was seeing a yellow disc, before an unimaginable pain made her black out. As it seemed that whatever happened to Parvati would remain a mystery, the Transfiguration Professor decided that it was time for her to bring the 2 lions that accompanied her here back to the Gryffindor common room, and then to finally finish grading those damned essays on inanimate to animate transfiguration. They were about to leave, when Professor Flitwick, followed by Professor Sinistra and 2 Ravenclaw prefects, both levitating petrified bodies of Hogwarts students, entered the hospital wing. Thanks, Merlin, you are here, Minerva. The Charms Professor exclaimed. Unfortunately, I'm bringing only bad news. There was another attack, he said in a whisper, pointing to the 2 unmoving bodies the prefects were levitating. Who? The Scott Witch asked, almost afraid to hear the answer. Padma Patil and Amanda Greendale. Harry had never met the second girl, but from her appearance he could tell that she was a 4th or 5th year student. These, Professor Flitwick continued, while pulling a box of polished metal plates from his robes. Were found next to them scattered on the floor. He made a small pause. Ms. Greendale wanted to work on her runes in the library tonight, and Ms. Patil, being interested in ancient runes, tagged along. McGonagall just sighed. The heir was at work again, petrifying her students, and they still could do nothing to stop him. Twins bond. Harry suddenly exclaimed. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. What happened to Parvati was caused by the attack on her twin sister. Professor Flitwick nodded. He had seen the Gryffindor witch in the hospital wing, though she was yet to see her petrified sister as she, Parvati, was sleeping, thanks to a dose of dreamless sleep potion Madame Pomfrey gave her. 5 points to Gryffindor for astuteness. The Charms Professor said, before McGonagall ushered her students back to their common room. The attack on Padma sent the student body into panic. Even though she was from India, she was a pureblood witch, and if the heir attacked her, then no one was safe anymore. Of course, there was a myriad of theories who was behind the attack and how they were made, but all of them were so outrageous and ridiculous that no one would believe them. The great danger that the beast from the Chamber of Secrets presented caused the underground commerce of Hogwarts to bloom as venturesome students were selling amulets and other magical trinkets that, according to them, would protect from the attacks that surprisingly stopped after the one on Padma and Amanda. While the general populace of Hogwarts was either spreading the rumors, all of them ridiculous in their nature, or trying to make money on the fears of others, or was just afraid of every shadow they came across, thinking that the beast from the Chamber of Secrets was hiding there, Harry decided to do his own investigation into what was attacking the students. Of course, Neville and Hermione were with him there, as were Daphne and Draconica, even if the young Potter was yet to officially ask for their help. So far they only knew that the beast was most likely a serpent of some sort, so they were going through the tomes about various magical snakes and creatures related to them. Currently, The green-eyed wizard was reading about a tropical and very poisonous snake called ORMR. Turning the page, he saw a drawing of the said snake. "You sure are pretty," he said, rubbing his finger against the drawn snake's back. The snake stared at him, while the 2 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins next to him gasped. "What?" he asked. "Potter, you can speak Parseltongue," Draconica said in a shocked voice. "Parseltongue?" Harry asked in a bit of surprise. While he had come across the term a couple of times during his studies of magic, he was yet to find somewhere where it would be explained what this term exactly meant. "Yeah, it is the language of serpents," the blonde Slytherin witch replied. "A rare ability that is considered to be hereditary. In Europe only descendants of the Slytherin family have it. There are also a clan in Cambodia and a couple of families in Central America that can speak to snakes. And because Slytherin family wasn't always what we would consider good, in England, Parselmouths, those who can speak Parseltongue, are labeled as dark." Neville added. "It was like this for ages, but after you know who's rise to power it only became worse." Harry nodded, finding this information to be most useful. Now he knew that he should keep his ability a complete secret. Not that he would have revealed it to the world otherwise. In this case I want you to swear that you will not reveal this ability of mine without my expressed consent," the scion of the House Potter said firmly. Hermione looked at him with a hurt expression on her face. Neville only appeared to be a bit surprised, while both Slytherin girls didn't show any emotional response to this request. "But Harry, we're your friends. We won't tell your secret to anyone," the bushy-haired witch said, her eyes on the dark-haired wizard in front of her. "Yes, Hermione, I know. But I have enough attention on me as I am. I don't need extra. And while I'm sure you will not tell this secret to anyone consciously, it is still possible that you can blab it without thinking. The oath I ask for is to prevent that." The Gryffindor witch nodded slowly. "Okay, Harry, I understand." And she was the first one to swear the oath, followed by Neville, and, finally, 2 Slytherin witches. Quote. "You know, Potter, you have quite a bit of Slytherin slyness in you," Daphne said once the oaths were sworn. Harry chuckled. "I'll take that as a compliment." After a small pause, he continued. "But enough of that, we need to continue our research." There was a round of nods and the 5 second-year students returned to trying to find out what the beast from the Chamber of Secrets was. Unfortunately for the 5, they had to halt their research for now as the Hogwarts professors devised a new way to keep the students in the common rooms. They were now assigning a lot of extra homework, so much that even Hermione barely had any free time left. At least the heir of Slytherin was in the same situation and no new attacks were happening, which allowed the school to breathe a sigh of relief and relax a little bit. After 3 weeks without any attack, the last one being on Padma and Amanda, Hogwarts staff decided to let the children have some fun, and so the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was scheduled to Sunday afternoon that week. While Harry had to go and play for his house, the rest of the research team weren't bound like that, and Hermione and Neville decided to continue researching the beast from the chamber. Draconica and Daphne, though, decided not to join their colleagues, and went to watch the match with the rest of the school. The game was much more intense than normal for these teams, as both sides were playing their absolute best, not knowing whether they will have a chance for another match or not this school year. Or at all, as if the attacks wouldn't stop, the chances were, the Hogwarts will be closed. An hour into the game, both teams had scored more than 100 points, Gryffindor being a single goal away from 200s, and it seemed that they still were warming up, thus the match was very interesting to watch. Too bad, the weather wasn't very welcoming for both players and spectators, but it was the end of January in the northern Scotland, so it would have been foolish to expect anything other than chilly wind and light but unpleasantly prickly snow at this time. Because of this weather, Harry was just hovering high above the pitch, trying to spot the little golden ball, which seemed to be hiding well today, and if not for the warming charms the girls, Chaser Trio, put on his Quidditch robes in the locker rooms, he would have froze into an icicle long ago. Finally, the green-eyed boy caught a flash of gold just outside of the ring of the tribunes around the pitch, and headed there, pushing his nimbus to its limits, wanting to return to the warm and cozy common room as fast as possible. Of course, Cedric Diggory, fifth-year Hufflepuff seeker, saw him move and too headed to where the snitch was, but as he was even further from the flying ball than Harry, and on a slower broom, he had little to no chances of catching it. And indeed, the young Potter was the first to reach the snitch, but the tiny ball was as difficult to catch as always, so Harry had to show a good deal of his flying skills to keep up with it. Finally the winged ball seemed to get tired of advanced aerobatics and let the Gryffindor seeker to get close. Harry was about to catch it, when Madame Hooch yelled for the game to stop. He still caught the ball, even if he had suspicions that this won't be counted, before heading to the center of the pitch where both teams, Madame Hooch and Professor McGonagall, were. As it turned out, the match was cancelled because another attack happened. And even before the Transfiguration professor asked him to go with her to the hospital wing, Harry knew who got attacked: Hermione and Neville. His fears were proven correct when he saw their petrified forms in the hospital wing. Apparently, the heir, or his informants, had overheard them when Hermione said during the lunch that she had an idea about what the beast from the Chamber of Secrets was. Harry returned to the common room, feeling very down from having his friends taken from him, and he now wanted to make whoever was behind the attacks pay for what he, or she, had done. And to make things worse, it seemed that the Hogwarts staff was doing nothing to prevent the attacks from happening again, and it fell to him to stop the heir, so someone from the student body will have to stop the attacks permanently. But without Hermione, it would take him ages to unveil the secrets of the chamber. Harry was sure of that, so he would have to take Draconica and Daphne up on their offer. The young Potter approached the girls during the break between two Dada lessons, and they agreed to help him in his research like they had promised. Unfortunately, with the amount of the homework they, all students, had, and the curfew policies being enforced like never before, they would have to wait until Thursday to meet up and start working on unraveling the secrets of Slytherin's chamber. Unfortunately for the three researchers, they didn't find anything about the snakes that could petrify, and could like in Scotland. Even among those serpents that were already extinct. Basilisks came close, though, but their gaze killed, not petrified, so the kings of serpents were removed from the list of possible monster of the chamber. Harry had suggested that they look into wider selections of beasts that were related to snakes, those like chimeras, lamia or nagas, but as it was almost time for dinner, they had to end their research for today. Hopefully, they'll have time to meet up and continue looking for what was attacking students sometime before next Thursday. As the days went by, the morale of the Hogwarts was still low, as many feared that they would be the next target of the mysterious heir of Slytherin. It was already proved that even purebloods and members of Slytherin House weren't safe. And no one even now had any information about what was the beast that attacked the students, or where the Chamber of Secrets was, or even who this heir was. So one Gilderoy Lockhart got a bright idea of boosting school's morale. Of course, knowing Lockhart, this was not going to end well. Lockhart's idea of a morale booster became clear at breakfast time on February 15th. 14th was a Sunday after all, so the blonde Dada professor moved the event one day. When Harry walked into the Great Hall, for a moment he thought that he had made a mistake and entered the wrong room. The walls were all covered with large, lurid pink flowers, while pink heart-shaped confetti was falling from the pale blue ceiling. Trying his best to ignore the decorations, the green-eyed wizard went over to the Gryffindor table. "What's going on?" Harry asked them, sitting down and wiping confetti off his bacon. Weasley twins pointed to the professor's table, where Lockhart could be seen wearing lurid pink robes to match the hall's decorations, and was waving for silence. Professors around him were looking stony-faced, though one could see a muscle going in Professor McGonagall's cheek, while the Hogwarts potions master looked like someone had force-fed him a barrel of the nastiest potions known to a man. "Happy Valentine's Day!" Lockhart shouted. "And may I thank the 43 people who have sent me cards. Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and it doesn't end here." He clapped his hands, and a dozen of dwarfs, who looked like they'd rather be elsewhere, marched into the Great Hall. They all were wearing golden wings and had harps in their small hands. Unfortunately, neither made them look any better. "My friendly card-carrying cupids." Quote. Harry could have heard many students snort at this point. "We'll be roving around the school today, delivering your valentines. And the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter into the spirit of the occasion. Why not ask Professor Snape to show you how to whip up a love potion? The potion's master gave the student body a look that clearly said that the first one to ask a love potion from him would become his unwilling dummy for testing new, and no doubt vile in both taste and effect potions. And while you're at it, Professor Flitwick knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met, the sly old dog. The miniature professor buried his face in his hands. Harry hoped that aside from having to sit through 2 lessons with Lockhart, his day would be free of his hellish version of the Valentine's Day, but, as always, he had a bad luck. Just as he was about to head down to the Great Hall for some lunch, a dwarf grabbed him by his ankle, stopping him. Oi! You! Harry Potter! The dwarf said, twanging his harp in a threatening way. I've got a musical message to deliver to you in person. The scion of the House Potter tried to pry the little thing off him, but the dwarf proved to be far stronger than Harry gave him credit for. Here is your singing Valentine. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, his hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's really divine, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. The dwarf sang in an awfully not musical voice. What's going on here? Came a drawling voice of the youngest Malfoy. Getting some ridiculous complimentary songs from your fans. Unfortunately for Basilius, Theodore Nott decided that this was a chance to make him a laughingstock of the house. I knew you had a thing for dark-haired ones, but I never thought that you were playing for the other team. The older Slytherin boy said. I think I need to place some new security charms on my room's door. Just in case. Basilius yelled something along the lines of, when my father hears of this. Before disappearing into the crown, obviously trying to escape with whatever dignity he still had after the Knott's comment. You owe me a small favor for this, Potter. Theodore said, before adding in a whisper. I saved you from that little bastard and whatever he had planned to humiliate you, after all. Harry just nodded, before heading to the Great Hall, hoping that this would cause this awful day to end sooner. Harry, Draconica and Daphne were once again found in the library, surrounded by many tomes on magical beasts as they were still trying to deduce what the monster from the Chamber of Secrets was. Suddenly, the blonde witch broke the silence. I think it might be a Medusa. After all, they were known for their ability to turn living people into stone statues. Draconica said as she continued reading the article from the book. No, it isn't Medusa. Harry replied from behind his own pile of the books. Both girls sent questioning looks in his direction, not that he could have seen those, though. And why is that, Potter? Daphne asked, while looking into her fellow Slytherin's book. They fit well with what we know about the monster from the chamber. Harry shook his head. First of all, the last known Medusa, Gorgon, was killed some 3,000 years ago, which is long before Hogwarts was founded. He said. And the second reason why the beast we are looking for is something else. According to the Greeks, Medusa's life expectancy is about 50 years and they are not capable of hibernation, so unless we're speaking about a group of them, the one that can sustain their number, they would have died out not long after the founders did. And what if there is a group of them living somewhere in the castle? Daphne asked. Aside from the legend saying that there is only one monster in the chamber. Medusas are a bit like Nagas as their upper body is that of a human. The chances are their children, like human ones, aren't a perfect replica of their parents. Thus, if Medusas were the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, the legend would be different. The scion of House Potter replied. And let's not forget that all known Medusas were killed 2 millennia before Hogwarts was founded, so I find it doubtful that Salazar Slytherin could find one, never mind many, to live in his secret chamber. Now that you put it like that, the dark-haired witch said. I'll have to agree with you that the monster is not a Medusa. After a moment she added. But that still was a good idea, wasn't it? The Gryffindor wizard shrugged. Not that the girls had seen that. Oh well, let's continue looking. Now that they had already looked through most of the books about magical creatures in the Hogwarts library, they could finish their research tonight. What is that damn thing? Harry swore, trying to keep his voice down and not to slam the last book about the magical creatures shut. There is nothing that fits what we know about the beast from the chamber that was around when Salazar lived. The girls, while equally displeased with the lack of findings, kept their cool though. Calm down, Potter. Throwing a temper tantrum will not help our situation in the least. Daphne said in her usual distant tone. The scion of House Potter took a deep breath and tried to calm down, like he was advised to. With what we have found, I can make two conclusions. One being that we are missing some vital information and are not looking for the beast where we should, and the other, the monster of the chamber isn't a recorded magical creature, but something that Salazar bred himself. He sure was genius enough to do that. The green-eyed boy said. Draconica nodded. That would make sense why we can't find anything, she said. But any idea which one of the two is correct? After all, if we just made a mistake and dismissed the beast as not possible due to not having enough information, dealing with it would be much easier than fighting against a completely unknown monster. You are saying that we will have to fight it? Harry asked. While he wanted the heir to pay for what happened to Neville and Hermione and others, he didn't think he was suicidal enough to go down to the Chamber of Secrets, wherever it was, and fight the horror that resided there. No, by we, I meant everyone in the castle, but wouldn't the professor be in the similar conditions? After all, they only have knowledge and experience, not some extra superpowers we don't. The blonde witch replied. The Gryffindor wizard nodded. Yeah, right, he said. And for some reason I too think that we're just missing some details about the monster and the attacks. Actually, I feel like I should know these details, but for some reason I can't think of what they are. Don't worry, Potter, Daphne said. The situation will be resolved, so just take care not to become the next victim. Gee, thanks, Harry chuckled. But seeing that our little research reached its dead end for the time being, I believe we should stop it and wait for some new information to appear. The girls nodded. Be safe. See you tomorrow. And with that he disappeared into the thin air via his invisibility cloak. After all, it wouldn't do if he were to found wandering around the castle alone. During the next 2 months, thanks to a great load of homework, which did its purpose of keeping students in the common room, and the lack of any activity of the heir, Harry did no real progress in uncovering the mystery that surrounded the attacks. Daphne and Draconica weren't any more lucky either. The only thing that the trio was sure about, the attack on Hermione and Neville, was to silence them. Apparently, the bushy-haired witch had almost uncovered what and how was attacking the students. As there were no attack for about 2 months, the Hogwarts population started relaxing a bit, even though in the past the heir, too, had taken a holiday. So, maybe, because almost everyone was losing their vigilance, thinking that there will be no attacks now, they started happening again. On Wednesday, April 21st, a fourth-year half-blood Hufflepuff Jack Longbow was found petrified on the second floor, just a dozen meters away from where the first attack, the one on Filch's cat, had happened. And like that time, there was a lot of water on the floor. Since this had happened before dinner, by the time the meal had ended, everyone in the school knew about the return of Slytherin's heir. The security measures were upped once again, but this didn't seem to be doing much, as the next morning an enforced prefect patrol, 2 sixth years, Scott Thompson and Jessica McKinley, the later being a politically neutral pure-blood Slytherin, and astronomy professor Aurora Sinistra, were found on the 4th floor next to an armor suit with a well-polished metal shield. The news about entire patrol being successfully attacked threw Hogwarts into a panic, and the fact that Dumbledore was put on probation for being unable to resolve the situation wasn't helping any, as the headmaster was limited in his powers, while there was no one to assist him there yet. In other words, the school defenses were only crippled. The only thing to brighten up the day was Professor Sprout announcing that mandrakes were almost ready and would be harvested in a week. With astronomy cancelled due to the professor being petrified, Harry had some extra time to think about the whole situation with the attacks, and he came to a conclusion that he found a piece of the puzzle he and Draconica and Daphne missed 2 months ago. But he was not about to act without consulting with the Slytherin witches, just in case he was mistaken about the whole thing. You do look quite enthusiastic today, Potter, Daphne said, once the trio was a little bit away from the rest of the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Did you find out what the monster of the chamber is? Actually no, the green-eyed wizard replied. But I got an idea that might lead us to that. The witches both raised their eyebrows. And what that would be? Draconica asked, as she was looking at him intently. Well, I was thinking about the circumstances of the attack and noticed this. Filch's cat and now Mr. Longbow were found next to puddles of water. Colin Creevy was looking through his camera, which is specular by the way. Thomas White was next to the window during the night. Justin saw whatever attacked him through nearly headless Nick. Padma and Amanda Greendale had reflective metal plates scattered at their feet while Hermione and Neville had a mirror and the patrol that was found yesterday morning was next to the polished armor suit. The scion of the House Potter said. Now that you put it like that. Tracy and John Freeman were like they were looking at his pocket clock. Are you trying to say that none of the victims saw the attacker directly? The blonde witch asked. Yes, Harry replied. That is exactly what I wanted to say. We missed the real monster during our research because we were looking for something that could petrify directly. In our case, it appears, petrifications happened because the attacks weren't at full power thanks to the reflections, or, in Justin's case, Ghost's semi-transparent body. The witches nodded, seeing the logic in his theory. And if I'm correct, the beast from the chamber is a basilisk. It can be derived from two facts. 1. There were no visible damage on either of the victims of the petrification, thus the attacks are either spell-based or were in the form of a gaze. And 2. Basilisk can kill with their gaze, so it's more than likely that the reflection of it would petrify. The girls nodded again. Good God, Potter! Daphne exclaimed, showing more emotions than usual. Are you sure you aren't a Slytherin or a Ravenclaw? She asked. Harry grinned sheepishly. Actually, the hat wanted to place me into your house, but found me to be too impatient to be a Slytherin, that's why I'm a Gryffindor. The girls looked at each other not sure what to make out of this revelation. I see, was Daphne's reply. At this moment Lockhart let the previous group of students to leave his classroom and the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins started filling in. Since the class was reduced in their numbers, Harry chose a now empty seat next to Daphne instead of his usual one. After all, they did have a business to discuss, and seeing that their time outside of the common rooms was very limited, they should be using every opportunity now that they had a clue about what was going on with the attacks. Okay, so, suppose we are right, and it's a basilisk attacking. It's true that they can live for a very long time, but that also means that they grow really large. For one, I find it doubtful that a giant snake can move through the castle unnoticed. Draconica said. Well, I don't know how to answer this question, but I'm sure we can come with some ideas in this hour. The scion of the House Potter replied. Actually, I might have a clue for that. After Susan's lecture at DS, when I was returning to the tower, I heard a voice in Parseltongue. At that moment I thought that it was a mere hallucination, but now I know it was not. The point is, the voice was coming through the wall. Or I think it was. But the walls, aren't they solid? Daphne asked. Harry shook his head. Dunno. I think that a detailed map of Hogwarts would help us greatly, but the only one I know is in possession of the Weasley twins, and I don't see them giving it to us. He said. And how the map would help us in solving the mystery of the hisses from inside the walls? Daphne asked. I won't, was the reply of the green-eyed wizard. Well, not directly. But with the map, we can see where exactly the attacks had happened, so we might be able to find something in common about them. And that might give us a clue about how the basilisk is moving around. The girls nodded. I think I should also tell McGonagall about the basilisk. While we aren't completely about that, all clues we have are pointing towards that. The young Potter thought. Professors are the ones that are ought to deal with it anyway, so they must know this. Later, just after the lesson finished, Harry was confronted by an angry Weasley boy. It looked like Ron was very much against the idea of him working with Slytherin witches. You traitorous bastard! How can you talk to those slimy Slytherins? The redhead yelled. How can you betray Gryffindor like that? Betray by associating with those backstabbing snakes. This earned him a fist to his stomach. While Harry wasn't particularly strong, Ron didn't have any physical training at all, not even from chores he might be doing at home, so the impact was more than enough to stop him. Never badmouth my friends. The scion of the House Potter hissed. And I do not have to answer you questions about why I am talking to Daphne and Draconica. But I will. They want their revenge on the heir since he had hurt their friend. We have the common goal, and uniting our resources was the optimal solution, given the situation. He made a pause. I do not wish to talk any more about this. And he walked away, catching up to the rest of the Gryffindor second years. Not wanting to be left behind in the corridor alone, Ron had to hobble after his classmates as fast as he could. Later that evening, just as she returned from yet another staff meeting, Professor McGonagall found a note on her table. A couple of white owl feathers were a clear indication of who had sent this note, though. Curious, she picked the note up and read it. Good evening, Professor. I know that you were investigating into what is attacking the Hogwarts population, and I also know that you weren't able to find the answer to that question. While we too aren't completely sure about this, we do believe that the beast is a basilisk. The gaze of a basilisk is fatal, but it appears that no one had looked into beast's eyes directly. It was either a reflection or through a ghost, which can't die for the second time, thus the cases of petrification. Unfortunately, we were unable to find a plausible explanation of how the 1,000 years old, and, without a question, huge, basilisk is moving undetected. We also don't have any idea of who the heir is, or where the Chamber of Secrets is, but we still believe that our findings will be helpful. The Scot woman shook her head. Kids these days. Though Harry was right, their findings will be helpful. The staff came to a similar conclusions about the beast from the chamber, but this was the final proof that they were indeed facing an ancient and very powerful basilisk. And while the note wasn't signed, Professor McGonagall knew who exactly wrote it, and who was working on uncovering the secrets of the chamber. 30 points to Gryffindor for assistance in protecting Hogwarts from the heir. 20 points to Slytherin. While the Transfiguration professor didn't like Slytherins much, she was a Gryffindor after all. She was also very fair, and she knew that Ms. Malfoy and Ms. Greengrass were working with the Golden Trio to uncover the mysteries that surrounded the attacks. For assistance in protecting Hogwarts from the heir. Satisfied with this, she folded the note and headed to the headmaster's office. The staff needed to know that there was indeed a basilisk on the loose in the castle. Meanwhile, Harry was having a conversation with the infamous Weasley twins. He knew they had some kind of a map of Hogwarts in their possession. The twins, of course, tried to deny that at first, but then gave in and started asking why he needed the map. The green-eyed Potter truthfully told them that he needed it. Well, second, third and fourth floors parts at least, to try to uncover some more mysteries of the infamous Chamber of Secrets. While the twins didn't want to give the map itself to anyone, they too wanted the situation with the heir resolved in a way that wouldn't have Hogwarts closed. So they agreed to make a partial copy of their map for Harry. Unfortunately, copying even 3 floors worth of the map will take some time, as the castle wasn't small and the map itself was protected from any copying charms a Hogwarts student might know. See. On Monday, Harry once again chose to sit with Daphne and Draconica during the Dada lessons. Thankfully, the Weasley twins were able to finish the copy of Hogwarts map for him yesterday evening, so the scion of the House Potter and his partners could continue trying to solve the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. I see, you got a map, Potter. The dark-haired witch said. But I still hardly can see how it will help us understand how the basilisk is moving round the castle unnoticed. The green-eyed wizard shook his head. Like I said, it won't help us answer that question directly, but... He pulled a handful of nuts out of his pocket, placing them on the table next to the map. These will show us where the attacks had happened. He illustrated, while placing the small bronze coins onto the map. And they formed more or less 3 defined groups, which was a clear indication that there was a pattern there. What can we say about these places? He asked as he pointed to the map. One group of the attacks happened next to the girls' toilet no one uses because of the ghost haunting it. Another happened near the rarely used boys' toilet. The third group is next to the corridor leading to the currently abandoned part of the castle. Draconica said as she studied the map. In other words, none of these 3 places is commonly visited by teachers or students. Harry concluded. But there might be another thing in common. I'm not sure, but I don't think there are any portraits at these locations, meaning no one can see the heir and the basilisk. The girls nodded. And now that you mentioned a ghost, isn't that so-called Ning Myrtle? Yeah, she's the ghost that haunts girls' toilet on the second floor. The blonde witch replied, causing the young Potter to smile a bit. And she's the only ghost in the castle that is young enough to be a student at the moment of her death. The girls looked at him, not exactly following his train of thoughts. If you remember, the chamber was opened once about 50 years ago. There were several cases of petrification and a single death. Harry picked a sickle and placed it over the Myrtle's bathroom. I believe that she was that one student that died when the chamber was opened last time. Oh. Both Daphne and Draconica breathed out. Harry's theory seemed to be very plausible. Daphne continued then. But this still doesn't answer the question about how the basilisk is moving around unnoticed. Harry nodded towards the map. Notice that two of the three locations near which the attacks happened are toilets. He said. He had already deduced this a couple of minutes ago, but he wanted to see whether the girls would come to the similar conclusion or not. Pipes. The dark-haired witch said. There is a huge system of pipes in the castle. Some of those should be big enough to fit a huge snake. She made a small pause. And the biggest pipes are connected to the toilets. And, of course, these pipes are hidden in the walls or something like that as we can't see them. Yes, I think that's why I was hearing the basilisk hissing coming from the wall. Harry said. The serpent was moving through the pipe that was in the wall. Okay. So we know what the monster from the Chamber of Secrets is, and how it petrifies the victims, and how it moves without being noticed. But what about the location of the chamber? Draconica asked. Well, these toilets seem to be the entrances. The green-eyed wizard said, as he was looking at the map in front of them. I'm not sure which one is used in the abandoned part of the castle, but that seemed to be of little importance as Myrtle's bathroom is the main one. Why do you think so? Daphne asked. Remember the writing on the wall? The young Potter replied. It takes some time to make it, especially with how resistant to any and all attempts of removal it was. The heir just wouldn't have enough time to come there from another location. The attack and the writing were made during the dinner, remember? So that toilet is the main entrance of the chamber. We should tell professors about that. Draconica said. The sooner the situation is resolved, the sooner Hogwarts will be back to normal. Agreed. Harry nodded. But there is one small problem. I doubt that Slytherin would let just anyone enter his secret chamber. There ought to be some protections, and they must be either blood-based or Parseltongue-based. We really should hope that it is the later one. The two witches nodded. If the protections of the chamber were blood-based, there was no way for them, professors, to enter it and kill the basilisk. So you'll have to risk yourself to protect the school. The blonde witch asked. Like him, she too didn't want Hogwarts to be closed. He shook his head. Nah, unless there will be an ambush, no. I'll just open the doors and let the professors do their job there. And, of course, as I will ask them all to swear the oath of non-disclosure, my status of a Parselmouth will remain a secret. Good. Ms. Malfoy replied, making Harry raise his eyebrow. Are you worried about me, milady? I'm flattered, he said, causing Daphne to let out a giggle, while Draconica's cheeks turned pink. Don't dream of it, Potter. When Professor Flitwick hurried into the Great Hall and towards the professor's table with a terrified face, Harry knew that things had just turned from bad to worst. And even though the staff was trying not to cause any unnecessary panic, their hushed whispers about a student being abducted and Hogwarts being closed could still be heard by those who were close enough to their table. The final proof that something bad had happened was Dumbledore announcing that the classes were cancelled and everyone was to return to the dormitories and wait for further instructions there. Harry, though, decided that it was the best time to reveal that he and his friends had at least an idea of where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets may be. So he waited for the rest of the students, led by prefects, to head towards the exit from the Great Hall, and walked up to the professor's table. Is there something you need, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked, as the entire Hogwarts staff that was currently there was looking at him. Not need per se, but I do have something that might help you avert the worst of the current crisis. While this did sound a bit arrogant, no one, not even Snape, dared to comment about that right now. And what that would be, Harry, my boy? Dumbledore asked, turning the twinkling of his eyes to the maximum. The scion of the House Potter sent a glare at him for the familiarity of addressing, but otherwise ignored it, concentrating on answering the question instead. I myself and my friends were researching into the mysteries of the chamber as well, as you all might know by now. Several professors, including the headmaster himself, nodded. While we have no proof, we believe that we found the most likely location of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The green-eyed boy made a short pause. Unfortunately, we also believe that the chamber has some protections that would not let those unworthy enter. Please share your thoughts with us, Mr. Potter. Professor Sprout said, moving closer to him, like she hoped to hear more because of that. It seems that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is located somewhere in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. That particular toilet is haunted by so-called Ning Myrtle, whom, we believe, was that one student killed by the basilisk when the chamber was opened 50 years ago. Dumbledore let out a chuckle. What could have been expected from the most cunning wizard that Salazar Slytherin was? To hide his chamber in the place where no one would think of looking for it. Then the elderly wizard shook his head. But I'm afraid, you are right, and there must be some protections on the chamber so that only the one of his blood can enter. So, unless there is some way to obtain the needed blood, all we can do is sealing the entrance. He said in a gravely tone. Madame Pomfrey, who was eating in the Great Hall today instead of her office, snorted. I doubt that. Salazar might have been a bastard, according to the history books, but he undoubtedly was a genius when it came to potions, and he should have known that installing blood-based locks in the toilet of all places isn't, well, good. I think that he used another method for choosing whether someone can enter his chamber or not. His bloodline was that of Parselmouths. The Medi Witch said. That is of little help to us, as the last known Parselmouth was the Dark Lord himself. The Hogwarts potions master said. Harry steeled himself, preparing to reveal his secret. No, that is of some help, as I know one other Parselmouth. The young Potter said. But I need you to swear on your magic not to disclose the following information to the world without my expressed permission. He made a small pause, barely a moment, before adding, meanwhile I will swear an unbreakable vow that I'm not the heir of Slytherin, that is attacking Hogwarts population. Of course, there were a couple of very subtle calls to arrest him for his ability, but those were quickly silenced by the headmaster. After the vows were sworn and the basic plans for entering the chambers were created, Dumbledore sent the heads of the houses to inform the other students to stay in the dormitories for the time being, while the rest of the Hogwarts staff plus Harry headed towards the Ning Myrtle's toilet. 15 minutes later, the group that was going down to the chamber, minus Professor McGonagall, who was yet to return from the Gryffindor Tower, assembled next to Ning Myrtle's toilet, and right under the last message from the heir. Harry wasn't surprised that the headmaster, Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape were there. They all were known for their dueling skills and powerful magic. Presence of Lockhart was a bit surprising, as the young Potter thought that the man would run away at the first sign of a real danger to his narcissistic self. Whom Harry was surprised to see was Bathsheba Babbling, study of ancient runes professor. She was a thin middle-aged woman, who might have been really pretty when she was a couple of decades younger, wearing a bit stylish glasses and robes ill-suited for anything beyond sitting, standing or walking. Though, if she was that good with runes, her defenses would be second only to Dumbledore's. Alas, there were no runic shields that could stop the gaze of a basilisk. Finally, Professor McGonagall arrived, with Ronald Weasley following her closely behind. Harry was half expecting the redhead to do something like this. After all, it was his sister that the heir had abducted, but still hoped that their head of the house would be able to keep him away from going with them to the chamber. Minerva, are you sure it's wise bringing young Mr. Weasley here? The Hogwarts headmaster asked as he looked at the Transfiguration professor. No, I'd rather he stayed in the dormitory, but he was quite adamant about going down there to save Ms. Weasley. McGonagall replied. But, anyway, now that we're all here, shouldn't we start? Professor Bubbling shook her head. While we all want the school to be safe, I think I should remind you that we're up against a 1,000-years-old basilisk, with a hide that can withstand even really powerful magics. And let's not forget about its deathly gaze. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, going down there unprepared would be an utter suicide. Harry raised his hand, causing Snape to look him like he did something wrong during his potions lesson. If I may, while basilisk hide is really resistant to magic, it shouldn't be that good against physical attacks. This raised a couple of eyebrows. And what are you suggesting, Potter? That someone will have to approach the damn basilisk and stab it with a sword? The potions master sneered. You are even more arrogant than your father if you think that this gonna work. Dumbledore raised his hand. Severus, he said with a reproach. Then the ancient headmaster turned to the scion of the House Potter. So, what was your idea, Harry? While I myself chose different interests, because of my career choice, my cousin is quite interested when it comes to the firearms. So I know that 0.5 round from sniper rifle like Barrett M82 can pierce up to 30 millimeters of steel. I doubt that the hide of the basilisk is more resistant to damage than this. The green-eyed Gryffindor said. Interesting. Dumbledore muttered. But to kill the beast with a rifle you'll have to aim. And while you're aiming, you are very vulnerable to the gaze. Yeah, but as the basilisk is living in some hidden chamber, I have little doubt that it adapted to darkness. A powerful flash of light, like Lumos Solaris or, maybe, Maxima Lumos, should be enough to force it to shut its eyes for several seconds. The headmaster pondered about for a couple of seconds, before nodding. That should work. Take 15 points to Gryffindor for your idea. Harry nodded, before adding. But since the rifle is pretty heavy and has great recoil, it would be a good idea to make it, not the bullet, though, featherlight, and add a powerful cushioning charm to its butt. Dumbledore nodded. He had thought about doing something similar himself. Now, Harry, if you would be so kind to provide me with a copy of your memories about the rifle in question. Quote. The Hogwarts headmaster said as he drew his wand and gently pressed it to Harry's temple. Just concentrate your thoughts on it. The young Potter did what he was asked, but almost lost his concentration, when he felt a sensation of something cool being pulled out of his head. Looking at Headmaster's wand, he saw that it now had a silverish strand attached to its tip. This is a copy of your thoughts about the rifle, Dumbledore said, before pressing the tip of his wand to his own right temple, making the thought absorb into his head. I see, he said after a couple of seconds, before waving his wand in a complicated manner. A rifle was conjured a couple of seconds later. Its colors and some proportions were a bit off, but the most important part, the one that was supposed to shoot, was all right. Once the ancient wizard was sure that he didn't make any mistakes with the conjuration, he added the featherlight and cushioning charms. Geminio, Dumbledore whispered, once again pointing his wand at the rifle. Slowly 4 copies of it appeared. Well, these should last only for a couple of hours, but that should be long enough for us to complete the task. Quickly checking the copies with his magic, from his day on the battlefields of the Second World War, Dumbledore knew how important it was for weapons to be in perfect condition. He gave the copied rifles to everyone but Lockhart and Ron. Now that we're ready, let's go deal with the beast, Professor Bubbling said. The rest of the group nodded and, led by Dumbledore, entered Ning Myrtle's toilet. Once there, the ancient wizard did some complex scanning charms, which, in the end, revealed that there was a concentration of magic far above normal on one of the sinks that together formed the column in the center of the bathroom. The entrance must be there, Dumbledore said. Nodding, Harry approached the sink and, casting the Muffaliato charm so that those not under the oath of non-disclosure would not hear him talking in Parseltongue, started inspecting the sink. Finally, after a couple of minutes he found a small snake engraved on the surface of the tap. Forcing himself to think of it as a real serpent, the young Potter decided to command it to open the way to the chamber. Open, he hissed. Much to his surprise, this worked and the sink started sinking into the floor, revealing a huge hole that was an end of a giant pipe. Canceling the muffling charm, he addressed to the professors. I think I should go first, in case there are more similar locks on the way. There were reluctant nods as no professor, aside from Snape, possibly wanted a student to risk his life before them, but Harry did have a point. Very well, Dumbledore said. Taking a deep breath, Harry entered the pipe. So they are here. A bit too soon for my likes, but what can I do about that? Not completely corporeal yet, Tom thought as he felt someone enter his chamber of secrets. And to think that they found a parcelmouth to open the way. Who can it be? He used what little powers he had at the moment to get a better reading from the wards that protected the chamber. Potter. How dare he possess the noble gift of my ancestors? Previously he planned to ask whether the boy would join his cause or not, but now that Potter bastard was going to die for his crimes against the ancient and noble House Slytherin. Forcing more power that he took from that naive little girl that wrote in his diary in the wards, Tom forced the entrance to close. He wanted to deal with Potter one-on-one, without that annoying old man interfering. Unfortunately for him, the secret gate in the pipe through which undesirables were entering his chamber took some time to close, so two more managed to slip in. Oh well, Tom reasoned. One of them is a useless buffoon that taught Dada this year, and the other is a blood traitorous scum. They won't be a problem for me. Now he just had to wait for Potter Brat to arrive to the inner chamber, where he would kill him. Via basilisk most likely, as he still had about 2 hours before he will become completely corporeal. Downsides of starting the ritual before the required level of bonding with the sacrifice was reached. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore sighed as he felt something shift inside the pipe Ron Weasley had just entered. It appeared that the heir had some control over this part of the castle while he did not, as the chamber's wards were not the part of Hogwarts grid. It appears that our opponent had trapped them in his chamber. And I'm afraid we will not be able to break into it in time to save them from a certain death. The faces of all professors, including Snape's, darkened. But we all should do our best to bring these wards down and help our wards and colleague. With those words the ancient headmaster motioned Professor Bubbling to follow him, before entering the pipe. On the other end of the pipe, things were even worse. Just as Lockhart was standing up from his landing, Ron Weasley crashed into him, sending them both back onto the dirty ground with enough force to break Blonde Man's wand and send Ron's, still held together by generous amount of spellotape by the way, out of boys' hands. And at the same time magic around them finished sealing the only exit from the chamber they knew. It seems that the adventure ends here, Lockhart said as he threw Ron off himself while simultaneously picking Boy's wand. I really should thank the heir for sealing the entrance. No one will know what happened here. The blonde buffoon proclaimed. I shall take a bit of this skin back up to the school, tell them I was too late to save the girl. Quote. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Harry trained his wand. The rifle had only one round, and it was reserved for the basilisk, on Lockhart, who continued his villain's speech. And that you two tragically lost your minds at the sight of her mangled body. Say goodbye to your memories. The fraud Dada professor raised Ron's wand, pointing it at the boys. Obliviate. This plan of Lockhart's might have worked, had the man not forgotten the condition Ron's wand was in. So, instead of wiping Boy's memories, he ended up with the wand exploding in his hand, with enough force to disfigure it, most likely, permanently, while several beams of magic were sent in all directions. One of these beams hit Lockhart on his shoulder, evaporating the flesh there and causing the blonde buffoon to pass out from pain. Another beam hit the ceiling, causing collapse. On his instincts, Harry dove away from the danger, to the left. Unfortunately for him, this meant that the collapsing ceiling blocked the exit from the chamber from him. Sighing, Harry adjusted the rifle on his back and, creating a small light on the tip of his wand, started walking towards the heart of the Chamber of Secrets, hoping that there he would find another exit from this place, even though his self-preservation instincts were screaming to run away from this foul place. But he continued walking. Soon the dark and dirty corridor ended with a wall that looked to be made from big granite blocks. In the center of the wall, there was a circular door made from some kind of metal. This door lacked a knob or any visible locks, but there were two iron snakes opposite to the hinges of the door. And since he was yet to see any routes coming this way, aside from the one he used himself, Harry reasoned that if there were other exits from the chamber, they were beyond this door. Open. He hissed at the snakes. And he was surprised when they started slithering round the edge of the door, while the sounds of bolts moving were heard. Once the snakes returned to their original positions, the great door slowly opened, revealing a corridor, lit by greenish torches. Readying himself for whatever he may face there, the young Potter stepped into the corridor. It was shorter than the previous one, barely 30 meters, and it ended with an archway, leading into a great chamber, lit by the same cold greenish light easily 4 times the great hall, with multiple other archways along the walls and a great face of Salazar Slytherin on the wall opposite the one where his archway was. There are also thick stone pillars, entwined with carved serpents, supporting the ceiling that was barely seen in the shadows of the chamber. Far away from him and just several meters in front of Salazar's face, Harry saw a body of Ginevra Weasley. He ran to her and checked the girl. She was pale and her skin felt cold, like she was almost dead. Suddenly sound from the nearest pillar got his attention. Looking there, Harry saw a handsome but slightly transparent teen in Slytherin Hogwarts robes. "So you are the heir?" Harry asked, pointing his wand at the unknown boy. "Indeed, Potter," the teen replied. "But I'm offended that you can't recognize me. We, or better yet, my future self and you, had a very memorable meeting some 12 years ago." Harry scowled. "You are Voldemort." The young Dark Lord remained impassive. "As I was, while still attending Hogwarts," was his reply. "But I believe I shouldn't take any more of your time. You are already 12 years late to meet the blood traitors that you call your parents." The scion of the House Potter jumped away from young Voldemort, while taking a defensive stance. Voldemort didn't pay that any mind though, as instead of outright attacking the boy in front of him, he spoke to Salazar's head in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The giant statue opened its mouth, creating a way for something to enter the chamber. "Here comes the basilisk," Harry whispered to himself, but the not yet corporeal Dark Lord heard him. And this caused him to let out an evil chuckle. "Do you really think that a no-good half-blood like can defeat the noble king of serpents? Just be a good little boy. Our esteemed headmaster wants you to be and die to atone for your sins of daring to possess noble gifts of the Slytherin line." The young Potter sent him a hateful glare, before shutting his eyes close as the basilisk entered the chamber. "Kill the boy," young Voldemort ordered. Harry raised his wand and listened for the giant serpent approaching him. "Lumos Solaris," the green-eyed Gryffindor yelled, creating a bright flash of light that temporarily blinded anyone that had his or her as the basilisk was actually a female eyes open. The basilisk let out an angry hiss and started blindly attacking anything nearby, hoping to hiss the offender. Using this to his advantage, Harry took the rifle he had on his back before now, and aimed it to where he expected Serpent's head to be. "No, no, no, Potter, you've been a bad boy for playing with these muggle toys." Young Voldemort, who somehow had already regained his ability to see, mocked. "I'll have to take this from you." He drew Ginny's wand. Finite. The conjured rifle resisted the spell for a second, before dissolving into nothing. "Damn," Harry swore, before having to jump behind the nearest pillar, as the basilisk, while still having its eyes closed, turned its head in his direction. The soon-to-be reborn Dark Lord, though, wasn't finished with him, and sent an Expelliarmus charm in his direction, while Harry was mid-jump. Somehow, the young Potter managed to dodge it. The second disarming charm, though, hit him, ripping the wand from his hand and sending it into Voldemort's, while throwing the younger boy onto the floor. Now, let's see how famous Harry Potter fares against the great basilisk Slytherin left to protect Hogwarts from dirty mud bloods. "Show me your power, Potter. You didn't have a wand that night, why should you need it now?" The not yet corporeal Dark Lord taunted. Harry wanted to retort that Voldemort's demise on the Halloween night was his mother's doing, but wisely kept his mouth shut, so that the basilisk would not find him that easily. Suddenly there was a flash of fire just under the ceiling in the middle of the chamber, causing everyone to look up, and see that the ceiling too had snakes as its theme. This flash of fire turned out to be a phoenix carrying the sorting hat in its talons. The pheasant-sized firebird descended towards where Harry was hiding from the basilisk and dropped its burden into boy's hands, before flying away to confront the Serpent King, Queen. Hearing the phoenix attacking the basilisk. Apparently, Fawkes was immune to his opponent's deadly gaze. The young Potter took his chance to study the sorting hat, hoping to figure out why it was brought to him. "If you want to die there, Mr. Potter, keep staring at me," the hat said as it glared at the boy that was holding it. Harry glared back at it, annoyed that it didn't give him any helpful advices. "And what I'm supposed to do with you? Put you on my head?" he hissed, forgetting that the basilisk will hear him, if she hadn't heard the hat already. The said hat developed a tick mark on what would be the forehead of its face. Well, Mr. Potter, if you know other uses for hats. Quote. It retorted, still glaring at the green-eyed wizard that was holding it. Shrugging, Harry put in on. I still stand by my previous evaluation of your character, Mr. Potter. If it wasn't for your rushing into things, you'd do very well in Slytherin. Maybe. The hat stopped for a moment, before continuing. But I'm not here for that. Even though you're fighting for Hogwarts not as selflessly as Godric would have liked, you still are one honorable young man. It is decided. Gryffindor legacy shall assist you. The next moment something heavy hit Harry's head from inside the hat. Ouch. The scion of the House Potter yelled. What was that for? Getting no answer, he removed the sorting hat from his head, and saw a broadsword slide out of it, its handle landing right between his legs. The said broadsword was crafted from some silvery blue metal. The sword's handle was wrapped in dark brown leather and had a big egg-shaped ruby at its end, while the blade was simple in design, lacking any decorations aside from its original wielder's name carved in Gothic letters near the guard. And the original wielder of this sword was Godric Gryffindor. Well, aside from him not knowing how to use bladed weapons properly, the sword was very useful to Harry as it was currently the only weapon in his possession. And most likely it was also charmed against the summoning and disarming charms. Looking away from the gift of the sorting hat, the young Potter noticed that he was much too in his own little world up to now, as he could see flashes of magic that meant that Voldemort was trying to get the phoenix away from the basilisk. He could also hear the great serpent moving all the time as it was both dodging the flaming bird's attempts to claw its eyes out, and trying to kill the said bird as well. Why do you keep interfering, you stupid burnt chicken? The still not completely corporeal Dark Lord yelled angrily as he sent several bombarda curses at the phoenix. And as Fawkes was trying to dodge Serpent's tail at the moment, he couldn't evade all of the curses, and one of those connected with his wing, sending him into the chamber's wall. The basilisk was about to go finish him, but Voldemort interfered. You can eat the bird later. Kill the boy, he ordered in Parseltongue. Hearing this, Harry decided that it was his time to run. Knowing that the giant serpent was most likely faster than he was, the young Gryffindor sprinted to the nearest archway leading out of the chamber. Run, Potter, run. Voldemort laughed evilly. You will not be able to outrun your death, for I'm the one who controls the chamber. Harry was indeed running for his life. The basilisk was hard on his heels, and only many twists and turns of the pipe they were in were saving him from being eaten by the serpent. Of course, even though he was concentrating hard on running away from the beast that was chasing him, the young Potter was also thinking hard, trying to find a way out of his current predicament. He was trying to think of a way to kill the basilisk with the Gryffindor's sword. While he was sure that stabbing the serpent through its head would work, he didn't think he could pull that off and walk away. Throwing the sword and hoping it did enough damage to the snake was stupid too. If only he still had his wand with him. Then it hit him. Gryffindor's broadsword was magical and most likely could double as a focus for his magic to be cast. The problem was, he had no idea how to cast spells with a sword, and stopping to try would be a suicide. There was a couple of spells that he thought he could try that wouldn't require him to stop. Desperately hoping that this would work, he took the broadsword in the reverse grip, thankfully the blade was much lighter than it looked to be, and pointed it in general direction of the basilisk that was chasing him. Lumos Solaris. There was a flash of light, not as bright as he could make with his wand, but still. Moment later Harry could hear the basilisk hitting the walls with its head as the great serpent tried to shake off the temporary blindness. Deciding to use this to his advantage as much as he could, Harry cast another charm with the sword. A tarot. A small smokescreen made up of black smoke appeared between him and the basilisk. Of course this wouldn't be enough to stop the great serpent, but hopefully, it would delay it for long enough for him to find a way to kill it without dying himself. Unfortunately for him, it appeared that Voldemort didn't lie back in chamber, not that Harry had heard him, and he had some control over the Chamber of Secrets and the pipes that surrounded it, as the young Potter soon found himself in a dead end. And taking in account the fact that he hadn't passed any forks, the chances were he'd be dead as soon as the basilisk could catch up with him. That, of course, didn't mean that he would go down without a fight. Not having much else to do, Harry pointed the sword in direction where the basilisk would come from and closed his eyes and listened. He didn't have to wait for long, as not a minute later he heard the basilisk slithering towards him. Petrificus totalis! Harry shouted, sending the full body bind curse at the basilisk. There was no point in trying to hide, as he knew the snake could see and smell him. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, the curse had no effect on the beast, as it continued moving towards him. Defigo. Simple piercing curse, though, made the serpent to let out a slightly painful hiss. Apparently Harry managed to send the piercer into its mouth. Hearing the snake's reaction to his last spell, Harry made a mistake of opening his eyes and looked at the basilisk. And nothing happened, aside from him noticing that the great serpent had slithered even closer to him, and was getting ready to swallow him. Then it hit him. Voldemort wasn't afraid of looking into the eyes of the basilisk because he was a Parselmouth, just like him. So he was immune, more or less, to the infamous death gaze of a basilisk. Too bad. Right now this little piece of knowledge was of a little use to him. The great serpent sprang upon him. On instincts, Harry raised the sword, while leaning backwards and slightly to the right, desperately hoping to avoid being swallowed. Og! The young Gryffindor screamed from white-hot pain as a saber-like fang of the basilisk slashed vertically across his forehead, through his right eye, and down to his stomach, stopping just an inch away from his liver. The snake, though, had the sword piercing the roof of its mouth, its poison gland, and into its brain. And since basilisks aren't immune to their own venom, it was dead within 20 seconds. Harry himself didn't have much time left, as his body was quickly succumbing to the deadly venom. Just as the basilisk stopped convulsing and died, the young Potter felt a pain even stronger than the one caused by the venom explode from his scar. That was the last thing he remembered. Harry Ned a bit pathetically as he regained conscious. His head felt like a balloon filled with water to the point where it could explode any moment, but at the same time pain from the slash was gone. His right eye was still destroyed, while the left one could barely see anything as the image was fading away, though he could make out something red and gold near his right shoulder, as well as the dead body of the basilisk in front of him. Somehow he survived. Turning his head to the right, despite the protests from his body, the scion of the House Potter saw a large bird. His vision was slowly becoming better, sitting on the floor and looking at him. Although thinking clearly was difficult right now, he still understood what happened. Fawkes the Phoenix had cried onto his wound, and its curative tears saved him. "Thank you," the boy who lived again said in a raspy voice, before forcing himself to sit up. He didn't know how much time had passed since he left the chamber, but he needed to get back there as soon as possible to stop Voldemort from completing his resurrection, but how to do that? His head was filled with a great mass of unsorted memories and wisps of emotions that, despite everything, clearly weren't his, but there also were some memories that should be his, but he didn't remember having them. Setting the mystery of the memories aside, Harry concentrated on finding any information that would be useful in dealing with the current Dark Lord problem. Surprisingly, there was something. Hazy memories of various objects, one of which was the diary he saw in Voldemort's pocket back in the chamber. Following this memory, Harry reached another, this one about something called Horcrux. Deciphering it wasn't easy, his current condition being the reason for that, but he managed to get the key information. Horcrux was the name for a piece of one's soul bound to an object that wasn't one's body, and Horcruxes were believed, by whomever these memories belonged to be a way to become immortal. It was possible to destroy a Horcrux, but it required either a fiend fire curse, an Avada Kedavra curse, basilisk venom, or a complex ritual. Well, that was moderately helpful, as there was a source of basilisk venom, the dead serpent queen, barely 3 feet away from him. The problem: the venom was still in the poison glands of the beast. Harry tried to think of a way to make the venom useful, and stumbled across a thought that Godric Gryffindor's sword was a goblin-made adamant one, and had a magical property of absorbing anything useful it came in touch with, and since the sword had pierced the poison gland of the basilisk, it now carried its venom on its edge. Good. While he was thinking, his body recovered enough for him to be able to move more or less normally, aside from the fact that he felt really tired. Pulling the sword out of the serpent's head, the young Potter stood up and started walking back towards the chamber, while Fawkes was circling around him, singing some phoenix song that was giving him some strength. Still yet to be completely corporeal, Voldemort was leaning against one of the many columns in the Chamber of Secrets, waiting for the basilisk to return. He had guided that dirty half-blood Potter into a dead end, and there was absolutely no way that Brat would be able to survive the encounter with the Great Serpent, even if that stupid fire chicken flew there to help him. Yet, the young Dark Lord found out that he had underestimated that son of the Mudblood Evans, when the boy, covered in blood, his right eye missing and his robes torn, tiredly walked into the chamber with a sword in his hands. "You win this round, Potter," Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue. "But you will die by my hand there." Drawing the two wands in his possession, Harry's for his left hand and Ginevra's for the right, he cast a double Avada Kedavra curses. The young Potter barely dodged the twin beams of sickly green light as he dropped onto the floor, while pointing the top of his sword at him. Defigo. A reddish beam of a piercing curse flew from the sword, forcing the young Dark Lord to create a Protega shield. Even though the shield existed for a fraction of a second, this gave Harry enough time to create a smokescreen with the Atero spell. Growling in anger, Voldemort sent several killing curses into the black smoke in hopes of killing that annoying Potter boy, but missed his target every time. He also made a mistake of throwing too many high-level curses in a short amount of time, which left his not yet completed body tired. Apparently, this was exactly what the scion of the House Potter was waiting for, as he emerged from the smoke. Defigo. Voldemort lazily created a magical shield to protect himself from the weak curse. Petrificus Totalis. Dropping the shield as soon as the body bind curse hit it, the Dark Lord counterattacked. "Dodge this, Potter." Avada Kedavra. Fawkes appeared out of nowhere in front of Harry, taking both killing curses, before exploding into a cloud of ashes. This caused Voldemort to pause in his attacks, and the green-eyed Gryffindor used this opportunity to slash him with the sword, managing to damage the diary in one of the pockets. "Wah!" was all that the Dark Lord managed to say, before he screamed from pain as a golden expanding cut appeared across his chest, while dark red, almost blood-colored, ink started flowing from the damaged diary. "Die, Tom!" Harry shouted. Somehow he now knew that Voldemort's real name was Tom, as he stabbed the man through the diary, making another great golden wound appear on Dark Lord's body. Several seconds later the wounds the Horcrux created Voldemort suffered expanded so much, that there was nothing left from the man and he died with a final, blood-curdling scream. Two wands and an irreparably damaged diary in a black cover fell onto the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, followed closely by one Harry Potter, while Godric Gryffindor's sword just dematerialized to return to where its original owner placed it before his death. Young after his forced rebirth, Fawkes stretched his wings and took off. The majestic bird picked up the wands and carried them to their respective owners, before fire-flashing Ginny first and then Harry to the hospital wing. That done, it returned to chamber and, picking the diary, fire-flashed to Ning Myrtle's bathroom to inform Dumbledore that the heir of Slytherin had been dealt with. Dumbledore was sitting in his office, trying his best to understand what the diary that Fawkes brought from the Chamber of Secrets was. Of course, it was obvious that it was full of dark magic. The question was what kind of dark magic that was, since the diary contained a spirit that could possess someone, and the said spirit claimed to be the heir of Salazar Slytherin, just like Tom Marvolo Riddle, later under the alias of Lord Voldemort, did. To the ancient headmaster it appeared that Tom had somehow split his soul, and had placed a fragment into the diary. This would explain why Voldemort was still in this world the previous year, even if he was nothing more than a parasitic wraith. And, unfortunately, Albus Dumbledore knew about a very dark ritual that allowed one to split the very soul and bind its part to a physical object. Most likely, the diary used to be a dark object called a Horcrux. He was brought out of his thoughts when the gargoyle informed him that he had a visitor who wasn't either a student or a member of the staff. Telling the guardian of his office to let the visitor in, Dumbledore placed the diary into one of many drawers of his table and cleaned his table from various magical trinkets that he had there while he was examining the diary. Just when he finished preparing for the visitor, the door of his office opened, revealing an aristocratic blond man in his late 30s or early 40s with an elegant cane in his left hand. What can I do for you this fine evening, Lord Malfoy? The Hogwarts headmaster asked as he greeted his guest. The man didn't greet back and just quietly took a seat across the table from him. Unfortunately, Dumbledore, I don't share your cheerful mood. It is always a sad day when an illustrious institution with centuries on history has to be closed, but we can't be risking the lives of our children, for they are our future. Of course, Albus knew that Lucius was talking about only pureblood children. As the Board of Governors should have informed you, Hogwarts will be closed, thanks to the bastard who started attacking children within castle's walls. Oh, then, I'm afraid, my owls haven't reached you yet. Dumbledore said with a smile. Today, just after 4 in the afternoon the so-called heir of Slytherin, as well as the monster of the chamber were terminated. So the castle is once again safe for the children and I see no reason for Hogwarts to be closed. The ancient wizard said cheerfully. I see. Lucius Malfoy replied after a pretty long pause. If this is not a secret, I'd like to know who was behind the attacks. The same person as the last time, Lucius. Dumbledore said. But this time Lord Voldemort was acting through someone else, by the means of a dark object of his creation that had somehow bypassed the wards around the castle. The elder Malfoy replied nothing. Very well. I shall be going then. The Board of Governors surely would like to hear about this happy turn of events as soon as possible. And not waiting for the Hogwarts headmaster to reply, Lord Malfoy walked out of the office. A certain blonde Slytherin witch slipped into the infirmary to visit her associate. She'd have done this earlier, though, but she didn't want to be seen by the Weasley clan that were there to see their daughter, who was then sent to St. Mungo's hospital as treating the aftereffects of possession and life-draining rituals was beyond Madame Pomfrey. Draconica stopped next to his bed and looked at the sleeping form of one Harry Potter, who now had a vertical scar on the right side of his face, thankfully completely healed by the phoenix tears even before he was brought to the hospital wing, and an eye patch over the lost right eye. She didn't know what came upon her as she walked up to the head of the bed and leaned over him. It was so stupid of you to go and face the basilisk alone. The blonde witch whispered. What possessed you to do that? Sometimes you act so much like an idiotic Gryffindor. She made a pause. But, I guess, that is what make you who you are, right? Harry. Her forehead gently touched his, while she just as gently cupped his left cheek with her hand. But a couple of seconds later she straightened up, putting her normal aloof mask back on, and started walking away. But she stopped just several steps later. Get well soon, Potter, she said softly as she looked back at him. And then she resumed walking, while wondering what had possessed her during that moment of intimacy. If only she knew that for some reason Harry wasn't as unconscious at that moment as she thought, and had heard and felt everything she did. Harry awoke more a day later, and was not at all surprised to find himself in the hospital wing. Some sweets on the table next to his bed wasn't that surprising too, as he did have friends that would wish him to get well soon. Putting his glasses on, the scion of the House Potter looked around, quickly noticing lack of the screens in the infirmary. It appeared that the Mandrake restorative draft was already brewed and administered to the petrified students, and one astronomy professor. At this point Madame Pomfrey entered the ward, apparently notified by an alarm of some kind that had woken up. Good morning, Mr. Potter, she said. Indeed, according to the clock on the wall of the infirmary, it was almost 7 in the morning. Harry was looking at her for several seconds, before asking. For how long was I unconscious? You were brought here by Headmaster's Phoenix at about 4:15 in the afternoon on the day before yesterday. She replied. And now that you're awake, I'd like to finish checking your health, young man. Sighing, Harry just allowed her to do her job, hoping that she'll be done soon and he'll be allowed to leave. Honestly, aside from being one eye short, he felt fine. So, he started cautiously when Madame Pomfrey stopped waving her wand around him. He had actually recognized some of the diagnostic charms she used, but most were unknown to him yet. Am I free to go? Oh, not so fast, young man. The Medi-Witch tried to scold him. I know you think you are fine, but your magic is still low, and your body still needs rest. Phoenix tears, as marvelous as they are, put a lot of strain on your body as they actually force it to heal itself. She paused. I'm sure you know about your new scar and your eye. Harry nodded. Well, I'm sorry, but I can do nothing about either of those. No one can. Also, I've noticed that whatever magic was saturated around your old scar, it is gone for good. So, she knew about the dark magic around the scar on my forehead, but didn't knew it was a Horcrux. Harry concluded. But why didn't she do anything about it before? It's not like it's my first time in the hospital wing. Then he thought about his memories that Dumbledore had sealed at the end of the previous school year. He knew about those, but was yet to sort through those. I'm quite sure that the headmaster has something to do with that. The young Potter, though, decided that listening to what the nurse had to say about his health right now was more important than trying to guess what the headmaster was scheming. Seems that I'll have you to spend another night or two here, to make sure that you are most definitely all right. Apparently, he had missed some part of her speech, while he was deep in his thoughts. Oh, well, he sighed. Fine. After all, he already knew that arguing with Madame Pomfrey about when he is ready to leave her care was useless. But can you tell me, what happened to Ms. Weasley? I can see her in the ward. He asked then. Well, the Hogwarts nurse said, while lowering her head a bit. She had most of her life drained by whatever ritual the heir did, so she was sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. They said that she'll recover eventually, but it's not likely that she'll attend Hogwarts the next year. Harry too lowered his head. Poor Ginny, she did nothing, at least, as far as he knew, to deserve this. As soon as Harry was released from the hospital wing, he headed to the Myrtle's toilet and to the Chamber of Secrets, which surprisingly was just as easy accessible to him as it was 4 days ago. Even the gates that Tom Riddle placed to block the pipe were gone. Well, the corridor was still blocked by the collapse caused by the magical explosion of Ron's wand, but now, armed with Voldemort's knowledge of magic, the young Potter quickly cleared the way for himself, and reinforced the ceiling so that there will be no new collapses. Finding the exact pipe where the serpent's carcass was proved to be not that hard, thanks to the very useful Point Me charm. The body of the basilisk, despite the time passed, was still in perfect condition, so the scion of the House Potter decided to do possibly a very stupid thing and try to take Snake's eye as his own. An eye for an eye. With a wave of his wand, Harry transfigured a stone on the floor into a glass jar that he knew he'll need. Then he added an unbreakable charm onto the jar, and filled it with saline. Carefully taking the serpent's right eye out of its socket, the green-eyed wizard shrank it down to the size of an human one. This proved to be quite a task, thanks to the magical resistance the basilisk possessed. Stabilis Corporis. The young Gryffindor cast a spell that overrode the magical properties of the eye, to make the magic think that its current state was the normal one. He didn't want to lose his eye again from a simple finite incantum, after all. Placing the corrected eye into the jar, Harry sealed it there and placed under the stasis charm. Finally, he shrank the jar and put into a pockets of his robe. Harry was about to leave the chamber, when the mad scientist in him awoken. There, right in front of him was a basilisk, an extremely rare breed of magical snakes. He absolutely must at least try to study it. And since the basilisk was actually a female one, it was ought to have some ova. Those would be interesting to study, very much so. So, creating another unbreakable saline-filled jar, the young Potter started the delicate procedure of getting the ova out of the basilisk. He intended to sell the carcass as soon as he could come to Gringotts, so he needed it to be in the best condition possible. An hour later Harry emerged from the Chamber of Secrets and continued on his way to the Gryffindor common room. His homework wasn't going to do itself, no matter how much he wished it would. At least now he had Tom's memories to help him where his own knowledge wasn't enough. Now that everyone was revived, and the heir was no more, the school resumed as normal. Aside from the defense against the dark arts, of course, since Lockhart was in no condition to continue teaching. And as all other professors were busy with their own classes, Albus Dumbledore had to be the fill-in. At least he was actually teaching something useful each lesson, unlike the previous 2 professors. Free passes for all end-of-year exams, the mark being either an average of the marks the student got before his or her petrification, or acceptable, were offered as a recompense to those who were attacked by the heir by the Board of Governors. This didn't apply to owls and newts, though, and thus 5th and 7th years still had to catch up on their studies as soon as possible. Harry too was given a free pass, but only for his Dada exam, but the green-eyed Gryffindor wasn't upset by this too much. On the Friday evening 3 weeks before the end of the school year, Harry finally decided to check a very interesting room that, according to Tom, allowed one to hide anything. This room was located on the 7th floor opposite the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. Since Harry hadn't heard about this room before, he decided that asking someone who knew the castle really well about it was in order, so he summoned one of the many house elves that worked in Hogwarts, to see what they knew about this place. As it turned out, the secret room, the come and go room as it was called by the house elves, could do so much more than providing a place to hide things. According to Trinky the elf, the room could change into what one needed it to be. Thanking the elf for this information, the scion of the House Potter dismissed her and started experimenting. It took him several tries, but he managed to configure the room into what he needed for the ritual to replace his destroyed eye with the one he took from the basilisk. Sealing the door from the inside, he didn't want anyone to interrupt the ritual. Harry took the glass jar with the eye from his pocket and, returning it to its original size, removed the stasis. He then pasted the ritual onto the silver pedestal in the center of one of the 2 ritual circles. Removing his eye patch, he took his place in the other circle. He took a deep breath to prepare himself for whatever was to come and let his magic flow into the ritual circles. Vicarious Meus. Oculus. Bright white glow surrounded both him and the eye. Then there was pain, and he knew no more. He woke up several hours later, early in the morning of Saturday, according to the Tempest charm. His right eye felt sore. It was there. The ritual was successful. Not wasting any more time, the green-eyed wizard ran towards the nearest surface that could be used as a mirror. In the reflection he saw himself. His left eye was still bright green and human. His right one was now yellowish and slitted, a snake's eye. And looking into it was making him feel weird. Apparently, the eye had retained some of its magical properties, though, those surely were not as powerful now. Maybe it could petrify someone who looked straight into it and didn't have any sort of protection from the gaze. But it was not much a problem as Harry decided that he would still wear the patch. He didn't want to be more of a freak than he already was. Surprisingly enough, no one noticed that he was absent from the dorms in the night. But then again, all second years were more interested in choosing electives for their 3rd year. Shrugging, Harry joined the rest of his classmates. The electives they were allowed to choose from were ancient runes, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination and muggle studies. And since they weren't allowed to drop any of the courses they already had, it seemed to be stupid to pick more than 2 or 3 electives. But Hermione, being her usual knowledge-hungry self, went ahead and signed for all 5. Harry himself, remembering his desire to be some kind of a medic, he still wasn't sure which one, though, chose the courses he thought would be the most useful for him. Ancient runes, as runes were used in many rituals, including healing ones, arithmancy for spell creation and modification, and care of magical creatures, to know more about the beast potion ingredients came from. The rest of the school year passed without any major events. Harry was getting some weird looks for the first several days after his release from the hospital wing, thanks to the eye patch he now wore, but no one dared to call him names because of that, as everyone seemed to know that he had slain the monster from the chamber. Exams were easy for Harry, thanks to the knowledge he got from Tom Riddle, not that it allowed him to beat Hermione. Neville, Draconica and Daphne, who, along with Tracy, now was a part of the gold and silver clique, did well too. Of course, there were some problems with the Dada exam, thanks to Lockhart teaching them nothing, but all members of the DS got O's and E's. Just like the previous year, the Great Hall was decorated with red and gold, as Gryffindor won the House Cup again, outscoring Slytherin by almost 30 points. The elves once again outdid themselves with all of those delicious dishes they cooked for the feast. The train ride back to London was uneventful for Harry, Neville and Hermione, with the later 2 discussing some of the more advanced herbology books, while the young Potter was making plans for his visit to Gringotts. After dropping his things in the room at Leaky Cauldron, Harry went straight to Gringotts. It was still an hour before the Wizarding Bank would close, so he could do some business, even if most of it would have to wait until tomorrow, or an even later date. Good evening, Master Teller. The young Potter said. This time the goblin responded almost immediately, and was much less rude than whichever teller Harry spoke to during his visit a little less than a year ago. What can Gringotts do for you, wizard? The goblin said, rather politely. Most likely, he was just tired from being rude to the impolite clients for the whole day. First, I wish to meet with Estate Manager Goldsaw tomorrow or at his earliest convenience. If needed, tell him that Potter Heir is here to speak of a profitable business. The goblin nodded and wrote something on the special parchment he had on his desk, messaging system or something like that. And right now I'd like to take 200 galleons from my trust vault. The green-eyed wizard said as he gave his key to the teller for an inspection. Quote, and have half of those converted into pounds. That can be done. The goblin replied, returning the key. Then he looked down to his desk, confirming Harry's thoughts about the parchments there being a magical message system used by the Gringotts workers. Master Goldsaw says that he can meet you tomorrow in the morning or early afternoon. The scion of the House Potter nodded. Very well, Master Teller. Please pass my thanks to Estate Manager Goldsaw for being able to organize a meeting this soon. The teller goblin nodded. And right now, I'd like to visit my trust vault. The goblin nodded again, before summoning a younger goblin, whose name, apparently, was Oristone, to take him down to the vault. The next morning, at about 11 in the morning, Harry returned to the Wizarding Bank for his meeting with his estate manager. After announcing his arrival to the first teller to be free, the young Potter was handed an empty parchment and a blood quill and asked to write his name, a standard identification procedure in Gringotts. Quickly writing his name, the green-eyed wizard handed the parchment and the quill back to the goblin, who studied the results with barely hidden interest. This is most unusual, the teller finally concluded. Magic recognizes you as Harry, Hadrian, James Potter, but your blood has changed since your last visit. Care to explain? He said, looking fixedly at Harry's now scared face. Not really. Let's just say that I had an unfortunate meeting with a very, very poisonous snake and Phoenix Tears saved me from being killed by its venom. The scion of the House Potter replied. The goblin nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer. Very well, the teller said. As you are still recognized as Harry Potter, Master Goldsaw will see you now. Then he turned away from the green-eyed wizard and, speaking in gobbledygook, asked one of the younger goblins to escort his customer to the Potter estate manager. Follow me, the younger goblin said, before heading into the depth of Gringotts, guiding Harry through the maze of corridors to Goldsaw's office. Once they arrived to the door, the goblin told him to wait there, before disappearing into the office. A minute later he returned, telling the young Potter that his estate manager will see him now. Thanking the younger goblin for his assistance, Harry entered Goldsaw's office. Greetings, Master Goldsaw, Harry said, once he was seated on the sofa, and the aforementioned goblin looking up from the documents on his table. Good morning, Mr. Potter. I was told that you wished to speak to me today, and that you had some profitable business with Gringotts. The young Potter nodded. Very well. But before we begin, may I ask about the changes of your appearance? My sources informed me that you played a key role in resolving so-called Chamber of Secrets situation. Are the scar and the eye patch the results of what had happened there? Another nod from Harry. You are very well informed, Master Goldsaw. Harry replied. One needs to know what is going round him in the world, if he wants to be successful in his business, or in his war. The old goblin replied. Now, what business with Gringotts did you have in mind, Mr. Potter? Firstly, is there any kind of a test to see whether my status had changed after my fight with the heir of Slytherin? Goblin nodded. Then I'd like to do that test. Goldsaw asked his assistant something in gobbledygook, and the young goblin quickly walked out of the office. This test should be done, as reactivation of a vault of an ancient and noble house meant at least prestige for the goblin clan that manages it, and him, the estate manager, personally, and for the bank as a whole. And most often it also meant more gold to work with. While my assistant is bringing the test basin here, we can jump to the next piece of business you have with Gringotts. Gold saw with an unnervingly toothy grin that all goblins seemed to possess. I came to be in the possession of the carcass of a very big basilisk. It is mine by the right of conquest, and I'd like to sell it to Gringotts, for a fee of course. The Potter estate manager nodded, happy to note that his client had not forgotten the goblin's magical word, fee. And how big this basilisk was? He asked, already trying to estimate how much profit the bank may have from this deal. Harry shrugged. I'm not positively sure. I was too busy trying to survive to measure the beast. But it was definitely thicker than I'm tall, and, most likely, about 40 meters long. Goldsaw kept an expression of mild interest on his face, while in reality he wanted to grin like a madman. This basilisk was worth a fortune. Especially since it was still rather fresh. The beast's poison kept decay away for a long time. I cannot say how much this beast is worth without seeing it, but I can assure you that it is worth a lot of money. Quote. The goblin said. Speaking of money, there should be a report about how your investments turned out to be. Harry blushed. With everything going on in Hogwarts this year, he just forgot about overseeing his estate. Goldsaw, of course, noticed this. I see. In any case, those turned out to be profitable. I went ahead and increased your share for those companies, as well as investing the equivalent of £5,000 into NEC, Sun Microsystems and IBM companies. These ventures brought you 417 galleons of profit, above the money from the companies you yourself asked to invest into. Harry nodded. Thank you, Estate Manager Goldsaw. Now, onto the next topic I wanted to discuss. I find myself in a need to hire a law firm. Any recommendations? The goblin nodded. Yes, I suggest you try Carter, Bridget and Ashford, as they were working with Potters for last 3 generations. They can be found at this address. Goldsaw said as he slipped a piece of parchment to Harry. But in case you find their services not to your satisfaction, you might want to try Tonks, Wagner and Mitchell. Another piece of parchment was given to the young Potter. Thank you, the green-eyed wizard said. And I have one more thing I wanted to ask. Goldsaw leaned forward a bit. I'm not positive, but there is a good possibility that at least one very dark object called a Horcrux, it's a soul anchor, is within the walls of the noble bank of Gringotts. Judging by the frown on Goblin's face, he wasn't happy about such an object being there. Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, Gringotts' policies forbid us from checking and destroying items, once they were placed into a vault. But, give us a description of the item, and should it be removed from the vault it currently resides, it will be confiscated and studied. Should the gone be found on the item, it will be destroyed. Harry nodded slowly. The goblins will not destroy Tom's Horcrux right away, unfortunately, but they promised to get rid of it, should it be removed from a vault. The items that are Horcruxes and might be in Gringotts are either Hufflepuff's cup or Slytherin's locket or both. Goldsaw nodded. The items named were too well known by both wizards and goblins to need any further description. They might be in either Lestrange or Black vaults. The goblin nodded and told Harry that he will bring the information about possible gone to the attention of the king, Ragnarok. At this moment Goldsaw's assistant returned with the test basin and placed it, and the ritual knife that went with it, on the table in front of Harry, then asked the older goblin for forgiveness about his sluggishness and disappeared into the shadows in the corner of the office. I will need you to make a cut on the index finger of your right hand and have exactly 7 drops of blood to enter the basin. It will produce a parchment with the names of families you can claim as yours. The old goblin explained. Harry nodded and did as he was told, although, from being nervous, he almost botched up the ritual by allowing the 8th drop to fall into the basin. For a couple of seconds nothing happened, but then runes on the basin started glowing dimly, while the blood disappeared from it. Another couple of seconds later a parchment with the results materialized on Goldsaw's desk. Very interesting, the goblin said, once he finished studying the parchment. It appears that you can claim the title of the lord of an ancient and noble house Slytherin by the right of conquest. You may also claim the title of the head of Gaunt family the same, but that will give you absolutely nothing as their lordship was stripped from them a little more than a century ago and they do not have a vault anymore as well. Their ring is still somewhere out there, though. Once you are Lord Slytherin, you'll be emancipated and can claim the title of the Lord of Noble House Potter. The young wizard nodded, while wondering whether he should tell the goblin about the ring Voldemort had turned into his Horcrux or not. The stone in the ring did have a very interesting flaw, after all. Thank you, Master Goldsaw. Harry replied. Is it possible to claim both Slytherin and Potter lordships now? The goblin nodded. Very well. In that case, I'd like to claim my lordship over the ancient and noble House Slytherin. Goldsaw nodded and asked his assistant to retrieve the Slytherin ring, in gobbledygook, of course. The younger goblin bowed and left the office as quickly as he could without running. He returned just a couple of minutes later with a plain-looking wooden box. Opening it, he placed it in front of Harry, before returning to his place in the shadowed corner of the office. To claim the lordship, you'll have to pick the ring and voice your claim. Then you'll need to put the ring on your finger. If it deems you worthy, you will be officially known as Lord Slytherin henceforth. If not, your descendants may try claiming the lordship. Goldsaw said. Since you are claiming lordship by the right of conquest, you are allowed to use another version of your first name, should you desire that, but you must use the surname of the house you are claiming your lordship over. Harry nodded, before picking the ring from the box. It looked to be pretty simple, consisting of two interweaving bands of white and green gold, with a relatively small coat of arms depicting the Slytherin house's crest on its top. By the right of conquest, I, Hadrian Jameson Slytherin, hereby do claim the name of Lord Slytherin, and rights, responsibilities and obligations of this name as mine. So mote it be. And then he slipped the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. There was a prickly sensation for a moment, but that was all. Congratulations, Lord Hadrian J. Slytherin of the ancient and noble House Slytherin. Goldsaw said when he was sure that the ring had accepted Harry. And allow me to thank you for giving me a promotion to senior estate manager with this. I thank you, Master Goldsaw. The new lord replied. And now I'd like to claim Potter lordship. I'd also like to see the ledger of the House Slytherin. The older goblin nodded and asked, once again in gobbledygook, his assistant to retrieve the said ledger and the Potter ring. Meanwhile, we can discuss collecting Basilisk carcass from Hogwarts. I believe that the best time to do that will be the next Monday, May 31st. Dumbledore will be away to an ICW conference, and no one else in the castle has access to the ward, meaning we can go in and out unnoticed and save ourselves a lot of trouble explaining why we are there to the staff. Goldsaw nodded. Very well. I'll organize a goblin team for that date. We shall be departing from one of the staff rooms of Gringotts at 8 in the morning. You will be met in the main hall and guided there. Harry thanked his estate manager and the two were now sitting in silence, waiting for the assistant goblin to return with the items he was requested to retrieve. Those were brought to Goldsaw's office several minutes later. First thing, the green-eyed wizard claimed his lordship over the noble House Potter. After all, he could read Slytherin ledger later. The Potter ring was a rather thick golden band with house motto engraved on it. There also was a sizable ruby on it, but the ring held no coat of arms of the house. And it wasn't as easy to put on as Slytherin ring was, most likely because it thought him to be a bit young for lordship. Still, after a couple of seconds it gave in and took its place on the index finger of his left hand. Allow me to congratulate you once more with your ascension to the lordship, Lord Harry James Potter Slytherin. Goldsaw said. Now you have full access to Potter fortunes and estates. You are also a legal adult, and are now bound only by the statute of secrecy. Harry nodded. Now he could do magic during the summer break as much as he wanted, especially since he wasn't planning on staying at the Dursleys. He'll just have to drop by number 4 one day to collect his things from the house, as he wasn't keeping everything he owned in his trunk. That is very good. Seeing that I now have access to my properties, I'd like to have my penthouse at Queenstown Road and Burling Gap Summer House ready for use in 2 weeks max. If needed, have the wards around both places upgraded. The money required is to be deducted, of course, from the Potter account. Harry asked. Goldsaw nodded. I will contact the curse breakers and the cleaning firm. Thanking his estate manager, the young double lord opened the Slytherin ledger and started reading. It appeared that the ancient and noble house Slytherin was broke. The only vault contained just 2 sickles and 17 nuts, portraits of the previous lords and some magical books. All of those, though, were priceless. There was a single property, Salazar's cottage, but its location was unknown as it was hidden by a charm similar to Fidelius. Now, before I go down to visit my newly accessible vaults, I have two more things. First, when it will be possible to have Potter Wills read. And second, can I send a letter from here? Harry asked. Goldsaw looked up from the paperwork on his table. To have the wills read, you need them unsealed by Wizengamot. As soon as that is done, the reading can be scheduled to any day you like. The young wizard nodded, filing another thing he will need to do via law firm and his barrister. As for sending a letter, 2 sickles, UK, 5 sickles, Europe, 10, anywhere. Thank you, Master Goldsaw. Harry said as he gave his estate manager 2 silver coins, while taking his pen from his robes. Taking the parchment from the goblin, he quickly wrote a note on it. This is to be sent to number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He said as soon as he had finished writing the message. An owl that somehow appeared in the office landed on the table in front of him and took the folded parchment from him. Thank you, he told the owl, and the bird took off, disappearing into a well-hidden owl tunnel leading out of the office. Now, I'd like to visit my vaults. Rustknife will guide you there. Goldsaw said, making his assistant step out of the shadows where he was standing up to now. Follow me, Lord Potter Slytherin. The younger goblin said with a bow. When she unexpectedly got a letter from the freak of her nephew several days ago, Petunia Dursley thought that this summer might be the best her family had had in a long time. After all, it was possible that the freak would be finally gone from their lives forever. So, for the first time in her life, she wished Harry luck. After all, if he was lucky, he'd be out of their hair and their lives. So when she got a note written on parchment this afternoon, she didn't freak out right away, and just read it like it was a normal letter. It appeared that the god finally decided to have some pity for the good, normal people that her family was, as, according to the freak, he found an alternative place to spend his summers from now on, and no one in the world will be able to force him back under their roof. Unfortunately, he still will have to visit her family's house once, to take whatever things he still had in his room. And because that would be the last time they'll have to see each other, Petunia decided that she won't throw those away, like she had originally planned. Encouraged by this good news, Mrs. Dursley skipped into the living room where the great good man of her husband and her little sunshine of a son were watching TV. Something happened, dear? Vernon asked as he looked at his wife, his eyes locking onto the piece of parchment in her hands. Yes. The freak will no longer sully our house with his ungrateful presence anymore. She replied. Harry spent several hours in the Slytherin vault, as he had a long and quite enlightening talk with one of the Hogwarts founders. Well, his portrait, but still. As it turned out, Salazar's reasons for denying entrance to the school for Muggleborns, at least those who did not want to cut their connections with their families, had nothing to do with blood purity, and were more of a safety measure to protect the school against witch hunters. So Salazar Slytherin was not happy with his house turning into a blood supremacist camp, not at all. He even told Harry to cast Tom Riddle out of the house, even though the man was no longer a part of it anyway. Another reason why the young wizard spent so much time talking to Salazar's portrait, which, for some reason, was the only portrait active, was the fact that the Hogwarts founder was a skilled medic. He had to learn this to heal himself when his potion experiments went wrong, which they did at least once a month. So he and the newest lord of his house spent some time talking about medicine, both magical and not. And Salazar was quite impressed with the knowledge of the young man in front of him. So much that he deemed the boy worthy of his knowledge about healing and potions and told him where his personal journals were hidden in the vault. Finally, Salazar told Harry where his personal cottage, and the only property House Slytherin still owned, was. The house was under a charm that was predecessor of Fidelius, and while Salazar's portrait was the secret keeper, Harry was allowed to tell the locations to others they, though, could not spread the knowledge further, and the knowledge about the house would be wiped from their memory, once Harry, for whatever reason, death included, was not in on the secret anymore. Thanking Salazar for his generosity, the young Potter Slytherin picked up the journals that he was told about and, after another short talk with the Hogwarts founder, left the vault. He still needed to visit the Potter vault after all. Since it was quite late in the afternoon when he finally left Gringotts, Harry decided to visit Carter, Bridget and Ashford, after the weekend and his visit to Hogwarts to collect the basilisk carcass. And if he had enough time that day, he'd also stop by the Ministry of Magic to get a couple of licenses to make his life much easier. After all, as he was a legal adult, there was no reason not to get portkey creation and apparition licenses. But those were plans for later. Right now the green-eyed wizard felt tired from his Gringotts business and just wanted to call it a day. On Monday morning, Harry arrived to Gringotts. His estate manager, a bit surprisingly, was not in his office, but was greeting him personally in the main hall. Good thing that the bank wasn't working yet, or many arrogant purebloods would have had heart attacks from seeing someone treated this well, while they were forced to wait in queues before talking to a sneering goblin bastard. Goldsaw led young Lord Potter Slytherin through the maze of corridors to one of the staff rooms, where a group of about a dozen goblins, in their battle armor and with various magical tools on them, was waiting. "We are departing to Hogwarts." A goblin that looked like he was the superior there, even to Goldsaw, asked with a sneer. "I would like you, wizard, to know that the castle is protected by the anti-portkey wards and you are wasting our time. Chamber of Secrets is located underneath the castle and is not protected by the Hogwarts wards. It has its own set of wards, and the anti-portkey ones aren't among those. Most likely because the last time the wards on the chamber were updated was before the invention of the portkey traveling method." Harry replied as calmly as he could to the fearsome goblin. The said goblin nodded slowly. "Very well. But if you have deceived us." He left the threat unsaid, but the green-eyed wizard was sure it would be something he definitely would not wish even to his enemy. Well, maybe he'd wish that to Voldemort. After providing the goblins with the most accurate coordinates of the chamber he could produce, Harry watched with great interest how they created the portkey to take the group to the destination, his interest stemming from the fact that goblin magic was so different from the human one. The portkey, a piece of silvery rope, was finally ready, and the leader of the goblin squad told everyone to touch the rope. "We will be departing in 3 seconds. Harry started counting sotto voce, and as soon as he reached 3, he felt a pulling sensation, like he was dragged by a hook attached to his navel, while the world around him started spinning rapidly. Roughly 5 seconds later he was roughly dropped onto the cold stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets, while the goblins were standing like nothing had happened to them. Forcing himself to stand up, despite the feeling of nausea, Harry drew his wand. "Point me, basilisk carcass." His wand spun on his palm, its tip indicating the direction towards the basilisk. "Let's go," the young wizard said, as he started walking towards the pipes leading away from the chamber. Several minutes of walking later they reached their destination. "This thing is huge," Goldsaw whispered, as he saw the size of the slain basilisk. "I can easily be sold for at least 6, maybe even 700,000. Unless you wish for a sizable part of it to remain in your possession. I want 15 square meters of hide, a liter and a half of its blood and half of the venom you managed to extract from it. Also, I want both fangs to be turned into sabers would be the best fit there, I think. The rest can be sold away," he said. "As you wish, Lord Potter Slytherin," Goldsaw replied, before telling the goblins to start working. "You shall get about 5.5 to 600,000 galleons from the part of the basilisk you are selling." Harry thanked the goblin. Unfortunately, he'd have to stay there for as long as it would take the team to do their job on the basilisk. Goblins didn't trust him much, and, thus, he wasn't allowed to leave their field of vision. Otherwise he'd have gone to the room of requirement and retrieved the diadem Horcrux. Oh well, he'll have a lot of chances to destroy the abomination Voldemort created later on. Plus he planned to bring the diadem, once the Horcrux in it was destroyed, to Rowena's grave, something that goblins wouldn't allow as the item, initially, was crafted by them. Ravenclaw did only the enhancements. Several hours later the goblin team finished their work and had the basilisk parts sealed in several dozens of big jars that were then shrunk, so that the goblins would be able to carry them. The venom that was taken from the carcass was split into 2 bottles that looked like they were a liter each. One of those was given to Harry right away, and the green-eyed wizard, after making sure that the bottle was charmed unbreakable, shrank it and put it into one of the pockets of his robes. The group then returned to the main chamber, and the goblins turned the rope that brought them there into another portkey to get them back to Gringotts. Once again the voyage by portkey left Harry in a heap on the floor and feeling nauseous, so he was starting to have second thoughts about using this method of traveling ever again. Still, portkeys were useful when you needed to get the hell out of the area, so, he decided, he would still get a license. Just in case. Once he was back to his feet, Goldsaw led him to his office. There were some things that they needed to discuss, and Harry had several arrangements to make. So, let us finalize the deal, Goldsaw said, once they both were seated in his office. First, which vault do you want the money to be deposited in? I would suggest the Slytherin vault as it will give you better percentage. The green-eyed wizard nodded. Then do so. After a small pause he added. And have the materials I asked for deposited there as well. I will take my bottle of venom with me, though. Very well, the goblin said. Now onto your sabers. First, crafting those will not be cheap. The money will be deducted from your Slytherin vault. Harry nodded. That was obvious. And you know our rules about the ownership, right? The young wizard nodded again. Yes, I do. But I would still like to propose an alternative. Goldsaw leaned forward, wanting to know what the human will say. I propose a shared ownership. I will hold one of the swords until I fulfill the mission I need it for. Then I want the both sabers to be put on display in some conference hall in Gringotts or something. I'm sure, your master will make those sabers to be pieces of art. Meanwhile House Slytherin and Gringotts will own 50% of the pair each. The sabers can't be moved without explicit agreement of both sides, and should one of the sides break the deal, it forfeits the sabers to the other forever. Goldsaw nodded. This could be arranged, especially since the weapons would be stored at Gringotts anyway. I shall speak to Outsmiths about this. I will not promise it, but I will try to arrange the things as you propose. Thank you, Harry replied. I also want a pair of wristbands with Slytherin coat of arms in silver to be made from the basilisk hide that is for sale. If those can be made before tomorrow midnight, I'll pay double of their normal price. Of course he knew that sending those as a gift to Draconica would be a bit too forward and more than a bit too much at their current state of friendship, but it was just so damn hard to think of any other good gift for her birthday. Plus she had helped him in uncovering the secrets of the chamber, so she should have her own share of goods from the basilisk. Thank can be arranged, Goldsaw said. Do you want the price to be deducted from the Slytherin vault as well? Harry nodded. At this moment a scroll appeared on Goblin's desk. He picked it up and, unrolling, read the contents. Gringotts is willing to pay 609,530 galleons for the parts of the basilisk you are selling. Of course, goblins will resell those at a much higher price later. The sabers will cost you anywhere between 50 and 70,000, and the wristbands will make you another 1,000 poorer. Now that I know how much money I get from the deal, I'd like to make some more arrangements. Harry said, while he started writing a list on the parchment he had on the coffee table in front of him. I want each of these persons to get 5,000 galleons. The green-eyed wizard said as he gave Goldsaw the list of the students that had been petrified by the basilisk. If they have their personal vault, deposit the money there. If not, open a vault for them and charge the Slytherin vault for that. I want it all be done so that only they can access their money in the vaults. The goblin nodded, while taking notes about his client's wants. I want a further 5,000 to be given to a Ms. Hermione Granger and one Mr. Neville Longbottom. Ms. Draconica Malfoy and Ms. Daphne Greengrass should be given 5,000 each as well. He made another small pause. Also, send 15,000 galleons to Ms. Aurora Sinistra with the same access rules. 500 are to be sent to Mr. Argus Filch. Finally, I want the treatment of Ms. Ginevra Weasley to be paid from the Slytherin vault for as long as it is under 15,000. Another pause. And now that I think of it, send 50 galleons to Mr. Ronald Weasley. Goldsaw nodded. That will be arranged, he said. Depending on how much the creation of the sabers will cost, the total amount of money remaining in the Slytherin vault will be between 432,975 galleons 2 sickles and 17 nuts, or 452,975 galleons, 2 sickles, and 17 nuts. The young Lord Potter Slytherin nodded. No matter how much money he had spent today, he still had more than enough left from the basilisk alone. Thank you, Master Goldsaw, the green-eyed wizard said. Now I'd like to discuss the investment politics for the House Slytherin. The goblin nodded. I'm very pleased with how you've been handling Potter investments so far, so I think that having Slytherin money work the same way will be profitable for us both. Indeed. I shall make the arrangements for your investments. Goldsaw replied. Will the Muggle equivalent of 20,000 galleons invested into each Muggle firm be to your liking? Yes, thank you, Harry said. That would be all. I shall no longer spend your valuable time, Senior Estate Manager Goldsaw. And after bowing to the him, he headed back to the main hall of Gringotts, accompanied there by the assistant goblin. Arthur Weasley was leaving his department in the Ministry of Magic, already in the atrium, when he saw a box of forms near the wand-weighing orderly's table. Being a bit curious as it wasn't there in the morning, the redhead approached it and read a piece of parchment that was explaining the purpose of this box. Apparently, the ministry decided to hold a lottery for its workers with a prize fund of 1,000 galleons, and participating in this lottery was absolutely free. Not thinking much more about this, Arthur conjured a piece of parchment and scribbled his name and occupation in the ministry, before dropping his form into the box. Surely, the chances of him winning the money were barely above zero, but it didn't cost him anything, and, should he happen to win, with Ginny being in a coma at St. Mungo's, his family needed all the money they could get. Even though he should have started writing his potions essay that Professor Snape had given to them. 2 feet of parchment on a group of commonly used moderately difficult medical potions, such as the Stargrass salve and the wound cleaning potion. Harry was reading Salazar's journals instead. For one, he felt too tired from the today's events to write something more than a couple of sentences. That and the journals of the Hogwarts founder were much more interesting. Plus, the young wizard felt that after he had completed his charms and transfiguration essays over the weekend, he could allow himself to laze a bit. True, he had some grand plans for the summer, but he couldn't start on them in the next couple of weeks anyway, and so with a third of his homework already done, one day of doing nothing wouldn't mean much of anything at all. Another thing that drew Harry to the journals was a unique chance to catch the occasional glimpse of the lives of the Hogwarts founders, those among the greatest wizard and witches of the European history, on the old pages, among the potions, spells and rituals recorded by Salazar Slytherin himself. Who would miss such a chance? Still, tomorrow he was going to contact Carter, Bridget and Ashford firm, and needed to be prepared for the meeting. Their services weren't cheap and he wasn't about to waste either his or their time by stuttering while trying to figure what to say next. So the green-eyed wizard reluctantly put the journal away, not forgetting to bookmark the page he was reading, and pulled a piece of parchment to write down the things he'll need to talk about tomorrow. From the information given by the goblins, he knew that long-standing partnership the House Potter had with the firm was a sign that they were doing their job well and should be trusted with his legal business, so continuing this partnership would be most definitely beneficial and he should do his best to ensure that it happens. Not right away, of course. Once he would have the partnership re-established, he needed the wills of his parents to be unsealed. With him being a lord of either of his houses, there should be reason enough for that, but it would be better if those experienced with how the Wizengamot works would present his case. There was another thing, related to the Wizengamot that needed to be dealt with. While he was accepted by his Potter ring, he did not believe was ready to become a part of the Magical Britain's governing body. That and he definitely couldn't be attending sessions when he is at Hogwarts, so he needed a proxy. Asking a law firm to find one seemed to be so much better than looking for one himself. He would have done the same for his Lord Slytherin title as well, but he didn't want to reveal it just yet. Maybe several years later, though. Finally, Harry wanted to bring Dumbledore to justice. The old man did several things that were against the law, including memory charming him and his friends, and needed to be punished for that. No matter how good his goals might be, the ends were not justifying the means that the Hogwarts headmaster was using, and since he wasn't above the law. Bringing such a politically powerful, well-loved and intelligent and sneaky man down would not be easy, so a solid case should be built first, and that would be yet another task for the Carter, Bridget and Ashford firm. Looking over the list he had written, Harry was satisfied with what he had written down. Of course, There were other things that needed to be addressed, but they were minor compared to these ones, so they could wait. Nodding to himself, the green-eyed wizard began more in-depth planning of what he was to say tomorrow. The bells jingled as Harry entered the reception area of Carter, Bridget and Ashford, law firm office building. He was immediately greeted by a pretty brown-haired witch, who looked like was not even 5 years out of Hogwarts. For a moment she looked like she wanted to ask what did he want, but then she recognized him. "Oh, yes, Mr. Potter, Gringotts informed us that you may be coming here. Unfortunately, they did not provide us with the time of your visit, so we could not arrange an appointment for you," the witch said. "Ms. Bridget has an appointment right now, but she should be free in like 20 minutes. Are you willing to wait?" Harry nodded. While he had hoped to visit the ministry today as well, this was more important. His licenses could wait until tomorrow. "Yes, thank you." The receptionist witch quickly wrote something on a piece of parchment on her desk, a message to Ms. Bridget, before turning her attention back to the young wizard in front of her. "Were you informed about the prices?" the receptionist witch asked him then. The young Lord Potter Slytherin nodded. While 15 galleon per hour seemed like a bit too much, it actually gave the barristers about as much money as a major department head's secretary earned, so it all was fair. "Yes, I was. Goblins are meticulous. In a good way, of course, if nothing else. They had informed me about your rates when they suggested I contact your firm." 25 minutes later, Ms. Bridget's current client, a big but otherwise quite plain man in his late 50s, came down the stairs from the second floor where the offices were. Still, the receptionist witch told Harry to wait till his possible barrister was ready to see him. Finally, another 5 minutes later, the witch told him that he could go. Thanking the witch, the young Potter Slytherin rose from the chair he was sitting in as he was waiting and headed upstairs. While the reception area didn't have any really impressive decor, the second floor, where the 4 offices, nameplates on the doors said that the offices belonged to Mr. Samuel Carter, Mr. Howard L. Bridget, Ms. Violet L. Bridget and Mr. Leonardo Ashford, was decorated in such a way that no one will have any doubts that the firm was old and prosperous. Harry politely knocked on the door leading to Ms. Bridget's office. And after she told him to, he entered her office. It was a pretty large room, with one wall hidden behind an enormous bookcase, filled with books on magical and muggle law for pretty much every civilized country in the world. There also was a great number of thick folders, most likely containing data on various clients of the firm. All of those folders being under the most powerful encryption, copyright and all-round protective charms, of course. The wall across from the bookcase had an ornate clock on it, as well as a couple of scenery paintings. Minibar was also there. The third wall, the one across from the entrance, had windows, showing the Diagon Alley. The big mahogany table, with some documents on it, but mostly clean, was there in front of the windows. Behind the said table a big leather armchair in which Ms. Bridget was sitting, while 2, albeit simpler, armchairs were in front of the table for her clients to sit in. Ms. Violet L. Bridget herself was a face of a prosperous firm. She was pretty young, still in her early 20s, and beautiful aristocratic-looking woman with blue eyes and dark blonde hair that was made into a single braid. She was wearing what looked to be a mixture between gray muggle business suit and high-quality wizarding robes. She also had elegant glasses that currently were resting on her table. "Good morning." Harry greeted her. "Good morning, Mr. Potter." She replied. "I was told that you have some important business." The young wizard nodded. "Shall we begin then?" she asked, while putting her glasses back on. "Very well," Harry replied. "My predecessors tell only good things about your firm in their journals, and I have no reason to for me the things will be different. But I still would like to see how you work, before signing any long-term partnership contracts." "No offense." Violet nodded. "None taken," she said simply. The boy in front of her seemed too intelligent and cunning, the qualities she liked in her partners, unless those were used against her and hers somehow, of course. "Please continue. The first thing I need your help with is unsealing my parents' wills and executing them. This will not be as easy as it may sound, as Albus Dumbledore had sealed those not a week after my parents' death and seems to think that the wills are better this way. Harry made a small pause. I will make a request about unsealing once I stand in front of Wizengamot as Lord Potter, but I feel that having some help from someone with more experience in magical law would be beneficial. Ms. Bridget nodded in agreement. Of course, my father and I will help you there. James and Lily Potter were our valuable client. The blonde witch replied, while writing his request down onto the parchment. And executing their wills will be a great honor to our firm. Harry nodded. Thank you. I also find myself in need of a reliable proxy for my Potter seat on Wizengamot. I'm still a Hogwarts student and, thus, confined to the castle for 9 months a year. I believe that your firm can help me in finding someone whom I can trust to vote as House Potter would. He said. What kind of a person are you looking for? Violet asked, while picking another parchment for her notes. First of all, I want someone who will not be swayed by bribes, for I am sure that there will be those willing to buy my votes. The proxy I'm looking for should be someone who agrees that some progress is needed by the magical world, but also he or she must understand that doing it quickly, like Dumbledore and his followers want to, will only be met with great resistance from traditionalists, and forcing the issue that way will not do much good. In other words, my proxy should believe that slow and steady progress is the way to keep magical world from decadence. The young Potter said. I believe we can find someone like that. Ms. Bridget replied as she was taking notes about her customer's request. Should I arrange meetings with the candidates once I'm sure that they fit your criteria? Harry shook his head. Thank you, but no. Just forward me their names and, if possible, addresses. I'd like to arrange the meetings myself. I will be informing you when I have had a meeting, and its results. The witch nodded. Very well, she said. Anything else? Harry nodded. I need your firm to build a case against Albus Dumbledore. Violet looked very surprised. Let me explain. The green-eyed wizard said. Despite his reputation, the man is nowhere as good as he wants people to think he is. He did put me and my friends under illegal memory charms. I'm only aware of that because mine was broken. Another thing I can accuse Dumbledore of is willful endangerment of Hogwarts students on at least 2 accounts during 1991-1992 school year. Finally, despite my protests, he insisted that I return to an abusive house for the summer, which can be considered child abuse abetment. I'm quite sure that there are more misdeeds, but I'm not aware of those yet. Even if what you say is true, those would not be enough to do anything. These charges are not serious enough to remove him from his position of chief warlock. And once the trial is over, he will be able to appeal to himself, and you will be again at square one at best. At worst. The witch replied. If you want the Dumbledore to pay for his misdeeds, you'll need to accuse him of something very serious. Otherwise it is not likely that would even be found guilty. He is seen as the hero of the wizarding world, and many people worship him too much to allow something tarnish his reputation. I know that, Harry replied. That's why I want your help with building a proper case. The more evidence and crimes we have there, the easier it will be for us to do Dumbledore justice. He sighed. This is why I'm being a bad friend, actually. I know now how to remove memory charms, but I still let my friend have one so that healers will be able to give us the evidence that it was done by Hogwarts, illustrious headmaster. I see, was all that Violet said in response. So, for now we will be collecting evidence against Dumbledore and wait till we have enough to bring him down. She said after a pause. Yes, we will, Harry replied. And once we have collected enough to be sure that the old man will be stripped of his position, we will strike. Quote. Then he thought about what he had said. Damn, he sounded so much like one of those fictional villains from Dudley's comics and TV shows. The only thing that was missing was his evil laughter. Sorry, that sounded not exactly right. I indeed intend to do Dumbledore justice, but not out of revenge, though it is among my motives as well, but because he is forgetting that he is yet another national, who is not above the law, greater good, or not. Violet nodded. All right. So how will we go about this? I shall do my own research into the misdeeds of Dumbledore, and I'll you the result monthly. She said. That will do. The young Potter answered with a nod. But do try to be discreet. I'm not sure, but there might be mail redirection wards around Hogwarts that react to specific words in the letters. It wouldn't do if our little plan is uncovered before we're ready to strike. The witch looked at him. You'll be in your third year at Hogwarts, right? She asked, receiving a nod for an answer. The problem with the wards can be solved this way then. On the weekends, when you can go to Hogsmeade, I'll be sending my assistant to pass the message to you there. It'll cost you some extra money, though. Harry thought about this for a moment. Yes, that should work. And the money will not be a problem. He said, I'll be sending you my own findings with your assistant. Very well. Violet replied. Do you have anything else you want to address? The green-eyed wizard shook his head. No, not at the moment. The blonde witch nodded as she signed a new folder with his name and put all of the notes she had made during her meeting with him into it. All right then. Now, if you will, I'd like to start on the tasks you've given me. Harry nodded. Have a good day then, Mr. Potter, Violet said with a small, barely noticeable, smile. And you too. And thank you for your time. With a bow, Harry left Ms. Bridget's office. Once he was downstairs, he paid the fee for his visit to the receptionist witch. After a quick lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, the young Potter headed to the Ministry of Magic, wanting to get his apparition and portkey creation licenses today. Since he didn't want to make a fool of himself with the way he usually exited the flow, Harry decided to use the public entrance, and the little walk that he needed to reach it didn't bother him at all. Finally, he stood in front of a damaged telephone box. Hoping that the things hadn't changed since Tom Riddle's last visit in 60s, Harry dialed the number 62442. As soon as the dial whirled back into its proper position, cool female voice said, Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. Not sure whether he should reply into the speaker or not, Harry answered loudly, hoping that he would be heard regardless of which way was right one. Harry James Potter, to visit the Department of Magical Transportation. Thank you. Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes. The very same voice said, while a silver square badge slid out where change coins usually come. As soon as Harry had the badge attached, the telephone box started sinking into the ground. Visitor to the Ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium. After about a minute, a chink of golden light illuminated the descending telephone box. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day, said the woman's voice. The door of the telephone box sprang open, and Harry stepped out into the atrium. He was standing at one end of a very long and splendid hall with a highly polished, dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that kept moving and changing like some enormous heavenly noticeboard. The walls on each side were paneled in shiny dark wood and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of their wands, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat and each of the house elf's ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the pops and cracks of the apparators and the clatter of footsteps as hundreds of witches and wizards strode towards a set of golden gates at the far end of the hall. At the said end of the hall there indeed was a security desk, but the wizard that sat there was shamelessly sleeping, instead of doing his work. Shrugging, Harry headed straight to the lift, managing to fit into one of them with the group of the ministry workers. A couple of stops later, the young Potter finally reached the level 6 where the Department of Magical Transportation was located. The young wizard's first step was Apparition Test Center. The center occupied a large room, but it seemed that only one worker was present there, an oddly colorless wizard, with transparent eyelashes, wispy hair, and an insubstantial air, as though a single gust of wind might blow him away. And much like the wizard at the security table, he was sleeping as well. Ahem, Harry said, as he knocked on the table surface loudly, waking the wizard up. I'd like to try myself at the apparition test, and, if possible, acquire the license. The wizard, Wilkie Twycross, if one was to believe the name written on his badge, looked at him. You must be of age to pass the test. The apparition instructor replied, before trying to go back to sleep. The green-eyed wizard, though, wasn't about to give up easily. Does this count? He asked, showing his Potter ring. The Slytherin one was currently invisible. Wilkie looked at the ring. A couple of seconds later, he nodded. I suppose it does, he said, while standing up from his armchair. Now, why don't we see if you can pass the test? Harry silently followed the man into another room where the tests were conducted. 2 hours, an hour for theoretical lesson, and 1 for practice. Later, Harry James Potter was having his apparition license safely tucked in the inner pocket of his robes. The memories of apparating he got from the Horcrux were really helpful and allowed him to successfully jump from one end of the room to another on his third try. Still, it was required to do 3 successful apparitions in a row to get the license. Looking at the clock, Harry decided that he had enough time to try his luck in getting Portkey creation license as well, so he headed to the Portkey office. Late in the evening, Harry was lying on the bed in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. Today he managed to acquire both licenses he needed for his plans, even though it had exhausted him quite a bit, especially after his morning at the Carter, Bridget and Ashford law firm. The young wizard was almost sleeping when an owl-bearing Gringotts collar appeared on his windowsill with a package attached to its leg. Removing the package, Harry opened it, finding a pair of wristbands he had ordered, along with a note from his estate manager which said that the goblin managed to talk the blacksmiths into giving him the saber with the ownership rights he had proposed. Making a mental note to thank Goldsaw the next time he saw him, the young Potter transfigured the gray paper the wristbands had arrived in into a more colorful one to wrap them for Draconica. After all, tomorrow was her 13th birthday. Once he was done with wrapping the gift for the blonde witch, Harry asked Hedwig to deliver it to the Malfoy manor to the birthday girl. Draconica sighed. Why did Harry have to send her such a gift for her birthday? Sure, the wristbands were looking so good on her and she liked them very much, but they also had her feelings for him resurface. There were some that went beyond just friendship. The blonde witch herself was now ready to admit that. Only to herself, of course. And that was something that she didn't need. Especially not now, when her body was going through puberty, and even her considerable self-control wasn't enough to keep her raging hormones completely in check. Still, she liked the wristbands too much to just lay them aside in hopes of keeping her mind away from the sender. Damn you, Potter. Shaking her head, the young witch cleared her mind from the thoughts about her green-eyed year mate and got to opening the rest of the gifts she was sent this year. Meanwhile, completely unaware of Draconica's problems, Harry apparated at the edge of wards that surrounded Slytherin's cottage, which he couldn't see yet, as it was hidden behind the trees. 10 minutes of walking later, the young wizard found himself standing in front of a 2-story wooden house with plastered walls and crust-laid roof. Despite not being used for the last several centuries, the cottage looked pretty well, almost like it was just built, thanks to the many layers of protective magic that surrounded it. Same could be said about the small garden with a pond that was behind the house. The magic kept it like it should be, preventing the nature from turning the area back into the forest. Harry chuckled. With some work, this would be a really nice place to live at. And he didn't mind doing some dirty work to turn the garden into what it should be, instead of a lawn with overgrown grass it was right now. Postponing his plans for the garden for the time when the cottage will be lived in, the young Lord Potter Slytherin entered the house. It was just as big on the inside as it was from the outside, not that Harry minded it. What he did mind, though, were centimeters of dust on every horizontal surface. And he didn't know any powerful magic to deal with the dust quickly. Hogwarts didn't teach many household charms, and Tom Riddle didn't learn any beyond those he was taught. Why would a Dark Lord need to know them? Sighing, Harry started vanishing the dust with those weak spells he knew. It took him a couple of hours of hard spellwork, but in the end both floors of the cottage, along with the basement, where the potions lab was located, were as clean as they could be. During his dusting spree, the green-eyed wizard also made his first inventory of the cottage. 3 bedrooms, though not very big ones, a study room with a small library and a bathroom made the second floor, while a kitchen, a dining room, a living room and another bathroom were on the first. The basement contained the potions lab and the supply room for ingredients. And most of the rooms had only furniture, and some old and empty glass bottles could be found in the dining room and in the kitchen. Only the study room and its library seemed to be untouched. The rest of the day Harry spent making sure that everything in the house was working as it should and that the wards were at their maximal power. The wards, anchoring stones, were cleverly disguised to look like yet another bricks that formed the fireplace in the living room. The young Potter apparated back to London at about 7 in the evening, tired from all the magic he did today, but also rather pleased with himself for what he did today. Tomorrow he was planning to buy for the things he'll need for his new house, which meant that there will be shopping, both in the Muggle world and magical. It was late morning of Saturday, 5th June, when Augusta Longbottom and her grandson Neville flowed to the lobby of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The reason for this visit was a letter that she had received a couple of days ago that said that her grandson might be memory charmed, something that the old witch had to deal with as soon as possible. No heir of the ancient and noble house Longbottom should have those disgusting memory blocks on him. Good morning, Lady Longbottom, Heir Longbottom. A blonde witch in a gray business suit greeted them once they had straightened themselves up. The older witch looked at her with a critical eye, trying to think why would someone meet them there, especially someone who belonged to the House L. Bridget. They weren't a noble house yet, but they still were well known and respected for their juridical work. Good morning, Ms. Bridget. Augusta greeted back, while Neville just bowed, allowing his grandmother to do the talking. I take it that you being here has something to do with our own visit to the hospital. Lady Longbottom stated in a matter-of-fact voice. Violet nodded. Indeed it does. My client is currently building a case against a certain wizard, and he suspects that this wizard was the one to place memory charms on Neville there. I'm here to collect the evidence, should my client's suspicions prove to be right. Augusta nodded. Very well, was all that she said, before she headed to the stairs, Neville following her closely behind. Violet made a barely audible sigh, and followed the two Longbottoms. Soon they were on the 4th floor, where all healers that dealt with spell damage were located. There was no queue to the oblivation specialist, so Lady Longbottom knocked on the door. Once she was told that they could come in, the old witch entered the healer's office, with Neville and Violet following her a second later. Good morning. I'm healer Arnold Blackwater. The man in the lime green robes greeted them. What can I do for you today? He asked then. Theirs is a suspicion that my grandson has a memory charm placed on him about a year ago. Augusta answered, while making Neville come forward. I want him to be checked. If he indeed was memory charmed, I want the charm removed, and I want to know who had placed it. Arnold nodded. That shall be done, Lady Longbottom. He got out of his armchair and headed to the room attached to his office, while gesturing for Neville to follow him. Come here, young man. Once the younger wizard entered that room, the healer told the two witches to wait, while he was working and closed the door, activating the privacy barriers so that nothing will distract him. About 10 minutes later healer Blackwater returned to his office with a slightly dazed Neville going to sit next to his grandmother. Picking a blank parchment from the heap on his table, Arnold pressed the tip of his wand to it and muttered a long incantation for some charm under his breath. A moment later a text appeared on the parchment. After looking at it to see whether there were any mistakes and finding none, the healer passes the parchment to Lady Longbottom, who, in turn, gave it to Violet. I do not know who told you that Mr. Longbottom here may be under a memory charm, but he was right. There indeed was one, placed sometime around 1 year ago. The healer said to Augusta, who nodded. As you have asked, I've removed this memory charm. This why your grandson in dazed a bit right now, his mind is reabsorbing the memories. I'd suggest you spend some time in the cafe upstairs, before leaving. Lady Longbottom nodded. Thank you, healer Blackwater. She said, standing up. Let's go, Neville. The boy nodded and followed her as they headed to the 5th floor. Violet went after them. Once they were sitting around the table in the cafe, Neville was still dazed a bit. Augusta asked Violet, so, who was the bastard that dared to do this to my grandson? The blonde witch gave the report back. As my client suspected, it was Albus Dumbledore. Lady Longbottom nodded, accepting the fact, while internally she really wanted to hurt that old goat. How dare he? Dumbledore. Neville asked. He obliviated me and Harry so that no one would know about the stone. This made both witches to raise their eyebrows, asking for some elaboration. He had hidden the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, Gran. Didn't I write you about it? Augusta shook her head. You never wrote about the Philosopher's Stone hidden at school. Seeing the shocked expression on her grandson's face, Lady Longbottom came to a conclusion that made her even angrier with Dumbledore. Violet, please add interfering with private correspondence to the list of charges against our esteemed headmaster. The blonde witch nodded, and produced a piece of parchment from the pocket of her suit and scribed something on it with the self-inking quill she had with her. Now, Neville, what were you saying about Philosopher's Stone? As I've said, he had it hidden in the castle. The boy replied. I don't know why it was there, though. Near the end of the school year things turned into a mess as someone had abducted Hermione. Ms. Granger and wanted Harry to come to where the stone was hidden if he wanted to save her. I, of course, went with him, but we got separated before we reached her. I don't know what happened down there, but both Harry and Hermione were in a bad shape, like they were tortured, and our Dada professor was missing, most likely dead. Neville said. I think that Dumbledore obliviated us to sweep this whole mess under the rug. His grandmother nodded. While he could say that he blocked memories to protect Mr. Potter and Ms. Granger from the aftereffects of whatever dark magic was used on them, he had no such reason for your oblivation. She said. And since we already added memory charming you to the list of his crimes, I will only add endangerment of the children to that list. Violet shook her head. My client already added that. According to him, keeping the stone at Hogwarts wasn't the only time when Dumbledore knowingly endangered students of Hogwarts. I see. Augusta replied. Now, since my grandson seems to be involved with this mess, I'd like to say that House Longbottom shall aid you in doing that old goat justice. The blonde witch nodded. I thank you, Lady Longbottom, for this offer. By the end of the week, Harry more or less finished turning Salazar's cottage back into a livable place. He even managed to convert the garden into something presentable, though he was far from finished with it. On Friday, Goldsaw had informed him that the teams that he had hired had finished working on the penthouse he owned in London and had already started on the summer house in Burling Gap. Aside from his dealing with his properties, the young double lord was also preparing for his Horcrux hunt. He was going to recover the ring first, and then the locket. The tiara will have to wait till the beginning of September as Dumbledore was back to Hogwarts and Harry didn't fancy explaining him why he was sneaking through the castle's halls during the summer. Since Tom was a stronger wizard than Harry himself, the green-eyed not yet teen knew that would need boosters for his magic if he wanted to overcome the protections the Dark Lord had placed to keep his soul anchors safe. And so he was brewing some questionable or outright dark, in the current age, potions that would allow him to match Tom in raw magical power, even if at a cost of nasty side effects. Finally, knowing that he'd have to seat through at least one Wizengamot session, before he was allowed to appoint a proxy, the young Lord Potter Slytherin was preparing for the event. He had already chosen which session he will attend, the one on the 18th of June. It was on the same day with the final meeting of professors at Hogwarts before their, significantly shorter, vacation started. Dumbledore will be there, so he won't be able to prevent Harry from being recognized as the Lord of Noble House Potter. Hopefully, Violet will be able to find a wizard or witch he would find acceptable as his proxy by then. On Monday Harry inspected the penthouse, and was very pleased with the job done there. The wards were so strong that he could literally feel them. Everything looked new and pretty, and everything was working as it should. All he had to do now was to pay the annual fee for keeping the fireplace on the Flow network. Speaking of which, Harry was thinking about adding the Slytherin's cottage to the network as well, but wasn't sure about it. Oh well, it was not like he hadn't time to ponder on it. Tuesday morning the green-eyed wizard started his preparation for recovering the ring Horcrux from the Gaunt Shack, where it was left by Voldemort. He had altered his belt, so that it would hold all the potions he might need for this little adventure. He also made sure that his dragon hide gloves were in perfect condition. He remembered Tom placing a rather nasty curse on the ring, and sure as hell didn't want to be hit by it. and added several charms to increase the protection his robes offered, for the curse on the ring was not the only thing to protect the Horcrux. The final thing he made sure he had with him were 2 emergency portkeys, one to his penthouse and one to St. Mungo's, the later set to activate on its own, should he lose conscious. Hopefully he won't need them. But there was one other thing Harry needed to do before he was ready to go after the Gaunt Ring. He needed to set up the runic array for the ritual that allowed one to break the connection between the soul piece of the Horcrux and the physical object to which it was tied. The green-eyed wizard was really thankful that Tom's memories had all the information he needed about this ritual, or he would have to resort to destroying the ring with something as nasty as fiend fire, since his fang sabers weren't completed yet. Once all of the preparations were completed, the young Lord Potter Slytherin had a late lunch, before leaving the cottage. Since the wards around the property prevented only incoming apparition, he had no problems while dissipating. He reappeared on the dirty path with trees blocking almost all of the sunlight that was coming from a partially clouded sky. He could see a shack hidden among the tangle of tree trunks with nettles almost hiding the windows. All in all, this place looked to be even more abandoned than even in Tom's memories, but Harry also felt strong repelling ward that was set to discourage anyone from coming any closer to the shack. The ward wasn't going to stop him, though, as he was too set on recovering the Horcrux, and he knew Voldemort's way around it. A dozen steps down the road there was another ward, this one set to deal some real damage to the intruders, but Harry easily stopped it from going off. Knowing all of your enemy's tricks was really helpful. Using a transfigured rabbit to set off some traps with really nasty curses that were further down the road, Harry finally reached the shack's door, immediately noticing a snake skeleton with some remaining badly rotten flesh nailed to it. The door itself was greatly reinforced by magic, and the lock was a password-based one, in Parseltongue, of course, so no one unwanted would come in. Of course, someone like Dumbledore might be able to brute force his way in, but Harry couldn't do that even after drinking his magic boosters. Thankfully, he didn't need to. He knew the password. Open the way to my immortality. The green-eyed wizard hissed in the snake language. For a couple of seconds nothing happened, but then the locks opened with clang, while the charms, that wouldn't allow the door to be opened otherwise, stopped working. Inside, the shack was very dirty with the thick layer of dust on everything Harry could see. Paying no mind to that, though, the young wizard headed to the room, which Voldemort labeled as the bedroom in his memories of this place. The reason for that was a big truss of leaves that was used as a bed by the Tom's Uncle Morfin. Next to the bed, there was half-decayed rug, with a powerful ward that would try to incinerate anyone foolish enough to try removing it. And, unlike the other wards here Harry had seen so far, this one had no way around it. Once again using transfigured animals, the young wizard removed the rug, revealing the trapdoor. Since there was no wards on it, he put his dragon hide gloves on and opened it. Inside, there was a small wooden box, in which the ring was residing. Using the counter curses from Voldemort's memories, Harry diffused the traps on the box and opened it, revealing the ring. It consisted of a thick golden band with a big black square stone on it. This ring was screaming wealth, and, thus, clashed horribly with how poor the Gaunt family was in its last days. Also, the stone had a strange markings in it. A triangle with an inscribed circle, in which there was a vertical line. Harry had a feeling that this sign was important, but could not understand why, and Voldemort's memories provided no help. Deciding that he can deal with it later, he drank one of his magic booster potions and, once it was working, pointed his wand at the ring. Finite Morier Viscous. Once the curse from the ring was gone, Harry picked it up, with his gloves on, of course, and placed it into the special pouch he brought with him, before dissipating away to the Salazar's cottage. Lord Malfoy took another sip of tea from his cup. Across the table from him, the host of this little meeting, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, sent a piece of a cake into his mouth. This was one of many friendly meetings the two had, and like always, they were having some small talk up until now. But that was going to change. And another thing, Minister. The blonde wizard said. I'm afraid that we had allowed Dumbledore too much freedom in ruling Hogwarts. I'm concerned about the level of the education my children are receiving here. Cornelius, softened up by the afternoon tea and some galleons that were slipped into his pockets at beginning of the meeting, nodded, allowing his friend to continue. While most of the subjects are still as good as they were in the past, I don't think that constantly changing the Dada professors is doing anything good for the children. And let's not forget about the professors themselves. Dumbledore isn't hiring the best ones, I'm afraid. Yes, Lucius. Cornelius replied with a nod. I've heard that the last one was completely incompetent and didn't teach anything at all. The lord of the noble house Malfoy nodded. Indeed. This last school year the children, the future of our world, had to learn the Dada on their own. Of course, that was bad only for the pure-blood children, who needed that riffraff knowing anything. The mudbloods shouldn't even be taught how to use the noble gift of magic they have stolen from its rightful owners. I think it's about time the ministry sends someone competent to teach our children what they should know about the defense. I will see what I can do about it, Fudge said. But I'm afraid the Auror Corps don't have men to spare in our troubled times. Lucius nodded, accepting this. Of course, you shall let our brave Aurors do their job of protecting citizens of magical Britain from the evils lurking around. He said. But I'm sure the ministry can spare someone from the more bureaucratic position for that. Quote. The blond man made a pause, before giving the final reason for Cornelius to do that. And I've heard that young Potter is not on the best terms with Dumbledore, and should the ministry provide him with something the old man can't, good education, I'm sure he will support you over the headmaster. Now Lucius could clearly see the dreams of political power he would gain with Potter's support in Minister's eyes. Yes, of course, Lucius. Fudge replied. I'm sure that there is someone eager to help the new generation among my subordinates. Now that I think about it, my undersecretary was very good at defense during her Hogwarts years. Another lie. I'll ask if she's willing to take the position of the Dada professor. Of course, Minister, that's all I can ask for. Lord Malfoy said. Now, what do you think about Tornado's last game? I personally think that. The blond man switched back to the small talk, preparing the minister for another suggestion, this time for the new werewolf bill. Harry once again cursed the one who had invented that particular magic boosting potion he used during the destruction of the ring Horcrux. Sure, it was easy and fast to brew, but its taste was vile, and the aftereffects were horrible. Especially since he had to take 4 doses in order to make the ritual work. It was 2 days since he had raided the Gaunt Shack for the ring and destroyed the abomination within it, and he was still in a world of pain and barely able to move on his own, with his magic almost non-existent at the moment. Hopefully, he will get better during the next week, or he'll have to change his plans for appearing in front of the Wizengamot. It would not do if he, not even 13 yet, appeared there while his power was barely above that of a squib. Anyway, with the ring Horcrux successfully destroyed, Voldemort was down to 4 at the moment, and before the Halloween he'll have only 2 left. Still too many to make the Dark Lord completely mortal again, but with his snake God knows where and the Hufflepuff's cup inaccessible in Gringotts, that was the most Harry could do. Not being able to do much other than thinking as he was suffering from the aftereffects of the potions, the green-eyed wizard started planning his actions for when Tom would return. Having the Dark Lord's memories, the young Double Lord knew that sooner or later Voldemort will get himself a new body. Since killing him without all of the Horcruxes being destroyed was pretty useless, Harry decided that needed an alternative way of dealing with the Dark Lord. Something that would take care of that monster with or without his soul anchors. But what could that be? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore read the application papers in front of him. And then he read them again, and even for the 3rd time. To make sure that they weren't a hallucination. After all, it was years since someone willingly came forward and applied to the defense against the dark arts professor's position here at Hogwarts. That curse on the position made sure of that. Yet, there, in front of him, was one such application. And it was submitted by the senior undersecretary of the Minister for Magic himself. Sure, the ancient headmaster planned on asking another person to take the Dada professor's position, but for some reason Owls had troubles finding Remus Lupin, and there was just a week before the deadline. By the end of the professors' meeting on the 18th June, the lists of the book the students would need in upcoming school year were to be approved. Dumbledore reread the application once more and sighed. With young Remus incommunicado, he had to have someone else take the position. So it looked like he'll really have to hire Madame Umbridge for the defense against the dark arts professor's position. And even though the events of the previous school year, namely Gilderoy Lockhart, showed him that believing everything without a background check could lead to some very bad results, Dumbledore was sure that the senior undersecretary of the Minister for Magic couldn't be anything but good at Dada. Sighing once again, he really wanted Remus to teach defense this year as Harry. Things appeared that he and not Mr. Longbottom was the chosen one needed to make some more connections with his family. The ancient headmaster started writing his response to Dolores' application, stating that she was to be there during the professors' meeting on the 18th June, so that the books that the students would need for her course would be approved along with all others. Once he finished his missive, Albus Dumbledore summoned one of the Hogwarts owls to his tower and attached the letter to its leg. The owl hooted and took off and disappeared in the darkness of the night, as it was on its way to deliver the message to one Dolores Umbridge. While the senior undersecretary, Madame Umbridge was not someone who liked dealing with children, especially those that were not of a pureblood families, she was still happy that her application for the Dada professor's position was accepted. Why? It was simple. With her being the professor at Hogwarts, she will be in position to influence that half-blood Potter boy to make him the icon of the ministry, and, thus, ensure that she and Cornelius will be the ones in power for a long time. And should the brat refuse cooperating, she would make sure that he will never get a decent job in magical Britain. Another reason why she had agreed with Cornelius' plan to have her teaching at Hogwarts was the fact this would allow her to at least somewhat limit and control what those unworthy of magic, namely everyone who wasn't a British pureblood, were taught. She will show those bastards that purebloods were the elite of the magical world and the rest were nothing more than a dirt under their feet. But with Dumbledore and his cronies everywhere at Hogwarts, she wouldn't be able to run her discriminating company in the open. And to run it from the shadows, she'd need to be seen in a good light by her future colleagues. So, dumping all of her current tasks on her substitute, she began preparing her speeches for the upcoming professors' meeting. Tiberius Ogden, the honorary member of Wizengamot and the inventor of the most popular recipe of the fire whiskey, walked onto the stage in the center of the chamber. On the days like today, when Dumbledore was absent, he was acting as the chief warlock. Good day, lords and ladies of Wizengamot. Welcome to the second summer session of the year 1993. Before we begin with today's agenda, I'd like to welcome Lord Potter to this august body. Those 30 wizards and witches that were in the chamber looked at Harry, who stood up from his seat. It was customary for the new members of Wizengamot to give a speech. I thank you, Master Ogden. The green-eyed youth said with a slight bow. He wasn't used to the robes that the members of Wizengamot were obliged to wear during the sessions, so he tried to do as little movements as possible. Lords and ladies, I thank you for accepting me as one of your equals. Quote. Harry ignored huffs that came from the couple of representatives of the darker families. Quote. And I promise to uphold the traditions and follow the codes of conduct of this august body to the best of my ability. He made a small pause. I know that I'm here several years earlier than either you, or I myself had expected, but the Potter ring decided that now I was worthy of it, and so I do try my best to fulfill my duties of the head of the noble House Potter. Now, this might have earned him an approval from those members of Wizengamot that were Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. He was making an impression of a hard worker, trying to fill the shoes that were now too big for him. After all, he was a lord before he was even 13. He was about to say something more, but Tiberius raised his hand, signaling that it was enough. Thank you, Lord Potter. The fire whiskey inventor said. Now that you are recognized as the member of this august body, let us begin the session. Once everyone settled down, the acting chief warlock continued. First on today's agenda is the project of the new werewolf bill, proposed by our Minister for Magic. And from here Tiberius proceeded to read the contents of the document in question, which took almost half an hour. After that the discussions began. The darker families were agreeing with the bill in that those cursed by lycanthropy should be forbidden from taking the jobs in the magical world and should monitored closely by the minders. The lighter lords and ladies was arguing that werewolves were just as human, albeit with some problems one night a month, as the rest of the magicals, so this bill was discriminating and would have a negative influence on the ministry. Having read a couple of psychology books, Harry was sure that since werewolves were actually cursed humans, placing such barbaric restrictions on them would only make them cause more troubles, which was not a good thing. So he was agreeing with those that thought that this bill needed to be vetoed. Finally, it was time for the voting on the bill. As he was the acting chief warlock, Tiberius Ogden was the one to conduct it. All in favor of the werewolf bill number 93 to 121. Tiberius announced. Immediately, 9 wands were up, all of those belonging to the members of the darker houses. Once the acting chief warlock had them counted, the wands were lowered. All against the werewolf bill number 93 to 121. This time about 12.5 wands, including Harry's, were raised. Mr. Ogden counted them all, before announcing the final result. 18 against 9, the werewolf bill number 93 to 121 is rebuffed. There were some murmurs of disagreement with this coming from, unsurprisingly, from the darker houses, but they could do nothing about the decision. Now, on to the next business on today's agenda. Decree number 93 to 317 about the new set of taxes on Class C potion sales. The contents of the decree in question were read and then the discussions began. It was so boring that Harry was starting to have the second thoughts about his initial decision of sitting through the entire session. He was going to die from boredom. But he couldn't leave during the hour-long break that would be in the middle of the session. Not today, as he needed to make a good impression on his fellow lords and ladies, and running away would only do him a disservice. At least, he could have his proxy deal with this. Once he got himself one. Those 2 wizards that Violet had found so far weren't what Harry wanted his proxy to be. The next morning Dumbledore was down in the Great Hall for some breakfast, while thinking about the professors' meeting yesterday. Madame Umbridge, despite her somewhat haughty attitude and horrible fashion sense, managed to make a good impression on her now colleagues. But the ancient headmaster was not as out of touch with the reality as some thought, so he could see that the senior undersecretary was taking the Dada professor's position not out of a desire to help students get a proper education. She had some other agenda there. Too bad he couldn't know what it was, not yet. So it was impossible for him to undertake the countermeasures. He needed all of the power he had right now for the greater good. An owl carrying the today's edition of the Daily Prophet flew into the Great Hall and landed in front of the headmaster, presenting the newspaper to him. Paying the owl 5 nuts for her work, Albus Dumbledore opened the newspaper and started reading it, while drinking some tea. The werewolf bill was vetoed. Good. The decree about taxes on potion sales sent back for the review. Not so good as should it be passed. It would make Severus even less pleasant to deal with. The other 2 bills were so useless, that the ancient wizard didn't care much about Wizengame's decision regarding them. Suddenly his eyes caught a familiar name in the mass of text. Rereading the article, Dumbledore saw that, indeed, Harry Potter was mentioned there as the new Lord Potter. This was not good at all, as Harry's ascent into the legal adulthood would make it extremely hard for him, Dumbledore, to guide the boy along the way to the greater good of the magical world. Of course, not everything was lost and he still could manipulate the things according to his plan to bring the greater good to the magical Britain, but Harry's new status would force him to be extremely careful, more so than he normally was, to ensure that the light side was the one ruling. With the young Potter, the chosen one, at this moment Dumbledore was still thinking that Harry was more suited for this role than Neville, as their icon. Shaking his head, the elderly headmaster put the newspaper aside and started making new plans to bring the greater good to life. Completely unaware of the old meddling man's planning, Harry walked out of the Gringotts Bank. There were 2 reasons as to why he had visited the Goblin Bank today. First of all, the Goblin craftsman had requested him to come to verify something about the sabers they were making, and Harry was quite pleased to know that the swords were almost complete by now. And the second reason for him to visit the Basque was to pay the last of the money he owed for his Potter properties being cleaned and fixed and rewarded. Surprisingly enough, it didn't cost him as much as he thought it would, but who was he to complain about that? Speaking of his properties, while the penthouse in London was nice, the Burling Gap summer house was a place he fell in love with. The house was not very big, smaller than Salazar's cottage actually, as it had only 2 bedrooms, one master bedroom and one smaller, for a guest or a child, but it was very tastefully decorated and, of course, it was located in a very picturesque place, just next to the Seven Sister Cretaceous Cliffs. There also was a small private sandy beach next to the house, and a pier big enough for a couple of yachts. Unfortunately, though, Harry thought, this summer was too busy for him to just relax, no matter how much he wished he could. He still needed to add anti-Portkey wards to the Chamber of Secrets, and there was another Voldemort's Horcrux. He also needed to prepare something to ease the destruction of the Diadem Horcrux at Hogwarts. He couldn't spend several days in the hospital with his magic drained without raising some questions he didn't want to answer. Finally, he still needed to find himself a proxy for his Wizengamot vote. Hopefully, Violet will be able to find someone to be his proxy soon enough, though he wasn't relying just on her and was looking out for such a wizard or a witch himself as well. Creating anti-Portkey wards in the Chamber of Secrets wasn't nearly as hard as Harry expected it to be, even if it still taxes his magic a lot. It wasn't all that hard, mostly because Voldemort's memories contained a full set of instructions for various types of anti-transportation wards. Anti-Portkey wards, with exceptions being the ward he chose. After all, it wouldn't do if he himself couldn't get to the chamber via the Portkey, right? Even though he finished raising the wards early in the afternoon, the young Lord Potter Slytherin did not go up into the castle to retrieve the diadem. Dumbledore was here, at Hogwarts, and being caught by him now was not something that Harry needed. Oh well, it was not like a wraith that the Britain's last Dark Lord would come and take the Diadem Horcrux away from its current place. So, once the wards in the Chamber of Secrets were up, Harry used one of his portkeys, already keyed into the new ward, to return to the Salazar's cottage. He still needed to prepare to retrieve and destroy the Locket Horcrux. As far as Harry knew from Voldemort's memories, it still was in the cave not far from the orphanage where Tom grew up. Harry was also thinking about how he will deal with Voldemort himself when the Dark Lord will get himself a new body. The young wizard was sure that it was only a matter of time before Tom will rise again. Without all of the Horcruxes being destroyed, simply killing Voldemort would not work, as he will just revert back to his wraith form. Sure, by how Harry had thought up an idea about how to remove the Dark Lord regardless of his soul anchors, but more research was needed before the green-eyed wizard could tell that this will work. Dealing with the Dark Lords after your life was not something where you could afford to make a mistake. Pushing those thoughts to the back of his head for the time being, they would only be distracting him now. Harry entered the potions lab in the basement of the Salazar's cottage with the intent to start brewing a new batch of magic booster potions for his Horcrux hunt. It was late afternoon of the July the 2nd when Harry finally decided that he was finally ready to go after the locket. But since this operation would require several hours of his time, the young wizard decided that it would be better as he did it the next morning. The next day he woke up early and prepared the ritual for the Horcrux destruction. Once that was done, he put on his hunting attire and did a double check of his equipment. Once he was sure he was prepared for everything that may happen in the cave where the Horcrux was hidden, the young wizard apparated to a high outcrop of dark rock that was next to the towering cliff in which the cave was. Harry walked to the very edge of the rock where a series of jagged niches made footholds leading down to boulders that lay half submerged in water and closer to the cliff. It was a treacherous descent, but using both the memories of the correct path from Voldemort's memories and his own climbing skills that he had acquired while in Dursley's care, he successfully reached the much smaller boulder that was closest to a fissure in the cliff. Harry cast a warming charm and a charm to keep his clothes water repellent, before sliding from the boulder into the rather cold water of the sea. Swimming towards the slit in the rock face of the cliff was not easy. Because no one ever bothered to teach Harry how to swim, but in the end he reached the entrance of the cave. A dark tunnel with slimy walls were barely 3 feet apart and glimmered like wet tar in the passing light of his wand. It was clear that this tunnel would be filled with water at high tide, so he had to hurry if he didn't want to spend extra 6 hours in that cave. The tunnel curved to the left, before expanding into a large cave. Since he knew where the entrance to the inner cave was, he headed straight to the flat rock in the wall which was marked with a barely noticeable rune. Knowing from Tom's memories that he had to make a sacrifice of a blood to enter, Harry cast a small charm to make a small cut on the index finger of his left hand. Then he pressed the finger to the rune and watched as in a flash of silver and crimson and arched doors into the inner cave appeared next to the rune stone. Once the doors opened, he walked through them and found himself standing on the edge of a great black lake, so vast that Harry could not make out the distant banks. The ceiling of the cavern was not seen in the darkness that was somehow denser than the normal one. A misty greenish light shone far away in what looked like the middle of the lake. This light was reflected in the water below, showing that it was completely still. But it only made it clearer that a danger was hiding there. Walking around the lake, careful not to disturb the water, he did not want to be killed by the inferi that were placed in the lake by Voldemort. Harry reached the spot where, according to Tom's memories, the boat that would carry him to the island in the center of the lake was supposed to be. Running his hand through the air, the young Potter soon found a chain made of pure magic. Once he pulled the chain, there was a clinking sound from the chain, now visible, coiling on the ground that echoed noisily off the rocky walls. Then something was pulled from the depths of the black water. A ghostly prow of a tiny boat broke the surface, glowing as green as the chain as it floated, with barely a ripple, toward the place on the bank where Harry stood. Once he took a seat in the boat, it started slowly riding towards the island in the center of the lake. The ride lasted for about a minute. A very uncomfortable minute of being separated from the inferi-filled lake by just a fragile boat. Finally though, Harry was once again standing on the solid ground. The island was not very big, barely larger than McGonagall's office back at Hogwarts. It was an expanse of flat dark stone on which stood nothing but the source of that greenish light, which looked much brighter when viewed close to. This source of the light was a stone basin rather like the pensieve, which was set on top of a pedestal. Looking down into it, Harry saw that the basin was full of an emerald liquid emitting that phosphorescent greenish glow. According to the Voldemort's memories, the locket was in the basin, and to reach it, one needed to drink the potion. The potion that would cause the drinker to fall into dementia, and, thus become an easy target for the army of inferi to kill. Of course, the Dark Lord had also put a way around it that was supposed to be known only to him. Now Harry knew it as well. Touching the secret runes on the basin, the green-eyed wizard made the potion to disappear from the basin. Reaching into the basin, Harry picked the locket up. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had made some kind of a mistake, as the army of inferi woke up and was now slowly advancing onto the island from all sides. Damn! The young wizard swore. Incendio! A moderately large fireball hit the nearest undead, doing some heavy damage to it. But taking into the account how many inferi were there, it was clear to Harry that he needed some more powerful magic. Quickly drinking a magic booster potion, he raised his wand up towards the ceiling. Flammaro Induco. A dome of fire surrounded Harry, destroying the inferi that get too close to it. But a couple of seconds later the green-eyed wizard came to a conclusion that waiting for the inferi to kill themselves against his shield was not a good idea. His protection would fail before the last undead would be offed. Canceling he dome of fire, Harry cast a powerful stream of fire at the closest inferi, Ignis I Aculamo. The spell burned the animated corpse to ashes, along with those that were behind it. Ignis Falcisco. A sickle made of fire flew from the tip of Harry's wand, incinerating the group of the undead that tried to attack him from behind. The battle lasted for about 7 minutes, but in the end Harry managed to destroy all of the undead that came from the lake to rip him apart. Too bad that he had to take the second magic booster potion during the fight. The aftereffects were already kicking in, and they weren't pretty. And he still needed to get out of the cave and return to the Salazar's cottage. Taking the boat back to the mainland, Harry then walked to the spot where the exit from the inner cave was. Sacrificing some more of his blood, he opened the gateway to the outer cave. The tunnel he first entered this place from wasn't completely filled with water, so even with almost non-existent at the moment magic he would be to reach the other end. Though it would not be easy, as his entire body was aching from the aftereffects of the magic booster potions, and the warming charms he cast on himself had already weathered and he was shivering uncontrollably. Somehow he managed to make it to the outside. Still, right now he was on a boulder that stood in front of the cliff wall one could not climb without magic or a muggle professional mountaineer equipment. Harry had neither at the moment. Or did he? Sure, He was going to regret this decision soon, but he drank the third magic booster potion. It would temporarily return his magic to the normal levels. Once he could feel his magical powers returning to him, Harry apparated back to the Salazar's cottage well, as close as the wards around it would allow, and ran to the house, hoping to get there before the effects of the potion wear off. He managed to get only to the bottom of the stairs, though, before the aftereffects of the potions hit him with their full power, leaving him lying on the floor, barely able to move at all. Oh well, at least he was at home. It was several hours since he had returned to the cottage, and only now Harry was able to move normally again, even though he still felt extremely tired and drained. Still, being curious about the locket he had retrieved, the young Potter decided to see what his locket was. After all, it belonged to Salazar once upon a time. When he managed to open the locket without Parseltongue, something that according to Tom's memories should be impossible, Harry started suspecting something was not right. But when, instead of an elaborate construction with 2 glass windows, there was nothing but a folded piece of a parchment, Harry knew that someone had gotten the real Horcrux before him. What a disappointment that wasted so much time on the fake. But being curious who else had uncovered Voldemort's immortality secret, the young Double Lord pulled the parchment out of the fake locket and unfolded it. To the Dark Lord, I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real thing and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I going to face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. That was the message written on the parchment. And it looked like the author of these words was in a hurry when he had wrote them down in an uneven cursive. But who was this R.A.B.? Since the man knew about the Horcruxes and referred to Tom as the Dark Lord, Harry made an educated guess and assumed that R.A.B. was a Death Eater, who at some point decided that he didn't want to serve Voldemort anymore. Scanning Tom's memories for the names of his Death Eaters, Harry found only one that fit the abbreviation, Regulus Arcturus Black. And indeed, the man had defected from the Dark Lord shortly before that fateful Halloween night of the year 1981, and Voldemort went to off him personally to show to his minions what happens to the traitors. Harry sighed. Regulus Black was a hero in the end, but, unfortunately, the young wizard didn't know whether the man succeeded in destroying the Horcrux before his untimely death, or, if not, where the real locket was. Oh well, with the Hufflepuff's cup inaccessible anyway, he didn't a chance to make the Voldemort mortal before their inevitable confrontation. So right now he needed to concentrate on finding an alternative solution to the Voldemort problem, Harry decided. It was almost a week since he had discovered that the locket he had retrieved was a fake, and only now Harry felt that he had sufficiently recovered from the aftereffects of the magic booster potions to leave the Salazar's cottage. And, of course, the first thing he did then was contacting Violet and scheduling a meeting with her. So, on Monday, July 12, the young Lord Potter could be seen entering the building where the offices of the Carter, Bridged and Ashford law firm were located. Since this time he had scheduled the meeting properly and not per diem, he didn't have to wait any before he was called for his meeting with Ms. Bridget. And once they had exchanged their greetings, Harry went straight to business almost. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the job you've already done. I've read the report you've sent to me, and I'm impressed with how much you managed to accomplish in such a short time. House Potter will most definitely be working with your firm in the future. The green-eyed wizard said. And, additionally, I'd like to thank you for making an alliance with the ancient and noble House Longbottom for our little undertaking of doing Dumbledore justice. Violet nodded. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Potter. The blonde witch replied. Now, let me tell you the reason I've requested this meeting. Harry said. I have another task for you. It is not as imperative as the other tasks I've given you so far, but I still would like to see it done as soon as possible. What would it be? Violet asked as she prepared a piece of parchment and self-inking quill for taking notes. I want you to clear the name of Regulus Arcturus Black, and get him the Order of Merlin II or maybe even first class post-mortem. The blonde witch raised her eyebrow at this request. As far as I know, late Mr. Black was a Death Eater. I do not know yet how I can accomplish this request of yours, nor can I see the reason why you would want something like this. She said, while still dutifully writing his request down. In response, Harry just handed her the parchment. If we remember the history of blacks, Regulus was murdered by Lord Voldemort himself. This parchment uncovers the reason why the Dark Lord would kill his minion like that. Regulus had uncovered some of the Voldemort's dirty secrets, namely his attempt at gaining immortality, and, seeing what it was, knowing Voldemort, it is something. Not pretty, decided that he should no longer serve that monster. So he defected to the light side, while destroying the item. The young Lord Potter explained. Thus I believe that he had more to ensure that Lord Voldemort lost the war than most. I see. The blonde witch said. Then she cast several charms on the parchment Harry gave her and, once she found it to be authentic, she continued, I'll see what I can do about this. But as I said, Mr. Black is widely known as a Death Eater, so changing people's opinion would not be easy. The young Potter nodded. Just do what you can. I just want to see the things being brought to justice. He said, and Violet nodded in response. Just World was something that her family and their trade partners were wishing for and worked towards. Of course, she said. I'll do what I can. Is there anything else you wished to talk to me about? The blonde witch asked, as she adding her parchment with today's notes and Regulus's message to Harry's folder. Well, can you collect some general information about Tiberius Ogden and his political preferences? I think that he might be like someone I want as my proxy. He certainly made that impression on me when I met him. Violet nodded. Of course. I will owl you the results when I have them, she said as she added some notes to Harry's files. The young Potter thanked her then and the two told goodbye to each other, before the green-eyed wizard left the Carter, Bridget and Ashford offices. Since it was still just after midday, the young double lord had some lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, before apparating back to the Salazar's cottage. His little experiment, which he had started a couple of days before his first Wizengamot meeting was about to hatch and, thus, required his attention. Hopefully, this little experiment of his would be a success, and the House Slytherin will once again have its familiar as the unseen guardian of Hogwarts. Well, of course Harry's experiment was quite unique. He was using the technique Muggles had developed just barely 2 years ago. Wizards had never even heard about them, so there was not a small chance that it would end as a failure. But in that case Harry still had an option of creating the guarding the traditional way. It was the end of the first week of July when the goblins finally finished their work on the saber, and the next morning Harry had already collected it. The blade itself was a fang, with many runes written in gold on it, to keep it strong and sharp. The handle and the sheath were both made from some dark wood and had some ornaments in gold and silver for decorations. All in all, this saber was just as beautiful as it was deadly, definitely worth its high price. The next morning after he got his saber, the young Potter put on his best robes, absent-mindedly noting that he would need to buy himself a new set of clothes as he had grown a lot, most likely thanks to the phoenix tears that not only cured him from the basilisk poison, but also made his body repair all of the damage caused by Dursley upbringing. Deciding that he needed some more impressiveness, he attached his saber to his belt. Yeah, this was gonna show his relatives what he became without them to hinder him. Once he was done with the preparations, he apparated to one of the dark corners close to the privet drive. Even if he was no longer bound by the laws about underage magic, statute of secrecy was still there. And as soon as he appeared in the neighborhood where he grew up, Harry, trying to project the air of aristocratic supremacy as best as he could, headed to the house where his family lived. While he was walking towards the number 4, he had noticed that several girls were looking at him with interest, which was addressed to him as a whole, and not just to his strange clothes, his sword or his eye patch. Shrugging these looks off, the young wizard made his way to the Dursleys' house. Knocking on the door, he waited for someone to answer him. Since it was a Saturday, his entire family must have been home. Unfortunately for him, they also had Aunt Marge over, if the barking that was coming from behind the door was any indication. Oh well, she too needed to see this new him, just to show her that he was not what the Dursley portrayed him to be. Finally, the door was opened by his uncle. The walrus of a man studied Harry for a couple of seconds. We do not know where the boy is, and we do not want any of your freakishness tainting our house. Get lost. And then he tried to close the door forcefully, but the young wizard didn't let him. Oh, I'm so hurt that you don't recognize me, dear uncle. Every word so far was dripping with venom. But I'm here to collect the last of my things. Then we will never see each other again. Vernon looked at him, after some heavy thinking, finally recognizing his nephew. Opening his door, he gestured into the house. Get in, take your things, freak, and get lost. Making a mock bow, Harry slipped into the house and headed straight to the smallest bedroom, which had been his room during his last year under this roof. While he was picking up those few things of his that were there, he could hear his relatives arguing downstairs, no doubt about him. As soon as he had collected everything that belonged to him, the young wizard headed downstairs, only to find all three of the Dursley adults standing there next to the door, waiting for him. So, boy, is that true that we will not have you in our house anymore? Vernon asked, looking straight into Harry's eyes. The young Potter didn't even flinch under the glare. Unless they bring an army to keep me here, I will not be back to your generous home. Aunt Marge looked at her brother. Are you sure we should just let him go? Look at the freaky clothes he's wearing. As if a riffraff like him could afford even a patch of them. He must have stolen them. And look at his belt. There is a sword. He must be looked for life, or, better, put down right away. Will save us, good people, money. Harry fixed his eyes on the woman. These all are a compensation for losing an eye in a battle with a beast that wandered into my school. He noticed Petunia's eyes widen a bit, before an emotion he hadn't seen there ever before appeared. She was feeling bad for him. Maybe she didn't hate him completely, after all. Now, if there is nothing else, I'd like to be on my way. No doubt, you want me out of your lives, just as I want you out of mine. And not waiting for them to respond, he walked out of the house. I hope we will never have to see each other again, were his last words, before he disappeared from their view. On the last Sunday of July, a small delegation from the Ministry for Magic, led by Cornelius Fudge himself, and a reporter from the Daily Prophet, made their way to an house known as the Burrow, where the Weasley family lived. Since was already quite late in the morning, all of the house inhabitants were up, and the head of the family, Arthur Weasley, could be seen doing something in his workshop, while his twin sons were degnomming the garden. Of course, as soon as the guest passed through the outer layer of wards, Arthur knew that they were there, but he was still very surprised to see such important people paying visit to his humble house. Good morning. Something I can do for you, Minister? The head of the Department of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts asked. Fudge beamed at him. Oh, nothing much, Arthur. Please have your family gather somewhere. There are some good news for you, and I want you all to be there when I announce them. The minister said. Nodding, Arthur called his family to gather in front of the house. Well, everyone but his two eldest sons, as Bill was in Egypt on a mission from Gringotts, and Charlie was in Romania working in the Dragon Reserve. Once the Weasley family was all there, Cornelius continued. As you know, this summer the Ministry for Magic had a lottery for its workers. Arthur nodded. He did enter this lottery after all. And yesterday evening, you, Arthur, were picked as the winner. My congratulations. Fudge said loudly, shaking shocked man's hand. Once the minister backed away, one of his lackeys gave Arthur a big bag, filled with 1,000 galleons. Now, let's have a photo of the winner. The reporter from the Daily Prophet said, with a camera in his hands. Minister. Understanding what the man had in his mind, Cornelius approached Arthur again, intent to pose for the camera with them shaking their hands. At this moment, a certain rat that so far was hiding in Ron's chest pocket, decided to see what was going on, and, placing its front paws on the edge of the pocket, peeked out. Just in time to see a flash of a camera. Shaking its head, the rodent hid back into its pocket. I believe that my part here is complete, Fudge said, addressing to the reporter. But I'm sure that you want to have an interview with Arthur. The man nodded. Of course. Our readers would like to know what the winner of the Ministry Lottery has in his plans for the prize. Cornelius nodded. In that case he is all yours. Turning to his lackeys, the Minister of Magic said something to them, and, after a brief exchange of words, they started walking out of the Weasley family property. Once he was sure they were gone, or at least far enough so that their talk would not interfere with his interview, the reporter turned to Arthur. Now, Mr. Weasley, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, if you don't mind. The red-haired man shook his head. Then, my first question would be this. Do you have any plans on how you will spend the money you've just won? Arthur though for a couple of seconds before replying. As you no doubt know, a tragedy had befallen my family this year, when my youngest and only daughter had to be sent to St. Mungo's hospital for treatment, from a nasty curse that was placed on her. He said. And while some noble man had paid for her treatment, I believe the 1,000 galleons that I have won should be used to make sure that she and other member of my family are safe and sound and. Quote. Arthur continued his speech, which could be surmised to the fact that he thought that his family was the most important thing in the world. This made the reporter smile. Noble men were a bit rare nowadays. Most would have spent these money on just themselves. The readers of the Prophet needed to be reminded of what the family man is, and Arthur Weasley was someone who will help there greatly with his example. Thank you, the reporter said. Now on to my next question. What? And so he continued taking the interview from the head of the Weasley family. On Tuesday, July 27th, Harry's Hogwarts letter with the list of the books for his third year arrived. So, deciding not to waste any time, the green-eyed picked his trunk wizard apparated to London to do some shopping. After taking the galleons from his vault in Gringotts, and converting some of them into British pounds, he needed a new set of muggle clothes and some other miscellaneous things that he couldn't buy in the wizarding world. The young double Lord Potter Slytherin started his shopping. First thing he visited Madame Malkin's shop to get himself a new set of school robes, as well as some for casual wear. Of course, he preferred muggle clothes, but in his life there would be situations when he wouldn't be able to wear them. After Madame Malkin accepted his order and promised to send him his robes via owls once they were ready, Harry went to the next shop. Which happened to be that apothecary, as he needed to restock his potion supplies and get some more vials for the school year. When he was exiting that apothecary, though, he caught a sight of a familiar blonde witch, who was there for some shopping of her own with her entire family. And seeing that she was wearing the wristbands that he had sent her for her birthday present, made Harry smile. Then, seeing that the Malfoys were entering Gringotts, he continued his shopping, deciding that he'll say hello to Draconica when he would see he again today. His next stop was Flourish and Blotts. And he was surprised when he looked in at the bookshop window. Instead of the usual display of gold-embossed spellbooks the size of paving slabs, there was a large iron cage behind the glass that held about 100 copies of The Monster Book of Monsters. Torn pages were flying everywhere as the books grappled with each other, locked together in furious wrestling matches and snapping aggressively. The young Potter pulled his book list out and consulted it. The Monster Book of Monsters was listed as the required book for care of magical creatures. If that was the required book, he was starting to have second thoughts about signing for the course. But if he really wanted to become a healer, he needed some newt for it, so he'll have to attend it. Entering the shop, he had purchased all of the books he'd need for his third year, including The Monster Book of Monsters, much to the shop owner's discontent, along with a couple of extras, mainly for Dada, as the experience was telling him he should be prepared to study it on his own once again. He also got a couple of more advanced books on magical healing for his self-study, as well as some extra books on the ancient runes. Finally, Harry bought a rare herbology book as a gift to Neville and a charmed notebook in a red dragonhide cover for Hermione. So far, though, he had no idea of what to get for the two newest members of what now could be called the Six, Daphne and Tracy. Oh well, he still had some time to come up with ideas. His next stop was a magical menagerie, where he got some owl treats for Hedwig and some food for his pet project. It did hatch a couple of days ago, and now he needed to mother it till it was big enough to protect itself from whatever beasts were there in the Forbidden Forest and could go down to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had found that there was a tunnel that connected the pipes under the castle with a small cave somewhere deep in the forest. His final stop in the Diagon Alley was the shop that sold parchments and writing utensils. Of course, with the enchanted muggle pen he had, Harry didn't need any new quills or inks, but that didn't mean they didn't need parchments to write on as well. Plus there was a couple of interesting things that the young Potter bought as well. As he was exiting the shop, he once again saw Draconica. This time, though, she saw him as well. The two nodded a good day to each other before they were on their ways. Harry headed to the Leaky Cauldron for some lunch before he'd go into the Muggle world for his shopping there. As it turned out, a teen of 13, though Harry now looked closer to 14 for some reason, with a scar across his right eye and an eye patch that was attracting a lot of attention from the people in the streets of London, far more than the young wizard was comfortable with, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he just tried to complete his shopping there as fast as possible. Still, getting a couple of sets of casual wear and some training clothes, if nothing else, being fit will allow him to last longer in a magical fight by dodging his opponent's spells. But according to Salazar's journals, magic was intimately tied to the physical body, so the better this body was, the stronger was the magic. Took some time. On July 29th, it was Weasley's turn to do the shopping. Since Ginny was in St. Mungo's hospital and, according to the healers, won't be able to leave it for several more months, buying school things for her seemed to be more or less unreasonable. Still, Molly got some books on magical theory so that her only daughter would not be too behind once she was allowed by healers to continue her schooling. Her other children, though, needed the whole sets of books, potion ingredients, some new robes and lots of quills and parchments. And Ron needed a new wand as his was broken completely at the end of the previous year. At least with the money Arthur had won and those 50 galleons that someone had sent to Ron, she had enough money to afford all of the things. And not even secondhand, which made all of her children, even Percy, though he was trying to remain impassive, happy. After buying everything else, and sending 3 of her older sons back to the burrow via the public flow at the Leaky Cauldron, Molly brought Ron to Ollivander's wand shop. After greeting the red-haired woman in his usual manner, saying her maiden name and recalling her wand, the old wand maker turned to Ron. Unfortunately, I don't recall you ever being to my shop before, Mr. Weasley. Molly nodded. My youngest was using a wand from his older brothers. Seeing that Ollivanders wanted to say something about the wizard needing to have his own wand, she hastily added. Don't worry, that was a good match. But this wand broke this spring. The elderly wizard shook his head. That's bad. But don't worry, young man, somewhere in this shop there is your new wand. Let's find it. You're right-handed, right? He asked, summoning his measurement tools. Ron just nodded. Once the young redhead was measured in every way possible, Ollivanders brought him the first wand to try. How about this one? Willow and unicorn tail hair, 14 inches. The wand produced some red sparks, but the old wand makers thought that it was not the best match. No, not this one. How about? And so Ron had to try another wand. And then another. And another. After 8 wands, it appeared that finding him a match was harder than Ollivanders thought. As he was looking for the next wand to give to Ron to try, his eyes landed on a certain wand. Why not? He said to himself, before handing the wand to the youngest Weasley boy. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Much to his surprise, this wand produced by far the best results so far. Looks like we've found your match, Mr. Weasley. Ollivanders said, before turning to Molly. This will be 7 galleons. Once the Weasleys left his shop, the old wand maker moved to his cabinet. He needed to write a letter to Dumbledore. He had promised to inform the man when this wand was sold, after all. 2 days later, it was Harry's birthday, and he was going through the gifts his friends had sent him. He got some rare and quite expensive herbal extracts from Neville and some books on newest developments of Muggle medicine from Hermione. Daphne, Tracy and Susan collectively sent him a thick tome on the history of magical law from before Merlin was born and to our days. The Gryffindor Flying Foxes, aka the Chaser Trio, sent him a decorated in an ancient Greek-style casket with a runic puzzle instead of a lock, and a group photo of themselves in rather skimpy bikinis made on some beach probably in Greece. Oliver gifted him new and enchanted for durability seekers gloves. The rest of Harry's friends, mostly Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, sent him various sweets. But there was one very special gift Harry received this year, and it was from Draconica. The blonde witch sent him silver pocket watch with a Potter coat of arms engraved on the front lid. The green-eyed wizard wasn't ignorant of the significance of such gift. By gifting him this watch, Draconica was saying that she was accepting him as an adult. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was thinking hard about the implications of the letter he had received from Ollivanders yesterday afternoon. The brother wand to Voldemort's was sold, but it didn't choose any of the two boys he thought could be the chosen one. Instead, the wand chose the youngest of the Weasley sons. But shouldn't this wand belong to the chosen one? The old headmaster could think of two possible ways out of the situation. 1. The wand, even this one, was really nothing more than a tool and it didn't matter who had it. And, 2. He made a mistake when he was deciphering the prophecy Sybil had made, and neither Potter nor Longbottom were the real chosen ones. But in this case, how was it possible that Ron Weasley was the one? Or it could be possible that the prophecy wasn't talking about this time period at all. No, the last option must be wrong, if nothing else because Voldemort was believing in it. So, it left Dumbledore with two options. And he was not sure which one he should choose. On one hand, Potterboy had already shown that he was capable of stalling the Dark Lord, and did some other things that no normal 12 years old wouldn't be able to. And he bore a mark from the Dark Lord. On the other, Harry didn't act like the savior of the magical Britain should, and he had some darkness in him, while young Mr. Weasley was as light as one could be, even if he didn't show any special talents so far. Longbottom. Longbottom seemed to be somewhere in between these two, and, honestly, at this moment of time Dumbledore didn't see him as a possible chosen one. Shaking his head, the old warlock taped his pensieve with his wand, making a ghostly image of Sybil Trelawney rise from the basin. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies, the image said in a voice that unmistakably belonged to a seer making a true prophecy. It was far from the first time the Hogwarts headmaster had listened to this memory in the last 24 hours, but he was still not getting closer to deciphering it in a way that would make sense given the current situation. Albus Dumbledore shook his head again. He was getting nowhere with the way he was doing things right now. So why not trying another approach? It was a commonly known fact that prophecies often made sense only after the events they were talking about happened. So why not trying to decipher it that way? But for that to work, he needed to know which of the boys was the true chosen one. 5 days later, Dumbledore decided that found the solution to his problem with the prophecy. It took him a lot of work, but he finally made it make some sense again. But with that, another problem arose. How was he to break the news to the world, or, specifically, to the family of the chosen one? And what to do from there? Well, while politics was the art of telling lies, there were some situations when telling the truth as it was the best solution, so, the ancient wizard decided, he will announce his findings to the public as soon as he had talked to the chosen one himself and his family. And as for what he should do from there, it was simple. The chosen one needed to be trained, so that when the time comes, he will be ready to face his destiny. So, the great Albus Dumbledore walked up to the fireplace in his office and threw some flow powder into the fire. "The burrow," he called. Once the flames became emerald green, and then he stuck his head into his fireplace, having it magically reappear in the fireplace at the house called the burrow. Molly Weasley, that was starting dinner at that time, saw him almost as soon as his head appeared. "Professor, is there something I can do for you?" the witch asked. Dumbledore nodded. "Is your family all here?" he asked. Receiving a nod in response, he asked another question. "Can I come through?" This is something that is better said face to face and not over the flow. Molly nodded and invited him into the house. On Friday, August the 6th, late in the morning, the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was having his yearly visit to the least welcoming place in the whole magical Britain, the Azkaban prison. Mostly though, this visit consisted of him talking to the warden and the Aurors stationed there, but this year, for some reason, Fudge decided to go down to the holding cells and pay a visit to one of the greatest criminals of the recent time. "I hope you have a nice time rotting there." The Minister of Magic greeted the prisoner #C81122, otherwise known as Sirius Orion Black. The man, as dirty, and shaven and shabby as he was too sane for someone who had spent 12 years in Azkaban, so managed to come up with a witty reply. All that I miss in my room is a couple of nice girls to keep me warm at nights. Cornelius scowled and did a step back from the cell's door, just in case Black decided to try and attack him. Anyway, Minister, as much as like this place. Even someone as stupid as a troll could hear a sarcasm here. Quote. It sorely lacks things to read, so much that I'm afraid I'll turn into the wild beast here. Still, Sirius Black wasn't completely sane, as no one but he himself could find a joke here. Once he finished his barking laughter, he continued, Anyway, would you have anything to read on you, Minister? Seeing nothing wrong in giving Black something to read, after all, who can escape Azkaban with a newspaper? Fudge produced a week-old edition of the Daily Prophet, the one where he was congratulating Arthur Weasley on winning the lottery, and threw it at the man, hoping that it would hit him across his face. Black, though, coughed the newspaper. Thank you, Minister, the imprisoned man said. Now, if you excuse me, I need to catch up with the world outside. And in a display of absolute lack of manners, Sirius turned around and, opening the newspaper, started reading it. Huffing angrily at the lack of respect shown to him, Fudge stomped away from Black's prison cell. While the minister was finishing his visit to the Azkaban prison, Sirius Black was rereading for dozenth time the article about Arthur Weasley winning some lottery, all of his attention concentrated on the photo. There was a familiar rat there. It took him some time to notice this, but the rat that was sitting in Arthur's youngest son's pocket was no one other than supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form. And since the rat was still alive and Ron, or whatever the boy's name was of the same age as Harry, Harry was in a grave danger. And as a good dogfather, Sirius decided that he needed to catch Peter before he had a chance to hurt his godson. And if he needed to escape the hell on earth he was sent to without trial, so be it. That night the Aurors that patrolled the prison reported Sirius Black talking in his sleep. Usually that was nothing unusual for the prisoners of Azkaban, but Black kept saying, "He's at Hogwarts," while a newspaper opened on the photo of the Weasley family lay next to him. It looked like Sirius Black was planning a new murder. The next morning Harry was in the garden of the Salazar's cottage, playing with his pet project, a bit, while his thoughts were about what he should do next, now that Violet had found him a proxy that he had accepted. This proxy was a 68-years-old wizard by the name Ernst Schmidt, hailing from one of the low-class pureblood families in Germany. His upbringing and the 2 wars he had lived through had made his political views very similar to those that young Lord Potter Slytherin had. Harry's thoughts were interrupted when an owl carrying the latest edition of the Daily Prophet landed on bush in front of him. Paying the bird 5 nuts for the newspaper, the young wizard took it from the bird. Unrolling the Prophet, he scanned the articles. At first it looked like nothing interesting was in this edition, but then his eyes landed on the title saying that Albus Dumbledore made a surprising announcement this Friday. Since Harry knew that the Hogwarts headmaster rarely addressed the public in the recent years, this must be something important. Or maybe not, as the article was closer to the middle of the newspaper. Still, the green-eyed wizard flipped the pages and read the article. Wizards and Witches of Great Britain. Albus Dumbledore said as he appeared in front of the crowd yesterday. I know that many of you think that because of the deeds I have done in the past, I can't do anything wrong. Sadly, that is not the case, as I'm still a human like any of you. Yes, I'm older and wiser than most, and I make mistakes not as often, but when I do make them, my mistakes, unfortunately, are far greater than those of an average man. And, I'm afraid, 12 years ago, just after that fateful Halloween night, I made a great mistake. When the young Mr. Potter miraculously survived the killing curse cast by the Dark Lord, I foolishly assumed that he was the one who will bring peace and prosperity to the magical world. Here Professor Dumbledore made a pause, letting the crowd to calm down, so that he could continue. The reporter wrote, but this summer I was presented with an evidence that, after a careful study, revealed that that assumption was an incorrect one, and the boy who will guide us all to the greater good was someone else. This time, not to repeat the mistake I had already made once, I did a very thorough research, and in the end, the results I got indicated that the true savior of our world was all this time hidden in the shadows of the false one. And so I must tell you all that young Mr. Ronald Bilious Weasley is the one chosen by the fates to guide magical Britain towards the greater good. After the chief warlock of the Wizengamot left the stage, I took a small interview from him. The reporter continued. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Can you answer some questions for the readers of the Daily Prophet? I asked. The greatest wizard of the century just nodded in response. Can you tell us, what made you come to a conclusion that Mr. Potter is not the real chosen one? I'm afraid, this is the information which is better left unknown by the masses, especially since those who seek to send magical Britain into the darkness are lurking everywhere. Albus Dumbledore replied. Though I think I can say that I had some suspicions that Mr. Potter was not the chosen one even before this summer. Again, if this is not a secret, what gave you the clues about the identity of the real chosen one? I asked then. The reporter wrote then. I'm sorry, but this too is something I'm not willing to uncover at the moment, as it can prove to be a threat to the national security. The chief warlock said. Very well, my next question would be. Harry threw the newspaper on the ground and drew his wand, wanting to set it on fire with some nasty spell, but then he stopped himself. Why was he even angry that now someone else will have to carry his burden of fame? Whatever the foolish idea made the Hogwarts headmaster say that Ron was the chosen one, it set him free. At least if the people would be decent enough to leave him to his own devices, like he wanted them to. On the second thought, knowing how lazy and narrow-minded and prone to putting his foot in the mouth his red-haired classmate was. Should someone had a bright idea to entrust the magical Britain to Ron in hopes he'll guide it towards the greater good, the young Lord Potter Slytherin thought, he'll have to find another place to live at, for nothing good will come out of that foolishness. At the same time as Harry was thinking what the Dumbledore's announcement meant for him, in the Ministry for Magic a small meeting was held by the higher-ups as they were trying to decide what they should do now that the situation changed drastically. And so, this brings me to a question. What should we do now, Minister? A certain toad-like witch that held the position of the senior undersecretary asked. Cornelius Fudge thought for several seconds, before replying. As far as I know, the Weasley family is too deep in Dumbledore's pocket to get the chosen one see the world as we need him easily. That doesn't mean that it is impossible, so your mission at Hogwarts stays the same, Dolores. I need you to bring the chosen one to our side, he said. The senior undersecretary nodded. Of course, Minister, I'll do what I can. But, what should we do with the Potter brat? Frauds and liars like him do not belong to the noble society of magical Britain, she said. Cornelius leaned forward in his armchair, folding his hands in front of his face. I will organize something before the school year starts. Potter needs to be shown that frauds are not welcome here. But should he find a way save his A.S. from justice, I want you to do everything in your power to have him out of our noble homeland as he does not belong there, the minister said. I'll do that, Dolores Umbridge said. But can you tell me, what do you have in store for the brat? I'm curious. The Minister of Magic nodded and started telling her his evil plan. Yesterday it was confirmed that notorious murderer Sirius Black, known for betraying Potters to you-know-who, had accomplished something we all thought impossible and broke out of the Azkaban prison. The newspaper read. It does not know how he managed that at the moment, but the Ministry for Magic assures that nothing similar will happen ever again, and that when Black is caught, he will receive Dementor's key immediately. In the meantime, it is strongly advised that everyone remains vigilant and informs Aurors about any suspicious activity, or any other possible leads to Black's whereabouts. We, in the Daily Prophet, also remind our readers that they are not to confront Black under any circumstances. He had already shown that he wasn't Voldemort's right-hand man for nothing, when he killed Peter Pettigrew, Order of Merlin, First Class, post-mortem, and 12 muggles with a single spell. If you see Sirius Black, leave the area without getting his attention and inform Aurors about his whereabouts immediately. Harry swore. Just a week ago Dumbledore had turned the magical world on its ears with his announcement about Ronald Weasley being the chosen one, and now this. It looked like he would not have a quiet year as he hoped he would. Oh well. At least he should be more or less safe as no one alive but him knew where Salazar's cottage was, and no one in the right mind will attack Hogwarts. The train was a weak point here, but Harry was sure that there will be some extra protections that will keep Black away. But there was one thing that didn't add up. Voldemort had no memories about Sirius Black being a Death Eater or anything like that. Instead, according to Tom, he was a Dumbledore's agent who, along with the rest of the Roasted Turkey Order, had prevented many of the raids from being successful. Something was not right here, and Harry intended to find out the truth. So he sent a letter to Violet, asking her to find Black's trial record for him. Maybe that will clear some things up. The next morning the young Lord Potter Slytherin received an interesting missive from the Wizengamot. It was mostly interesting because it was not like an official correspondence sent out by the august body. No, this missive was just a slip of parchment with a single line written on it. Mr. Potter, you are to appear in the Wizengamot chambers on August 19th at 10 o'clock. For some reason, to Harry it looked like some plan to completely destroy his reputation, so that he will have no chance to overshadow the new, chosen one. So, in case his gut feeling was right, he contacted Violet, telling her to be there as well as his personal assistant and, if needed, barrister. Frederick Gamp was in a good mood today. Why? Today was the day when the Potter brat will pay for stopping the Dark Lord from giving the world to its rightful owners, purebloods. Sure, he was tried for a different reason, but did it matter? No, not if he pays for his crimes against the owners of magic. And the Lord Gamp was absolutely sure that the boy will not avoid the punishment. The man himself was 24 years of age, and was neither handsome, nor intelligent, looking a bit like a gorilla, and as clever as one, nor he had any outstanding talents. Of course, when he was within an earshot, everyone with half a brain praised him for his good looks, his intelligence and various magical talents. No one dared to displease the lord of the most noble house Gamp, and the future owner of the Malfoy fortunes through his marriage with the heiress of that house. Anyway, Frederick was thinking about the upcoming trial of the Potter brat. In his opinion, it was too bad that the brat was charged only with fraud, as in this case they wouldn't be able to sentence him to lifelong imprisonment in Azkaban or a key. But, maybe, if the right questions are asked during the interrogation, the list of his crimes will change. Yeah, it will good to finally remove that stain from the magical Britain's noble and pure society for good. Meanwhile, Harry Potter too was approaching the Wizengamot chambers. While he didn't know about what was going to happen to him, his gut feeling was telling him that the invitation he had received was definitely not for a tea party. So, he came prepared to protect himself, both on his own, and with the help of Ms. Bridget, who was walking just behind him. The first true sign that this won't be a normal Wizengamot meeting was a couple of Aurors stationed just outside the doors of the chamber. As the two approached them, the Aurors stopped them, and while one of them performed a body search on Harry, the other was arguing with Violet, telling her that by the minister's order, only lords were allowed to attend today's session. And since the blonde wit was more than quite stubborn, they were arguing for several minutes, before Harry intervened and told her that for now he should be fine and, should something happen, he'll contact her, though Harry himself wasn't sure how at the moment. Ms. Bridget didn't seem to be willing to let him go in unprotected, but since he was her client, his word had a lot of weight, and she had to give in. "I'll be in the cafeteria," Violet finally said, before turning around and walking away, moving deliberately slow, just in case the Aurors dared to do something to his client. Once she was out of sight, Harry was led into the Wizengamot chambers, but as soon as he stepped through the doors, he was hit with a couple of stupefy charms to the back. Some time later he was roughly woken by an enervate spell. Now he was seated in a stone chair in the middle of the chamber, facing all of the lords and ladies plus the Minister for Magic, an unpleasant toad-like woman by his side that was the senior undersecretary and a scribe, while his arms and legs were bound by a set of magical chains, and an entire troop of Aurors was standing just behind him with their wands trained at him. Not a pleasant wake-up. Not that everything in order. Let us begin. The minister said. Trial hearing of 19th August 1993 into the offenses committed by Harry James Potter against the magical law in a form of a major case of fraud. The portly man announced. Interrogators. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the Chief Warlock of Wizengamot. Scribe, Julia Alice Runcorn. So, they were trying to remove him for good, Harry decided. Especially with how they forbid him to bring his barrister and weren't giving him one there. Not that he would accept a man he had never met before as one. Well, it was time for him to act and defend himself. Objection, Harry said, trying to sound much more confident than he actually was. If I'm accused only in fraud, the chains are not to be used, as in accordance with the Wizengamot trial policies the chains can be used only on those accused with murder or other similar crimes. Amelia Bones sent an angry glare at the minister, who had the decency to look abashed at being caught. Orders, release him from the chains. The head of the DMLE ordered. A second later the chains fell on the floor with a loud clang. Ahem. Now then, let us continue. Cornelius Fudge said. Potter, tell us what made you think that you can appropriate the fame and everything else rightfully belonging to the Chosen One. Answer now. The man shouted in the end. I will say that I'm innocent of the crime in question as I'm not the one who made everyone think that I was the Chosen One. The young Lord Potter Slytherin replied. This, of course, made some members of Wizengamot, from the darkest and the lightest families, shout their objections to this statement. That was until Madame Bones shut everyone up with a controlled burst of her magic, showing that she was not someone you wanted to mess with. Please explain, Mr. Potter. She said. How about we read the article about the true Chosen One, which was printed in the Daily Prophet on August 7th? Harry asked, before continuing. In that article, Albus Dumbledore says that he made a mistake when he proclaimed me to be the Chosen One after that Halloween night 1981. If that was his mistake, why am I accused of fraud? Again there were some protests, from the light side of the Wizengamot only this time, but a single glare from Madame Bones was enough to restore order. Scribe, Amelia asked. The witch flipped through a mass of papers on her desk, looking for that particular edition of the Daily Prophet. Once she found it, though it was not clear why it was already there, she scanned through the pages of the newspaper, before finding the article in question. It is as Mr. Potter says. The witch said with slight fear in her voice. Madame Bones nodded, but before she could open her mouth, Madame Umbridge asked a question. It may be so, Potter, but no one can say that you haven't bewitched Albus Dumbledore. Surely it is possible that you made him make you the Chosen One. The toad-like woman asked in sickly sweet voice. Harry frowned. And how that would be possible? He asked back. I was just 15 months old at that time. Are you trying to tell me that a child, who is not capable of abstract thoughts, required to make any sorts of plans of that level, a child who is incapable of normal speech, managed to deceive Albus Dumbledore, who is a known master in both occlumency and legilimency? He asked. Well, we can expect anything from someone who had defeated the Dark Lord, Madame Umbridge said, before making a pause. Scribe, add murder of a human magic user to the list of crimes. Orders, chains. She ordered then. And so Harry once again had his arms and kegs bound with chains. What do you have to say about this, Potter? She asked, once again using that sickly sweet voice of hers. Even if it was done by me, it would fall under the self-defense category, thus I'd be legally allowed to use force proportional to the one used against me. And the Dark Lord used lethal force. The green-eyed wizard replied. But since it is physiologically impossible for a child under about 8 years to produce a controlled magic, whatever happened during that night was not a product of my magic. Very well. Amelia Bones said. It is clear that Mr. Potter is innocent of the murder. Orders, release. Dolores Umbridge chose this moment to interrupt. Surely, you don't believe that liar, Madame Bones. If he could bewitch Albus Dumbledore, he is capable of killing a pureblood wizard. The head of the DMLE stared at the senior undersecretary. That is circular reasoning, Madame Umbridge. You can't use it as an argument. She said. Orders, release the chains. And Harry was free again. If nobody has anything to add, Madame Bones announced. Albus Dumbledore wanted to use the fact that Harry was a parsemouth. No, he had nothing personal against the Potter heir, but the Chosen One needed money to fund the war that was to come, and Harry had the galleons Ronald Weasley lacked, but the oath he made when they were hunting the monster from the Chamber of Secrets prevented him from speaking. So he had remained silent. As nobody has anything to add, the court will now return a verdict. Amelia Bones said. Mr. Harry James Potter is charged with the case of major fraud. Suggested punishment: full confiscation of monies, properties and titles belonging to him in favor of the offended party, Mr. Ronald Bilious Weasley, and a year in Azkaban, followed by sealing of magic and any memories of it and exile into the Muggle world. Inserted Cornelius Fudge. Madam Bones coughed, before continuing. Is charged with the case of major fraud. Those in favor of conviction, raise your wands. She said. Moments later, roughly 30% of the Wizengamot members, the most dark ones and those that were in Dumbledore's pocket, though the old wizard himself didn't vote against Harry, and Cornelius with his pet toad raised their wands. Once the scribe counted the wands and wrote down the result, the head of the DMLE continued, and those in favor of dropping the charges, raise your wands. This time about 60% of the Wizengamot members, and Amelia herself, raised their wands. Once the results of the vote were written down, Madam Bones continued. The court returns its verdict. Mr. Harry James Potter is cleared of all charges. 15 minutes later, the young Lord Potter Slytherin entered the cafeteria and quickly located Violet, who was sitting in the back corner of the hall and drinking some tea. Mr. Potter, she asked. You were incommunicado for quite some time. What had happened? Harry took a seat across the table from her. They tried to use some dirty tricks to sentence me for major case of fraud. But they failed. He replied. Now then, I have a new task for you. Ms. Bridget nodded and prepared to write down the specifics of her new task. I want you file a suit against the ministry for not following their own trial regulations. They did not let me have anyone but myself as my defense, and for ignoring the presumption of innocence. I see what I can do about this. The blonde witch replied. The trial records are open for the public, so I will be able to get the transcription of your trial, but knowing the bureaucrats that sit in the ministry, the suit will not be resolved anytime soon. She said. Harry nodded. Do what you can. He told her. Also, I think that it is possible that the ministry cronies will not let me be just yet, so, please, prepare a defense against the media attacks for me. Violet nodded and wrote that down on her parchment. Something else? She asked then. The green-eyed wizard shook his head. No, nothing I can think of right now. He said. If there will be something, I will owl you. Ms. Bridget nodded and, after placing encryption charms on it, placed the parchment into the folder she had with her. Well, then our business here is concluded. She said. Shall we have a lunch before heading home? Violet asked, knowing that right now her client needed someone he thought of as a friend next to him. He did go through a very unpleasant experience of standing a trial all on his own, after all. Harry just nodded in response. Harry didn't have to wait long for the media attacks. On the next day after the trial, the Daily Prophet had already printed the story about how he was a fraud who was denying the chosen one what should be his, and how he had bought his way out of the just punishment. And with how sloppy and self-contradictory even the article was, it was clear that it was written by the ministry bureaucrats and then forced it onto the newspaper. Unfortunately, it seemed that the wizarding world would believe anything you tell them, as hundreds of howlers assaulted Harry's residence. The wards, though, had diffused every last one of them, turning the angry red shouting letters into normal ones. Of course, the young Lord Potter Slytherin didn't bother to open even one of those letters, and burnt them all with the Flame Lance spell, till there weren't even ashes left from them. Violet's response to the situation too was fast, as in the early afternoon a letter from the blonde witch arrived. In this letter, she was writing that she had already filed a suit against both the Daily Prophet and the Wizarding Wireless for character slander against the member of a noble house and using false information in their rendering of the trial events. And even though on the paper it all looked good, Harry wasn't stupid enough to think that he will get the reparations right away. The hold of the ministry on the media was far too strong for that. But since the head of DMLE was one of those who voted for his innocence during the trial, it was quite possible that Violet will win this case for him. So, for now, he would let her do her work. As it turned out, Madam Bones was far from happy with what the ministry was trying to do in their anti-Potter campaign, so the head of the DMLE personally oversaw the enquiry into the lawsuit filed by Violet. This meant that no little no-name bureaucrat dared to bury it under the tons of other paperwork, and everything was done as fast as possible, and by August 25 Amelia Bones had both this suit, and the one Harry had filed for the violations made during his trial, satisfied. This meant that both the Daily Prophet and the Wizarding Wireless were paying the young Lord Potter 50,000 galleons each, and were making a public apologies, while getting a warning for publishing the false information. The situation with the lawsuit against the ministry wasn't as good as, at least at this point, Madam Bones lacked the power to sue either the minister or his senior undersecretary. They were the ones that tried to orchestrate the trial, but even a strict warning from the head of the DMLE was enough to keep both in line, at least for now. Madam Bones was quite a fearsome woman, when she was displeased. Wizards and witches of the Great Britain. As we all know, the recent Azkaban escapee Sirius Black, life sentence for being a Death Eater and killing 13 humans, is still at large, and it is believed that he may be heading to Hogwarts to finish what he had started 12 years ago. But you should not worry about the safety of your children while they are attending the school. Not only the wards of Hogwarts were strengthened, but on the orders from the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, a group of Azkaban guards will be stationed around Hogsmeade and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not even a mice will be able to get in or out unchecked. Black has no chances. Our illustrious Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, said in his interview to our newspaper. Of course, the search for Black will continue, and once he is captured, we will have him keyed for the crimes he had committed against our society. From here on, the article in the Daily Prophet, from the August 29 descended into singing praises to Cornelius Fudge, whose reputation had taken a blow from the lawsuit Harry had filed against the ministry, following his trial. Of course, a lot of the article was still about the promises of the minister to keep the children at Hogwarts, especially the chosen one, Ron Weasley, safe from the evil that was Sirius Black. While Harry really hoped that those Azkaban guards the article was talking about were just Aurors, he was too much of a realist to believe that someone in the ministry would not have a bright idea of stationing Dementors around the school filled with emotional children. So, hoping for the best, he was preparing for worse, though there was pretty much nothing he could do to prepare to face a Dementor, as pretty much the only thing to protect one from the effects of their aura was the Patronus charm, and mastering it in 3 days was just impossible. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.